Of course, I have my beliefs when it comes to this situation, and we're definitely going to be talking about it. But for all you guys in the space right now, I need you all to do me a favor. Click the link, click the tweet up top, and I need you guys to go ahead and repost that again. We crashed, but we're back, and we're definitely going to be diving into this thing. So once again, hit the tweet up top. Go ahead and repost that, share that, and just circulate that. Jonathan, make sure you do so as well because you're old, you're slow, and you don't understand technology. Once again, click the tweet up. Click the tweet up top, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and repost. Bing, you were on before I shut this down, right? You were
Yeah,
going.
yeah, I was going, man. I was going. Mikey got his hands up. Well, I don't know if Mikey want to talk about what I was talking about, but no, I was definitely on a roll, man, because Charlie Kirk has said some really harmful things. Like I said,
Oh, you're on a
definitely
rolling
don't want,
daddy.
definitely
Oh,
don't
wow.
want wish anything on him. Because I definitely, guys. I'm gonna tell you something. Who I am. If you think differently than I myself, I need you in the room. I need you in the room so I can have a conversation. I don't want to have a conversation with people that think like me. I don't. It's boring as fuck. And what are we gonna agree on? We're gonna agree on what? Should I part my hair to the left or should I part it to the right? The fuck. That's all we got left to talk about. But if I got someone like a Charlie Kirk or someone that has his beliefs, I'm gonna have an interesting conversation. I'm gonna break bread. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna joke. Because because I'm not here to be violent. I want to hear why he thinks the way he thinks, and and provide me with the data and let me learn something from him and let me teach him something. That's who I am. So, I certainly don't, I'm sad. I think America is worse off today than it was yesterday because he's no longer with us. But I certainly don't support anything that he said because he said the information he put out there that I was a second class citizen, basically that, I didn't match up. I wasn't part of the American dream.
No
And
way. He deserves it. What?
any progress I made was a direct result of DEI.
So that's what's got you up in arms, huh?
No, I'm not up in arms. I'm not up. Once again, let's catch this killer. Let's catch this killer. Let's find out who he is. Let's find out, what he's doing. Let's catch this fucking killer because justice. He deserves to have justice because the same way anyone else deserves to have justice. When I get out there and I get upset when a cop kills a fucking unarmed person, and I demand justice. I need to demand Charlie Kirk before he was a right wing or a conservative activist. He was an American. He's an American, and he deserves the same protections and justice that all of us deserve as Americans. All right. But with that being said, Charlie Kirk said some really vile things, really, really vile things against, people of color, against the LGBT community, you know. And when he said that he was, if he got on a plane and saw a black pilot, he would be concerned. Wonder, boy, I hope he's qualified. You don't say that. If a black surgeon was going to operate on him, he would be concerned. You don't say stuff like that, especially when you have a huge platform. You know, and ironically enough, Charlie Kirk himself said that he support and he encourages a certain amount of gun violent deaths each year.
Jonathan, we're live on stream on Chatter. So bring in second
Okay.
file.
All right. So yeah. So he encourages a certain amount of deaths. In terms of um, gun violent death, and he encourages it because guess what? It allows him to protect his Second Amendment right. So and for Second Amendment, so it further solidifies the Second Amendment. If he said that, then fine, so be it. So be it. If that's how he feels, so be it. But we can't sit here, and say that the man, that we can whitewash what the man said. The man said a lot of foul things. I for one think that he didn't deserve to die for what the fuck he said at all. Okay, but I also think that as we have this conversation about Charlie Kirk, that we have this conversation and we speak, truthfully about Charlie Kirk and who he was, because I think we do his legacy a disjustice, because he said the things he said. And if he said the things that he said, he believed the things that he said. So let's make sure that we show that man the courtesy and the respect that he deserves. So with that being said, you got your hands up, Jenny. I want to go to you.
All right. There's a new account. Viking, aka Croc Lover, thinks she got my last one suspended, but she didn't. It was a different reason. Anyway, so Charlie Kirk, I did not agree with everything he said at all, but he had a right to say it. It's America, and nobody should die or be shot in the neck in front of their little girl and their wife because they say things people disagree with. Nobody. I don't care if it's the left. I don't care if it's the right. I don't care who it is. I don't care if they're the biggest racist piece of garbage on the planet. I don't care if there's somebody who is trans, this and that. I don't care who it is. Violence, political violence, violence because you disagree with an opinion has no place in this country. Everybody has a right to say what they want to say. Uh, the the thing about him, he was willing to engage and especially wanted to engage in dialogue with people he disagreed with. And he encouraged that. He did not encourage gun violence for the Second Amendment. He said he was willing to accept a certain amount of gun deaths in exchange for the Second Amendment. He did not encourage gun deaths for in exchange for the Second Amendment. So I just wanted to make that distinction. So anyway, I'll just pass it along, but it's tragic. It's horrifying. I've avoided so far seeing the video. I've only seen the still, but I hope I don't see the video. I keep covering my phone to scroll through Twitter or X or whatever the hell this is.
Listen,
Yeah.
Jenny, the video, the video is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. But listen, the goal of this is to, have dialogue amongst people. There's information that I have. There's information that Jonathan has. Of course, there's information that anybody that jumps on these stages may have. And listen, let's get down to the bottom of it, man. Let's really talk about it. Because here's what I believe. I believe that you have a foreign nation state involved in this situation, right? I definitely believe it's highly likely. I
Well,
definitely
that's the
believe that
FBI
this
assessment
wasn't
says that too. The FBI assessment
that's what I
also
heard.
says the same thing.
The
Yep.
rumors put it out.
Yep.
That's what the rumors are putting out. You know what I mean? That's the information.
Well,
So
to me,
let's
I'll
really
tell.
get down to the bottom of it
All
and
right.
talk about it. Just one second. Guys, I just want to let you guys know, for you guys here on Chatter, we are streaming right now. So we are streaming on Chatter Social and Twitter Spaces. We've got the videos going on Chatter. You've got Jonathan with his angry ass face, not knowing what the fuck he's going to be talking about today. Put a W in the chat on Chatter, by the way, if he's got one of the angriest faces you've ever seen in your goddamn lives. Shit is crazy. I'm actually going to take a screenshot and post it for you guys on Twitter. For you guys on Twitter, we are streaming on Chatter Social right now on video. So we're going to be playing a lot of clips. We're going to be watching a lot of clips. We're going to be, because it's a lot of stuff to watch. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of visuals to this kind of content.
Can I
Right?
say
They
something
released the
about the
pictures of the
foreign?
shooter.
Sorry,
You say something
Nelson.
about what? Just give me 1 second
Yeah.
to
Okay,
land
sure.
land on my intro real quick. Um, so once again, if you're on Chatter and you hear voices coming from the Chatter profile on his stage, understand that that is from X. Nazo, accept that co-host right now, please. If you're on Twitter and you hear voices coming from the Chatter profile, that's coming from Chatter Social. Um, of course, my voice is Nelson the Peg. I mean, come on, how do you forget this voice? God damn it, Jonathan's you can forget, but you can never forget mine. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and retweet the space right about now. Click the link up top, repost that right now, retweet that in that Twitter space. For you guys on Chatter, hit the paper plane, top right corner, repost it, because we have a lot to talk about. Jenny Juhadi, let's get down to business.
All right. So the foreign influence thing, to me, this assassination looks almost identical to the attempted Trump assassination. Same distance, same purview, same target, the same location on the body. And we know that that was Iran behind that. So I would not be surprised if this was an Iranian assassination attempt.
Yeah, Jenny, look.
I mean, you make a very good point, right? Because
Oh, she does.
what?
She makes a very good point. Iran wasn't involved in the Trump assassination. Biden would have
Of
fucking
course, she makes a very good point.
okay. Biden would have taken fucking Iran down. Okay, the United States government would have taken fucking Iran down. Okay, to try to assassinate one of. He got to realize Trump, whether it's Biden or well, Trump probably is different. Okay, but if someone had tried to take a former president down, the United States that's a good old boys club. It's one of few, 4 or 5 alive at a time. Okay, they protect each other. They would have warned. They would have brought the full might of the United States government after them if a foreign entity was involved in trying to take out a former president of the United States. I'm sorry.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So at that point in time, we know Biden was completely incoherent. He was not running the show. If he had been coherent, I agree with you, but he was not. And the special assistant to the president of the United States on foreign policy was one Mahar Bitar, Hamas affiliated, unfortunate Hamas affiliated operative working in the State Department. In not even the State Department. I guess it's the executive branch, but maybe it's the State Department. I don't know. But he was a special assistant to the president, had an office in the White House, and that's the guy who was in charge of foreign policy. So with that guy in charge, I think that could explain why nothing happened to Iran when that
You
happened.
know, I miss X. This. You guys are better than a Disney movie. It really is.
Do you know who Mahar Bitar is? Do you know who he is?
Yes, I do. But
Okay.
once again, you guys are better than a Disney movie. And I got shout out to
Wait,
X.
real quick, Jonathan. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Real quick, am I appearing pixelated right now? My screen?
Your voice is a little pixelated,
You guys?
yes.
No. I'm talking to chatter right now. Do I look good on video right now? Am I good? Put a W in the chat, guys. If I'm streaming
You look good,
properly.
man. You look good.
W in the chat. W in the chat. W in the chat. Oh, Crypto said I'm good. Okay, cool. I jumped to smile, taking a picture. Smile with your big black self. Yeah.
But
Danny Juhadi,
yeah, your
light
voice
this black boy up, man. What
your
is that?
your voice is a little
What's up?
robotic though. It is. Just saying. So okay, if you know who Mahar Bitar is and you know his affiliations, how why would that be a Disney movie when we know who he is and what his affiliations are?
That's not
We
true.
also know the money Biden gave to or allowed freed up to Iran, and so did
Yeah.
Obama.
1 second, bro. I'm talking. That's not true. That's not true. Let me just say this right here. That's not true. First and foremost, guys, we don't have a Hamas member in administration. We won't. We have them on a terror list. All right, he wouldn't be able to get the credentials to be in a fucking administration. All right, so when people say dumb shit like that, man, you just gotta. It is what it is, and and getting back to you know our gentleman Charlie Kirk. I don't agree with what he said, but I do agree that political violence or violence, anytime is not acceptable, and that man has the right to say what he has, what he said, and he should never, ever, ever, ever have should have been assassinated or killed because of his beliefs. So I 100% uh, don't agree with what happened there. I think that what happened there is just weird as hell. That people are saying that the left want this. The left don't want this. When you look at the last incident, Nelson, I'm going to give you the last.
What are you talking about, bro? Have you gone to a plot, bro? Have you seen posts on Blue Sky?
No, Nelson, let me.
Have you seen
There,
posts
there,
from left
wait.
accounts?
There are people. There are people that are.
Wait.
I
Let me
have no,
catch you
no,
up.
no,
Let me
no,
catch you
Nelson.
up,
Hold on, wait.
Jonathan, because I think
Are you gonna interrupt me,
I
bro?
think you're living
I
under
tell
a
you. I
rock.
tell you
A
what.
rock.
Let me say what I'm gonna say, and then you can respond. Okay. Let's go back because we gotta go all the way back. We go to the congresswoman in Arizona. I knew her name up until you interrupted me. She was shot. Cat, whatever her name was. She was shot outside of a grocery store, um, and that was someone from the right. Okay. Then you have Steve Scalise. He was shot. Okay, at the ball game. Okay, someone from the left. All right. Then when you look at everything else that has happened since then, you look at the shooting of the killing in Minnesota of the congressperson from Minnesota and her husband. It was someone from the right. You look at the three Trump assassination attempts. The one in Butler, Pennsylvania, was someone from the right. When you look at the assassination attempt for the guy that hid in the bushes, that was someone from the right. Okay, when you just look at political violence over and over, and I'm forgetting some of them because you jumped in, but I have them here. I'll pull them out later on. But when you look at it, it's the right that is out there doing the political violence. Okay, now I don't know who did this to Charlie Kirk. I certainly want to know. So the right thing that we need to do right now is when we talk about now people on the left, some people are cheering, and I don't think that's right. Actually, I do think it's right. They have a right to cheer. I personally would not do that. I personally would not do that. All right, but once again, you can't say that this is propagated by the left. The left didn't go out and say we're going to go to war. The left has never said we're going to go to war. That is right talking points. That we're going to take back our country. The left has never said we're going to take back our country. That's a right talking point. Why do you need to take back your country from fellow Americans? So the rhetoric that the right is putting out there is just dangerous rhetoric, and people are responding to it. Alan.
The left never talked about the day of rage.
What the
I
fuck are you
do agree
talking
with
about, Central?
Jonathan that it makes no sense that an Iranian would try and assassinate Donald Trump, but then when Donald Trump gets in office, he doesn't go after Mahar Batar or go to war with Iran. So I think Jonathan's right about that. I think that when it comes to this whole thing, the Democrats were looking really good before this assassination of Charlie Kirk. All they had to do with win all they had to do to win is just sit back and watch the GOP and MAGA keep fucking up, because all MAGA's been doing for the past 9 months is fucking up, not delivering on any promises. White men and the alt right was gearing up to support Gavin Newsom over JD Vance before yesterday's events. So the only people who really benefited from this assassination of Charlie Kirk was the Republican Party and JD Vance. And so I'm not even going to say it's Israel. I think it was kind of just a I really think that the Republicans killed their own guy too
So
because they
that
knew they've
doesn't
been
even make
fucking up.
sense. But real quick, right? Real quick, Sam. That doesn't even make sense, even to bring up the word Israel. Like, why would Israel kill Charlie Kirk? Like, Charlie Kirk was like a big Israeli supporter. I mean, Netanyahu even talked about the fact that he was supposed to be in Israel in a couple of weeks, actually. So like, it doesn't even make sense. And that's the problem with
That's what I said.
terrorist
I said
brain.
I don't think it was them.
You
I
know what
said it
I'm
was
saying?
the Republic.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish. That's the problem with terrorist brain. Terrorist brain sometimes it just goes into wee woo land. It just goes into wee woo land and just spewing incorrect information. You know what I'm saying?
It was some
So,
weirdo
ladies and
leftist
gentlemen
like
on
Jonathan
Twitter,
who
real
killed
quick,
him.
that's definitely Ali. That sounds like Ali from
That's what
Twitter.
I
Am
said.
I
I said
correct?
that's some weird leftist like
It is.
Jonathan who killed him. These leftists are fucking retarded.
No, I tell you this. I tell you this. It sounds more plausible that a goddamn terrorist killed him before I even get to a leftist. You know what? I would love for it to be a fucking terrorist, by the way, right? Because a leftist means that our country stays divided. It gets even far worse off when it comes to division. But if it's a terrorist, oh my God, that's someone that we can unite against for sure. Today is 9/11. I mean, what, 25 years ago, Jonathan, was when September 11th,
24.
2001 happened, or was it 24 years?
24
24
years
years.
ago. Yeah.
24 years ago, right? When that situation happened, this country rallied against one common enemy. And I tell you this, if the FBI comes out, because right now the FBI rumors circulating apparently point to the fact that foreign intelligence was involved in this assassination, right? The information hasn't come out to, like, hey, this is blah, blah, blah. But that's what the rumors circulating are. And, Jonathan, if you've been under a rock, it's going viral right now. So don't need to smile.
Don't tell me Venezuelans, right?
Okay.
Venezuelans, right? Venezuelans.
This is not a conspiracy. This is not a conspiracy, okay? So here's the deal. If it happens to be a terrorist, Lord have mercy, Ali. I mean, I would say, bro, run to Africa or something, bro.
I'll go
Go
to
to Africa
Nigeria.
or something. Yeah, go hide in
Go
Nigeria.
join,
That would be the
yeah,
best
Boko Haram. They're
decision that
waiting
you
for
can
you,
make.
Ali.
Okay.
Now I'll join the Christians, brother. Boko Haram are
Nah,
terrorists,
you know what I'm
motherfuckers. I
saying?
don't like them.
So that being said, real quick. Listen, so we've got about 150 people between Twitter and Chatter. Need you guys to do me a favor. If you guys are on Twitter, retweet the space right now. But also, we're streaming. So look at the very top, look in the nest. There is a screenshot that I posted. Jonathan struggling to smile, and of course, me with my very clean skin, clean smile. We're streaming live on Chatter right now. You can join us by clicking the link in that screen. Is a screenshot, nest, whatever. Click. See, now I'm starting to talk like you as well, Jonathan. It's rubbing off. You know what I mean? That's the problem. That's the problem. Okay. So click the tweet up top. You can join us on stream. For you guys on Chatter, copy the link, share it out, repost, and let's get down to business. So, Jonathan, what do we know so far about the shooter? What do we know about the shooter? Jump in.
We know he's a white male. Surprise, surprise. Uh, and, and right now they have a photograph of him. They're I believe they're tracking him. They were supposed to have a press conference. They canceled that press conference, and the reason they canceled the press conference is because of rapidly developing developments in the case, which typically means that they got that they have that ass, and so the name, they're probably trying to locate the person, whether it's via phone or whatever it may be. They know who it is. All right. And so essentially that's what we know. You said that they have a name. If they have a name, okay, then it's a wrap. They're gonna get him. But when I saw that person, I mean, he had the American flag on his shirt. He had a hat. He had glasses on. Looked like MAGA to me. But if I was pressed,
What?
if I was pressed, I looking at him, he had no mask. In a mask, he wasn't built. He's not a professional. And to me, it looks like some fucking guy that used to go hunting with his dad and probably got touched by his father a couple of times. It's what it looked like to me, or some other guy. But he's not a trained killer. That person that they have in a photograph is not a trained killer. All right. If that is truly the shooter, he's not a trained killer. What he's used to hunting deer. That's what the fuck he's used to, hunting deer and turkey and pheasants. It's probably what he's used to hunting, and that's what he did. So that's what I believe. I don't believe it's a trained killer. I don't believe that a foreign nation would put someone. He has no mass at all, no body mass. That guy hasn't worked out a day in his fucking life. All right, he's looked like someone that you know will get fucked in prison. All right, so
Why are you saying he? Like, call him by his pronouns. His pronouns is they, them.
I don't know what the fuck
Couldn't
it
he
is.
be Latino or Arab?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
no, no, no. He's
oh,
he's a white male. Only white males commit this
Jonathan, you
kind
know
of
what I heard
violence.
actually? You know what I heard? No, but Ali's got a point, because you know what I heard? I heard that in Jenny or somebody on Twitter confirmed this. Apparently the bullet that was used actually said something like no trans, something like that.
It was
Did you guys
a,
hear
it
that on
was a,
Twitter?
yeah,
Exactly.
trans.
That's
Trans
what I'm
people.
saying. It's a leftist.
No, no, that's not true, Nelson. Whoever told you that information
The
is full of.
FBI released
Yeah,
that information,
yeah,
Jonathan.
What the
no.
fuck? He was caught on video saying that. He's empty trans.
One mic, one mic, one mic,
The FBI released that,
one mic,
Jonathan.
one mic, please. Okay, and this is when we're dealing with Twitter. We gotta be careful. They found casings and other shells that wasn't used that had that stuff written on it. They did not say if and what was written on the bullet that actually hit him. All right, so let's be clear. All right, so let's be clear. That's what was out
I
there.
mean, but that's you know,
They're
that's
not going to be able to tell if anything was
splitting
written on
hairs.
the bullet anyways because it mushrooms.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But Twitter, they don't. You guys, the facts don't matter. That's why I love to come play over Twitter because I'm starting making up shit too, just like y'all do, and I'm gonna have fun with this shit.
Jonathan, listen, Twitter, Twitter is news. Okay, that's where the news is. All right,
And
you get it on the ground, you get it direct from sources. And
isn't that just
who's
splitting
that?
hairs though? It's
No, you said the bullet that hit him
no,
had a message on
I
it. That's
didn't
not.
say that, but the bullets that he had on him had that stuff written on it.
Was it the casings or was it the
So if they
bullet
have that
itself?
stuff written on it,
The
the
casing.
casings, the casings, the
Casings.
Okay.
casings, the casings, the casings. So clearly the casings, like of course not the bullet itself. So real quick, right? If in fact this is true, then I think that we're I so what are we saying here? Are we saying that the shooter is a trans?
Extremist.
What are we saying exactly? What are
Trans
we saying? I
ideology.
don't understand it.
Trans ideology extremist.
The shooter.
Exactly.
Created
And
by the
then
The,
so
left.
you're saying that the shooter
the shooter may be a how you doing.
created by the left.
No,
Okay.
the shooter may be a how you doing. That's what it is. How you doing? So that's the shooter may be a how you doing, and that's what I'm saying.
What the fuck does that mean, dude? Like,
Can y'all see
All
is
right.
that
hands?
some call
The
sign that you guys
the
are
left
throwing up
has
or something?
created this trans ideology to create social outcasts. Social outcasts are willing to do things that others may not be willing to do because they are social outcasts. It's purposeful.
Can y'all see the hands that are up? I'm just wondering because I know somebody can't.
We're gonna go. We're gonna go. Nog, you've had your hand up for a while. Nog, let's go.
Oh, it's been a long time, Nelson and Jonathan. And Jonathan, you're right where I left you over a year ago, spewing pure nonsense. I just want to start with clarifying some of your words on Charlie Kirk for starters. He wasn't a racist. A lot of what you're saying is completely misconstruing what he said.
I never called a man a racist. I never called. So let's not do that.
You basically did with your DEI comments. So I'm sorry if I took you out of context there, but you know his DEI comments are fairly accurate. Like you don't want a pilot of any color flying your airplane if they've only been put there to fill a quota. So not to say that a black pilot, a Spanish pilot, an Asian pilot can't be a great pilot, but you want to make sure they're there because of their credentials, not because of the color of their skin. And that's all he's ever said. So I think you should clarify. I think you should clarify that.
We're gonna take one. We're gonna take it point by point. So Nog, so okay, let's take that point. Do you? It's okay to think that way about a black pilot, but if you see a white pilot, you don't think that way.
No, if someone told me that American Airlines was hiring more white pilots because they didn't have enough, then I would think that way. Of course I would.
But
It doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. I've never thought of that up until DAI started becoming mainstream in our society. If 15, 20 years ago I saw a black pilot, I'd be like, okay, cool, he's a pilot. Because I would be under the impression that he would have got that job because of how good he is. But when they start saying, oh, you know, we're noticing that we don't have enough Italian pilots or black pilots, so we're going to try to promote that and bring more of them into our service line. You know, that's going to make me question whether they're qualified or not, regardless of the color of their skin.
let me
So that's
just.
all Charlie Kirk has ever said, and
Okay.
you'd be smart to kind of clarify your comments on that
No, no, no,
because
no,
that's a
no,
part of the
no. Let me just
problem
say
of
this
why
again.
he was hated so much.
Let me just say this, Nog. In order for a black pilot to be hired, he's gonna have to be 5 times as good as a white pilot. Okay?
I disagree with that.
That's true. That I agree with you, Jonathan.
So when you guys live in a fantasy world, okay, and you guys sit here and you guys think that this shit doesn't exist because you never have to deal with it, okay? Now okay, they wonder whether or not a surgeon is adequate because it's a black surgeon. You don't fucking get, they don't give surgeons. You got to pass certain things. You got to pass a test. You got to pass all kinds of. You got to, in order to be a pilot, you have to fly for so many hours. In order to be a commercial pilot, you have to have so many qualifications. Okay, and
It's
the same thing
very
with
hard to
surgeons.
hear. Nog, can you close
Someone,
your
knock,
mic?
knock, knock, mute up, knock. Your mic is horrible. Knock, I'm gonna mute you, knock. I'm gonna mute you,
Thank
knock.
you.
There you go. Yeah, I'll bring you back. Okay. Yeah, because your mic.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. In order to become a pilot, you have to pass certain things. You have to do certain requirements. They don't just hand that shit out. Okay. And in order to be a fucking surgeon, okay, you have to attend. You have to do so much and pass so many different courses. And guys, I'm just sitting here listening. It's harder. It is much harder for a person of color to get from where they are, okay, because they may have started lower down on the social economic ladder to get to where to become they even come. Think about being a surgeon. Okay, they have to work hard. So when you say the
You
shit you
start
say,
from negative.
okay, exactly. So when you say the shit you say, okay, about you wonder, okay, and the reason, and guess what? They have to go fly, and they don't get that same opportunity because they don't have a father. They don't have a legacy line. Okay, the people that's probably incompetent are the white pilots that have a legacy line whose father flew for that fucking airline.
Real quick, bro. Real quick. Listen. My topic is who
No,
killed
no, no, no.
Charlie
He asked
Kirk.
about
I'm not here to
he
do.
asked about
I
this.
mean, this ain't no goddamn HBCU. Like, fuck.
Yeah, no, actually,
Listen,
Nelson, Nog,
get to the goddamn point,
yeah,
man. What the fuck are you
yeah, no,
talking
wait,
about?
one second. Nog.
I'm not here to talk
No,
about
actually, Nog brought
DEI,
the shit
dude.
up.
Like,
Nog brought it up, so I'm responding. So,
whatever.
once again, Nog, I'll land.
Whatever,
Nog,
man.
I'll land on that
Let's
point.
get back to the content,
Nog, I'll land on that point.
bro.
Nog, I'll land on that point. But yo, before you
You
come,
already
yeah,
landed.
that's what I said.
You already
I just
landed. The,
said,
the
hold on,
plane
one second,
crashed.
Nelson.
It crashed in
Yeah,
the middle of the Indian
I
Ocean.
land on that point. But
W crashed in the
before you ever
chat.
come at me on that shit right there, make sure you have your facts right because I'm a beast when it comes to that shit. Go ahead.
Can I respond quick?
Man, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Nah, Richard. No. I don't want to stay on this DEI stuff. I'm not even interested in talking about that
No,
other
no.
shit.
I
We've
was
got
I
a
was moving
set
on.
topic
I
of
was moving
discussion
on, Nelson.
today.
I was moving on. I,
Well, let me reset it and I'll toss it back to you. Okay. Let me reset it. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. We're streaming here on Chatter Social and we're live on X Spaces on audio. Listen, we're talking about who killed Charlie Kirk. Point blank, period. The FBI is making robust advancements when it comes to the situation. They're getting closer and closer and closer when it comes to finding this criminal. I mean, listen, man, this motherfucker is done. I tell you that right now. But at the same time, though, it's like I don't believe Jonathan thinks this guy is just some, lanky, tall, random, not trained, dude that carried out this attack. I don't think so, right? Put a W in the chat if you believe this dude is a real assassin. This dude is a real trained assassin.
Why do
That's
you think he's a real trained assassin?
essentially, I asked for W's in the chat, man. Stay in the chat at this point in time, my brother. In the chat. W in the
Nelson,
chat
is
when
it
you
my
believe
turn?
this
Unfortunately, it was
real
a
trained
perfect shot.
assassin.
Nelson, is it my turn to talk?
I think
There
I
we
was
go.
before everyone,
There,
to be fair.
there we go. No, mute your goddamn microphone. Yo, what the fuck is this?
Nelson, I have an
Let me
idea.
show
They
you
just
guys. All right.
JFK, that's what they did to JFK. They brought him to Utah.
Hello?
I don't know what's
Mikey
going
has
on.
his hand up. Mikey has
One
had
mic,
his hand up for a long time.
one mic. Nelson, are you there? All right, Mikey, go ahead, Mikey.
Yeah. Hi, guys. So, Nelson, Jonathan, it's been a while. You might not recognise me, but I used to go in your spaces a few times. I hope you're both doing well. And Nelson, if you're there, I've heard you have had a baby recently, so congratulations to you. Um, First of all, solidarity from across the pond. This wasn't just an attack on Charlie Kirk and American values, but this is an attack on Western democratic values. I also want to pay my respects to what is now the 24th anniversary of 9/11. And I also want to read a few quotes, if you don't mind. I'll try not to be too long. Societies in which even your deepest beliefs and feelings can be questioned and trodden upon are the only societies worth living in. Disagreement is not oppression. Argument is not assault. Words, even provocative or repugnant ones, are not violence. The answer to speech we do not like is more speech. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. When you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say. And finally, if the freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led like sheep to the slaughter. George Washington. Um, this is a huge topic, and like I say, it's very personal, not just to you guys, but over here as well, because in the UK, as you'll know, free speech has been massively under attack. And in fact, on Saturday, there's going to be a huge event, the battleground of Europe, being led by one Tommy Robinson. And I'm fearful for him because he could be a potential huge target. So I've mainly come up here to show my solidarity. We've had situations in the UK. So David Amos, MP, was murdered brutally by an Islamist. Hatun Tash, Speaker's Corner, the bastion, the once bastion of free speech in the UK, she has had attempts on her life. She's still alive. Christian missionary lady. And if you can't speak openly at free speech, it's Hyde Park Speaker's Corner, then where can you speak openly? Charlie Kirk was here a couple of months ago at Oxford Union, delivering a great speech and debating with people. In fact, one of the person he debated with is basically glorifying his death. So it's disgusting. What I'm seeing from people online is disgusting. They don't need to necessarily agree with the guy. They don't need to like the guy. But this man has little children. He's got a wife, and he didn't deserve what happened to him. So I thank you for the space. I'll continue to listen, and we must cherish free speech. It's the most fundamental value that we have. Without it, we have nothing else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, Mikey, listen to me. I would never glorify his death. Okay. But the people that are glorifying his death have a right to, because Charlie Kirk have glorified the death of others. Okay, in the past. Let's be clear. Let's not whitewash his shit because he's dead. All right. So once again, we're gonna have real conversations today. All right. Charlie Kirk is the same gentleman that reached out to his supporters in the San Francisco area, the Bay Area, and said, "Hey, go bail out Nancy Pelosi's husband, attacker. Go bail him out of jail." Okay.
Because I have questions for
Okay.
him.
No. Let's be clear. You don't bail someone out of jail because you have questions. A criminal, okay, a criminal that broke into a house looking to attack and kill a lawmaker. Okay, let's be clear. Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk. I don't know. I don't agree with his death. Certainly, that man did not deserve what happened to him. I would say that all day, every day until Sunday. Okay, just because he didn't deserve that. You don't kill someone for having an opinion. You don't kill someone for having a voice. But we don't sit here and whitewash what he did. He called for Nancy Pelosi's attacker to be bailed out. That man went there to kill Nancy Pelosi and her husband. So we can't sit here and say that this man was godlike. He wasn't. He was a great human being because he had a voice, a different voice than mine, and I loved hearing him
Hey,
speak.
wait a second. Wait. Since when? Since when are you against somebody exercising their lawful right to receive
I'm not
bail?
against that, Brian.
And first of all, in your liberal world, most people don't even get put in jail; they get released without bail for heinous
Why didn't you tell
crimes.
me to ask? Why didn't you
And
tell me he was here?
so he's encouraging someone to take private money out of their pocket to release this guy from prison. It could have been done by his family or his friends or by anybody. And that doesn't mean he was encouraging his release for violence. That's not implied in any way, shape, or
But
form.
Brian Benstock, let's be fair.
If you remember,
We lost him on the side.
We can't hear you.
I know.
But
One
Jonathan,
second,
do you know
one mic, one mic. We lost him on X. We lost him on X. We lost him on X.
Yeah, we can't hear. But Jonathan, do you
Is it
remember
my
Good.
that he
turn?
made fun
Good.
Is it my
of
turn? Is
George
it my
Floyd?
turn?
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yeah. Go ahead. While we're waiting to get connection. Go ahead.
Uh,
Omar.
I think this is yesterday was a hot day, and I believe they just did a JFK on Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry. It was a hot day yesterday. We know where
He was no
it
JFK.
leads to.
It's sad
Uh,
what happened, but he was no JFK.
no, I said they did a JFK
But
on
they
him.
didn't know JFK. Because what they did to JFK affected a nation, a great leader. He wasn't a great leader for this nation, this entirety of this nation. In fact, he
No, you don't get the point. You still don't get the point. I'm telling you, they did a public execution on him on broad daylight in front of 3,000 people. They brought him to Utah to just, kill him in front of everyone. That's what I meant. It was a public, execution. They wanted to make a
An
warning for
example of him.
everybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
they didn't want to
Who
make an example. It was a fucking kid.
we know who kind of
Wait one second.
the kind.
Umar,
No, no, wait, no, just let me
guys.
just say something. Yeah, it was just we know exactly who has the capacity to do this kind of stuff. Everybody knows it. It was extremely hard yesterday for everyone. We didn't agree with everything Charlie was saying, but that's the reason I always say democracy doesn't work basically because it's almost like the Democrat has a different view of the United States, and you have the Republican have a different view of the United States, and it seems like we have to get rid of democracy because this is not working. It's almost like the only
What?
yeah, democracy is not
Why do
working.
I see so many Muslims celebrating this? And why are
One mic,
Muslims
Bruh,
one mic, one
calling
mic,
for
for
one mic,
real.
democracy
one
to
mic, Vinny.
end?
Please.
Can I
Yeah,
finish? I didn't
like,
interrupt anyone. I'm just saying that people have too
one
many
second, guys.
freedom, and they don't even know what they're doing because all day long, all week long, all month long, all year long, all Republican against Democrat. That's all you hear. The bickering, the fighting for nonsense. It's almost like having a kid without authority in a house. That's what happened. It's a waste of time, waste of liberty, waste of.
Whether it be a foreign agency, uh, uh, like Mossad, or whether it be a U.S. agency. This had all the markings of a professional hit, including the old man decoy, including
Yeah, the
the
old
other
man
decoy
decoy.
that was
That's
out there.
yeah. We know exactly who's
You
capable
know,
of doing
and,
this kind of
and
stuff.
look over here, look over here, look over here,
I'm
and
asking you, and
everybody's
what what
grabbing
what
that
was
guy.
what was his nationality or his religion? We know exactly who's capable of doing this.
Okay,
I
Who?
heard he
jihadi
was. I
Who?
heard
fuckers.
he was Jew. Listen, I heard he
You're a
was
bunch of fucking
an African.
jihadi
Yeah,
motherfuckers
one
who
second,
are
one second, one
sitting
second,
here
one
He
second.
trying
was.
to
One mic, one
I
mic.
blame.
heard.
Look, like one
I,
second.
wait. He was.
Ben
The
stop, Ben
facts.
stop, one second.
The facts seem to
Ben stop,
be.
1 second. Hey guys, you guys cannot speak over while other people are speaking. Please, let's not do that. Okay, that's not what we're doing. All right, you guys hear someone else speaking. If there's interaction, we can't have a third person jump in, a fourth person jump in. It ruins the experience for everyone. That's what we're trying to do here. We got two platforms going on. So in order to make this work, you guys are gonna have to raise your hands respectfully. Go ahead, Ben Stock. Let's go.
I thought I was real
Well,
quick
well,
before Ben starts.
I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish, and that man happened to be an Ashkenazi Jew. That doesn't mean I'm again. It's a fact. You know. Again, today somebody of color kills somebody, and they don't announce the color. You know. I mean, you never. The
Or the
truth is that
religion. Or the
or
religion.
the religion or the religion. The truth is the truth, and you got to deal with it. Not to name call me a Jew because somebody asked the question. Well, what was his religion? That was a decoy. Whether the guy was a Muslim decoy or a Jewish decoy, he was a decoy. He made lots of
Why?
noise.
So what?
It's me. It's me.
But why are Muslims Muslims, majority of the people celebrating are leftists and Muslims. No Jews are celebrating this shit.
Well,
I
the
can't.
reason.
I
One second.
can't speak. I could see. I would concede that the majority of people that are celebrating may very well be left leaning. I can't concede that they're the Muslims. I don't have any evidence behind that. There are
Oh,
probably
No,
people
we're not.
from all religions and all walks of life that have their own little agenda. And by the way, Charlie in recent days was saying some things about the Epstein matter, and he was asked to stand down, and he may have brought some heat on himself, and that heat may have come from not a left leaning organization. You've got some globalists out there that want to keep that under wraps, and he kept pushing Trump with his big voice.
Okay,
Hey,
okay,
whatever
Capo.
happened? Hey, we want to know. And on Monday, Charlie announced that he's been asked to stop, to stand down, and he in fact said, "Hey, if you want to find stuff that I speak on this matter, it's out there, but I'm not going to speak anymore about it." So it could be something along those lines. I don't think
I
this
don't.
was a radical. I don't think this was a radical left, trans, purple-haired kid. I don't think. I don't think that that's going to be the profile if we ever get to find out who this person was. I don't think that's going to be the
We're
profile.
never
It was
gonna
a
find out
professional
because the
shot.
FBI no gonna do shit
No,
about
we're
it.
never gonna we're never gonna find out. That guy got out of there on that plane. I think that plane that turned
Oh,
off
you,
its
you heard about
markers.
the private jet?
Yeah, private jet
Yeah.
leaves. They turn off all the tracking. They got the tail number of the plane, but
There's
by that
only one
time,
entity
whomever that
capable
was,
of doing that.
Okay,
well,
Capo, thank you.
no, no, no. It would probably speak to deep state government agency or foreign
Ben
agency.
Stock,
Don't
Ben
say there's
Stock,
only
Ben Stock.
one.
I have a question for you. The gentleman in that picture, he has no mask. That guy hasn't worked out a day in his life. He hasn't done one push up a day in his life. Okay, that is not someone that they will hire.
Which guy? The old
No, the
dude?
guy,
The
no,
old dude?
the last gentleman that they had a photograph of wearing the American flag.
Oh, the yeah, yeah. No, 100% not. That's a skinny kid up there, and it looked like what they showed. And again, I didn't see anything more than anybody else, but it looked like the guy was in all black, head to toe. It looked like he was well trained in what he was doing. It looks like they had a plan. They had a diversion with the old guy so that guy could walk off. And again, there was no rooftop drones.
No,
No,
but apparently they found him. They found him at a construction site. Did you guys hear that?
yeah, not you know you know.
Apparently,
Who did they
It's
find
just
at
a
let,
a
let me tell you
construction
guys
site?
what
distraction.
happened.
It's just a distraction.
Yeah, no. Umar, real quick, my brother, you need to understand that we're streaming across multiple platforms. Well, two
Okay,
platforms
okay.
right
I'm
now.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
I mean,
sorry. Okay.
you're making it really hard for me to
Okay.
control this thing. So I
I do
really need you
apologize.
to
I do
shut the fuck
apologize.
up,
I
please.
do apologize.
All right. Thank you very much. Just mute out, raise your hand, and we'll come to you. Guys, if you don't know, we're actually streaming on both Chatter and X right now. So, let's try to just, again, one at a time just to make it easier for us to manage this thing. Jenny, click the link in
Yeah.
the tweet up top and jump on goddamn Chatter. Okay. You
When I
you're
get
like
home, I
you're
will
like a
do that.
loose cannon. Loose cannons are
I know,
easier to
but I'm
handle
good for
the
radio,
chatter in.
right?
Yeah. Just click the link in the
Um,
tweet up top. Join us on Chatter. Okay. All right.
okay.
Cool. So
Real
let's get
quick,
back
there
to
was
it.
a new shooting. Annapolis Naval Academy, new shooting.
I mean that's regular degular, man. Charlie Kirk is the interesting shooting. So that's the one we need to talk about. Jonathan, yeah. So the killer, apparently there's a construction site close to that area, right? And the top of that building was actually where the guy put the sniper rifle on and actually shot Charlie Kirk, right? So the FBI, they actually taped it out. I'm actually going to stream it up top just so you guys can see it. And that's where they so apparently right before the shooting, he ran into one of the construction workers who was asking, what are you doing here? Right. And the guy was basically like, oh, he's, trying to find his way home or something like that, whatever. So the construction worker actually spoke to the FBI telling them about that. Right. And then the FBI with their dogs, traced just scents and whatever from that construction area, which led them to like a parking lot that went through fields, blah, 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 blah. And then they lost the trace. So someone actually interacted with this killer at that construction site. I just read this probably about 20 minutes before we opened up the stream. So that's actually what happened. Is Jenny here? Guys, look out for Jenny in the audience. She's jumping in from Twitter. Make sure to pull her up top so she can jump in. But so that's actually news that came out today in regards to this actual killer. Now, Jonathan, listen, on your end, I know that you probably think this is some, lanky kid, whatever. No, this is a goddamn trained assassin. Okay. He was trained to appear like a regular dude. He was trained to, just fool your dumb ass. Okay.
Nelson, how many
I do a
shots did he
big
take?
shot.
How many
Okay.
shots did he take?
One shot.
One shot, one kill, one and
One
done.
shot, one kill. Right here
Yeah.
in the neck, by the way.
And by the way, did Charlie stay slumped in the seat for a second or two? You damn right. He could have shot him more than once because Charlie didn't go straight down. As graphic as it was to see, he didn't go straight down. The guy knew that the shot was a kill shot.
100%. He knew that the job was done. He knew
Done.
he handled business.
It's
Right.
time for me. It's time for me to go. And by the way, I saw something on one of, I think it was Instagram. They were showing that a sniper, that these signals that the two men made next to him, the brim of the hat, the grabbing of the ear, indicate sniper. So that the guy in the white was communicating with the sniper, and the guy in the black was giving the all clear. Go ahead. That's what it
Yep.
looked like to me.
I saw that Ben Stock.
Yeah. Yeah, let me just say this.
Didn't it look like that? I mean,
Hey, Ben Stock, this is a kid. Ben Stock, hold on one second.
Let's say it's not that.
Ben Stock, 1 second. This is a kid that know how to shoot deer. That's who the fuck it was. He shot deer. He went hunting with his dad. Okay, that sniper, that wasn't a sniper rifle. That was a fucking hunting rifle. Okay, a sniper's not gonna use that kind of shit. That kind of shit.
John Bain. Right, John. Right after Kennedy got shot, they got the Mannlicher bolt action gun that Oswald bought for $17. But right after Kennedy got shot, that gun had nothing to do with Kennedy's assassination. What makes you think that gun is the gun that was shot from that distance? And let's say you're right. It never happens, but let's say you're right. Does that explain the signals from the all white and the all black? Of course not. That adds to or lends to conspiracy.
The person that's standing next to Charlie,
add the old man in there, that all of a sudden volunteer. The old man that all of a sudden volunteers. It was me, and everybody grabs him, and he makes a big commotion. So everybody's going to that cluster, which is completely away from where the actual shooter or shooters were. And and it takes them, the police, over an hour to confirm this ain't the guy.
Yeah, but
so John, you can't just take. You can't just say it was a kid that could shoot deer, and that doesn't explain away the other things I just mentioned.
Grant, are you here? Grant,
100%.
1 second. Grant Cardone, are you on stage? Are you able to speak? All right, Grant's over on X. I wanted to see what his thoughts were now that we got more information. No, 100%. Listen to me, guys. The guy was a fucking hunter. That's what he was. Took a shot. That's what it was. And
bro, he wasn't a hunter. He was made to deceive you. You know what? Let's find out from the audience. If you're on Twitter right now, if you believe this dude was a trained assassin, goddamn terrorist, hit the purple pill bottom right hand corner, respond to the tweet of this space with a W.
Okay.
W in the chat. If you guys are on Twitter and that's what you believe on Chatter, and that's what you believe as well, put a W in the chat here on Chatter. I'm looking at the chat right now. If you believe he's a trained assassin, trained killer, W's in the chat. On X, hit the purple pill bottom right hand corner, respond to the tweet of space with a W. If you believe he was a regular dude, lanky, no motion, farmer dude, put an L in a chat. L in the chat if you believe he was a regular farmer dude, right? If you're on Twitter, hit the purple pill bottom right hand corner, respond to the tweet of this space with an L if you believe he was a regular farmer dude. W's and L's.
Yeah.
Drop it in the chat right now. Let me see.
And also,
Holiday, you definitely have common sense. Shout out to Holiday. Let's go.
Also, what you guys are saying is that this someone standing right next to Charlie Kirk doing hand air signals. That's someone in his party. You don't assassins don't get people that close to them. Like, okay, we're gonna be up there, we're gonna do a hand, we're gonna signal. Okay,
Jonathan, he shot him from 150 yards away.
yeah, but no, we're talking.
Hey, John,
They're saying that someone was giving
one of his
signals.
guys. Listen, if it was one of those intelligence agencies, they could easily have gotten to one of his guys. And it's very easy. I would think it's very easy, since they were part of the security
Why does it have to be
detail,
so
to
complicated?
be interviewed.
Why does it have to be? Why does
No,
it
it's
always
not
have to be so
complicated.
complicated?
Why not sit
Why
down
isn't
and
it just someone
interview
killing
these
someone?
guys? Tell me what you were signaling. Tell me who you were signaling, and show me that you've done that before at a Charlie Kirk detail. I want to see the last detail. If anybody made those signals on that stage,
There was a signal of
are these
signals.
normal and regular? What were they signaling? They weren't ordering a beer.
You mean the sign language?
That sound.
Sound effects, dude. It doesn't even sound good. You know what I
Doesn't
mean?
sound.
Get your sound effects together, bro. It sounds like trash. Like the information, like where you get your information from.
Well, once again, you guys are. Look, it's never simple. It's never simple. It's always something complicated.
Go ahead, Jonathan. Go ahead.
No, I said it's never simple. It's always something complicated. Why is it never the simple fucking explanation? Why is it always something complicated? Why isn't it someone just fucking went off and did the shit on their own? Why is it always something complicated?
Because you can't explain. You can't explain an Ashkenazi Jew standing up in a place that has very few Jewish people and saying, "I did it, I did it, I did it." You
No,
can't explain the
Brian.
guy in the
No,
white
God didn't say I did. I
tapping the
did.
brim of his hat and pulling his ear down. You can't explain the guy in the black making those arm signals like he's a third base coach telling the guy to run home. You can't explain that. So yeah, if it was that simple, it was one guy on his own, that's fine, but it's not. It's a combination. You can't explain the plane flying out and turning off its signals. And by the way, we got to get to the pilot of the plane. What the fuck was up? We got to get to the guy dressed in all white. Fuck was up. We got to get to the guy in all black. What the fuck was up? We got to get with the guy that said, "I did it, I did it." What the fuck is up? And there needs to be a thorough
The
interrogation
sad part about this,
and
Ben Stock, I'm telling you, the
investigation.
sad part about this is, if we can go to one of Charlie Kirk's previous events on a college campus, and at any given time we say stop, and then we start looking at everything that's going on around right before that. They're gonna like, look, why is that guy doing that? And we can anytime you're at an event, people are doing different things, and we can attribute the
I
action. No,
just
no,
need that.
no, no. Wait one second. We can
I
attribute
just need to see.
one second.
I just need to see
One
that
second, Ben
pattern
Stock.
repeated.
What I'm saying is, we can attribute all those actions like, oh, they're about to shoot him. Okay, you can do that at any event with anyone. Okay, let's not, and then we can go. Let's go look at. Let's go look in the sky. Let's go do this. Let's do that. We can do all that. This shit is always happening. It's gonna always happen.
John, all I'm no, it's not always gonna. I'm gonna. That's a good point. It's gonna always happen. I want you to show me one other time. I want you to show me one other time when that happened. That's all I ask. Just show me one other time where two dudes standing in close proximity to the speaker, Charlie, did those or similar actions while he was on stage. That's it. You said it always happens. I just want one time, and I want them to explain, here's why we do that. We do that when. And there may be a valid reason. And maybe a valid security reason. But it just so happened the guy in the white grabs his hat, grabs his ear. The other guy makes the third base steal home type signal, and a second later, the shot rings out.
100% bed stock, 100%, my brother. Real quick, I want to shout out chat with the $20 rocket chat. She says that shit alone doesn't tell an accurate pick. The snipers have eyes at ground level. Hashtag go army. Hashtag go army. So chat, let me ask you, right? Are you on the stage, or are you in the chat here on Chatter? Where are you?
I'm on the
You're on
stage.
stage.
I'm on chat.
Oh, fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my question to you on the stage right now. Do you believe this guy was what Jonathan is describing, or do you believe he's what Nelson and Benstock are describing?
What Nelson and Benstock are describing.
Here we go. Here we go.
The timing. He knew he could only get one round off at that velocity to hit a certain area, and he had to leave. it's not just about what he looks like. There are so many factors in a shot. And he had all of that figured out. He could get in and get out undetected or with minimum detection. Had to be.
Right?
Yeah,
Crazy.
absolutely.
Think about it.
Guy on the roof. The guy on the roof was in long sleeves, all black, head to toe. The guy coming up the steps was not.
Yeah,
100%.
I was there, by the way. I can second that too. I've thrown many events there.
One second. Who is that speaking right now? What's your name?
Yo, just call me Prof Coin. That works.
Prof Coin on Twitter or Chatter? Are you on Twitter or Chatter right now?
Oh, Twitter, X.
Okay, you were at the event yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. I actually graduated at that university too.
Let's talk about it. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Please jump in. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so from being there, the echo chambers is I kind of laughed at it on X just like hours or minutes later, but from seeing everything and like seeing what the media presented, in my opinion, it's probably about 50 to 80 yards away. I know like AP News and other sources were saying 150, 200 yards. I've thrown many events in that little courtyard area where it was set up. You know, and Charlie was supposed to speak at the University of Utah, I believe, like, I don't know if it was like days later or weeks later, but that whole event being set up there's many rooftop access points. I think it was orchestrated. I think it was very well planned. There was a lot of rooftop access. I've been on the roof of that university. Okay, so it's not that hard to get up there. It wasn't that far away of a shot. So regardless of what the media says, it was pretty close. And I don't know about the whole hand sign thing on the guy. I think that might be like overthought a little bit. But there was only it was I think the whole thing was very set up really poorly with security because there was only one exit. The protesters that were on the side, they were up top on the side. Like the police they were so concerned about them because like they were saying, you know, fuck you, Charlie, over and over minutes before he was shot too. And then like just the police and everything was just so concerned about that. And the rooftops, there were just so much access to all of it. And I feel like they weren't even checked. Right. And so it's like out of all the events, this was probably the least secure out of all of them, really. I mean, we're not talking like he spoke in California or Miami or something. We're talking about Utah, right? So I don't think they will find the shooter.
Right?
I really don't because I think they're going to pin it on some degen low life person. They'll have that much pressure to just find someone to pin it on. But no, it's gone. So
let me ask you this, Prof. Let me ask you this real quick. At the event, after the shot, how quickly was local police able to secure the area? Within seconds, within minutes? How quick was that? The response?
20 minutes.
Oh my God, that's more than enough time.
I would say
get out.
20 minutes. So there was like 4 police officers that were in the like general. So 2 up top by the protesters, and then 2 down below. There's other security, but it was like just actual police officers with guns. There's like just 2 down by Charlie and then 2 up top, and that was it that I saw. And then minutes later,
20 minutes. The guy could have called the shooter could have called an Uber. Oh, jeez.
Guys, please, that's listening to this. Please know that this is unconfirmed information. All right, I just want to make sure you guys understand this is unconfirmed. Now, let me just say this to you. First and foremost, if someone's clearly giving signs, and you guys have the trained eye, and you guys know that they're giving signs. Now, the federal government have not spoken to these guys. The police department didn't. They didn't see this shit for some reason. They don't know about these guys giving signs.
Well, they saw it. Why they're not talking about the obvious? They're not talking about. Hey, we spoke to these guys, and this is. We just want to clear it up. Here's what these signs were.
There weren't signs.
But they're not talking about
the one guy had a camera in his hand, and he adjusted his hat a little bit and did whatever. And the other guy, the other guy rolled his sleeves up. The other guy rolled his sleeves up. You know. And
hey, John, you're right. Where was the camera aimed?
Once again,
at the crowd. At the crowd. Can we see
because the crowd is
the footage he was shooting?
The person was asking a question, and it makes sense to be recording the person asking a question, and most likely was someone that does his social media. But go ahead. because that's what he does. They record
We
that.
no, we got to see all that. We got to see all that footage
You know what?
from
I'm gonna
the
tell you something.
stage out.
Okay, so they killed Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk was going to make the world. He decided he was going to make a deal with North Korea. Okay, to give them South Korea. So by killing they had to kill him because of all the power he had, and he controlled Kirk controlled so much. So they had to kill him to take him out. So the government said we can't stop him because he's about to make this deal with North Korea or what? What the fuck are you guys talking about? There's no need to fucking kill Charlie Kirk. All you have to do is
Nobody
fuck.
mentioned
All
that.
you have to
Nobody
do.
meant
All you
no,
have to do is
no,
tell
no, no,
Elon. All you have to do is tell Elon and Zuckerberg to turn this shit off. That's all the fuck you have to do, and it silence him. It's worse than a fucking death. You guys are
no,
fucking
because he was
loons.
going to run for political office. He was going to run for political office. The
On the
only
right,
guys
on the
and
right,
gals that you,
on the right, and he would bring.
all you guys have on the left are these dinosaurs in their 90s. The
Okay.
Pelosi and these other crippled people that are there. You've got your upstart is Gavin Newsom. The guy can't explain where $9 billion disappeared to for his railroad tracks. He can't explain where another $6 billion went for the homeless that's gone through the roof. The guy's a fiscal moron, and that's all you've got. That's the best you've got. Oh, you got Tampon Tim in the bullpen
Mm-hmm.
throwing
Yeah.
running a communist state.
Yeah.
You've got nothing.
You're right.
And now here's Kirk. And here's what you were looking at, Bing. You're looking at 3 more years of Trump. You're looking at 4 years of Hegseth, and then you're looking at Charlie Kirk. You guys
Do
wouldn't be
you
in the
really
White
think
House
the
for 30
American
years.
public has fucking faith in Charlie Hefsek? Have you lost your fucking mind? Have you lost your? Yeah. Okay, wait,
Kirk is
Greg,
it.
Greg, Greg, Greg,
No,
Greg.
I
1 second, Greg over here. X has his hands up. Go ahead, Greg.
Hey everybody. Hey, I haven't been in Don't Spaces in a long time. How's everybody doing?
We were fine until you start spewing your
all good,
bullshit,
brother.
brother. Let's go.
All right,
Hey,
so
did you
I have a
see?
few
I don't
points
know
to
if you
make.
can see, like Jonathan Bing's lost a lot of weight. He looks he's getting shredded.
Oh, look
This
at that.
Trump diet, he
Congratulations.
can't eat.
Congratulations, Jonathan. I wanted to make a few points. I'm going to try to be quick. So, first point, I wanted to come in and talk about the actual what happened. Yeah, I'm also suspicious about that video of the two guys behind them. I have no idea what those signals were supposed to be or to whom. That's a little weird and suspicious. And I want the FBI to obviously investigate those people. I heard from some unverified sources they are one of them is Charlie Kirk's friend. I don't know if that's true or not, but ridiculous. Regardless of whether it is or not, Charlie Kirk is not one of those guys who was like going to do anything in the next few days or weeks or whatever. It's probably somebody who just like hates him. Somebody, one of the people, is politically motivated. And this brings me to my main point, which is our political discourse. Our political discourse has become very crazy, and I'm talking about on the internet where it's either you're in one echo chamber or another echo chamber. Um, and I've seen this happen. There's all these other shootings too that we seem to not care about. But when we have a celebrity culture, I like Charlie Kirk. I like anybody who has sincere convictions and is willing to debate people. So I really liked guys like that. But I'm just letting you know, like a school got shut up a week ago, and those kids also like their lives matter too. I just think that our culture and our political discourse has become so toxic, and especially with these two wars with Ukraine and Gaza, that you're getting people who just straight up hate each other. And this country is becoming way more violent than I think it was when I was growing up, which was in the 90s. And so that was what I just want to ask people why you think that is. I think it's because of the internet. I think it's because of X. But hey, that's just my opinion.
No, I mean let's keep it real, right? This division in this country. I mean, don't. Somebody's off mic, Greg. I think that's you. Let me just meet you over there. Um, Listen, don't get me wrong. I mean, there's always been division in the country. I mean, you have two different political sides for the most part, right? But this became terrible. This became worse. This became toxic when Trump was running for office and the Democrats decided to do what they did, and the media,
No.
right?
Barack started this. The
Obama.
trans stuff started with President
Oh,
Obama.
oh,
Yep,
oh,
100%.
no,
The
right.
I
division,
think it started with
the class
Bush.
warfare.
Bush with the wars and the all the policies and the Patriot Act.
Not with Bush. Not with Bush. No, not with Bush. I think the foundation started being set during Obama's time, but Trump's time took it to a whole nother level, bro. I mean, come on, think about everything the media has done over the past couple of years. You're talking about a president they wanted to impeach twice, and they might impeach after the midterms. They might try to impeach after the midterms. Let's not even get there.
brother, we ain't losing the midterms, brother.
After this, probably not, but it depends on how they play this, though. But again, like
It's a long time. This will be long forgotten about by the midterms. Long forgotten about. That news cycle moves too quickly. If they were going to stage, and I'm not saying suggesting anyone staged it, it would have to have been this time next year for that to have any impact on the midterms.
I mean, what if they announce the killer this time next year, right?
It won't do it. It won't do it.
But think about this. Think about this for a second, right? This situation with Charlie Kirk rallies the Republicans. This is actually and and again, I hate to say this, but at the same time, it is true, right? This rallies the Republicans around, the Republican politicians, right? If the midterms were
Listen,
next week, I mean, it's going to be most likely a red wave based on this Charlie Kirk situation.
I think it would be to the Democrats' advantage to find out who this was, and if it was a lone crazy person. Now, if it was a lone crazy person that was an Ashkenazi Jew, you're not going to throw the whole party
Why
down.
do you
If
keep
it was,
throwing
hang
Jew in
on
there,
a second,
dude?
hang on a second. If it was a lone African American, we're not going to throw all the African Americans under the bus. If it was a trans person, we're not. We want to make sure it's not somebody that's part of a government agency or a bigger agency.
Right.
That's what we need to do. And so if it's a lone crazy that identifies with a group, that's much better than if it was from some government agency trying to silence this guy.
And by the
I mean,
way,
you got
I
a
want to
point
tell
there.
you
Sure.
my
Real quick,
answer
one
as to
second,
how
Greg.
we got
One second.
divided. So go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
One second, my brother. Let's go to Miriam over here on chatter. Miriam, you've had your hand up for quite a minute. Please jump in. And again, for you guys on X, you can feel free to hit the tweet up top. We're streaming live on chatter right now. Hit the tweet and hit the link if you want to join us here. But Miriam, please jump in. Let's talk about it.
Hey, Jonathan. Hey, Nelson. It's been a good bit. I just want to go back to something that was said maybe an hour ago, so I apologize, but it's to clear up some information that was said. It wasn't the FBI that talked about what was on the cartridges. It was an ATF, leaked ATF memo to Stephen Crowder, who's since been subpoenaed by the ATF because of leaking that. So after he posted that all over social media, NBC News, Wall Street Journal, et cetera, picked that up and started spreading it. So I just wanted to clear that part up. There was also something else. I don't know if you guys talked about it here or not, but it's been spread around that, there's like a foreign state actor involved or foreign intelligence involved. But what they actually said in the interviews or in the press conference was that they got assistance from foreign intelligence. It was former FBI agents and analysts that were on Fox and whatever other news channels that were speculating and saying this is what they suspect. So I just wanted to add that bit in there about those specific details. It hasn't come out even what's written on any cartridges officially from the FBI. Thanks.
Very interesting perspective. Let's go to Jenny. Jenny, you've got your hand up. Jump in, and then we'll go to Greg on X.
Yeah, I'm not a conspiracy person at all. I would rather deal with official statements, what's been seen, what's been said, foreign influence. If there is foreign influence, I have to look at the commonality between the Iranian plots against Trump that are verified and confirmed by our intelligence systems or whatever, and look at that. And this guy, there's a guy who said tomorrow's going to be a big day on X, and he put that dog face grinning. His name is Omar Valadez, and so they're looking at him, and he looks very similar to the guy going up the stairs with the glasses. So I don't know if he's involved or not. But he does go to that school. People know him. He's probably being questioned as we speak. So there's that. But just another person of interest, not necessarily a suspect.
Omar Gomez, who's trans. We don't know who to hate.
Valdez.
Valdez. I mean,
Yeah.
he's checking a bunch of boxes there, and it's and probably not the guy.
They
Yeah,
arrested two
maybe
old
not. I
guys
don't
right
know.
after. Right after shooting, they arrested two older guys, and there was
Yeah,
no
the
evidence,
one.
no proof whatsoever. There was no weapon though.
So the Jewish guy, the 71-year-old, his name is George Zinn, and he's known in that town as being like a disruptor. He gets arrested at everything. He's just like a professional disruptor, professional protester. So that's who he is. He's always arrested. I just read up on him.
Could be
So
that could be a good explanation for why he did what he did, and that may make that not directly connected to the shooting. That would be a plausible
100%.
explanation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially if
Explanation.
he's
Just like
right, if
the
he's
friend,
constantly disrupting
just
stuff.
like the friend,
Always like
adjusting his hat because he's sweating and whatever. Guys, it is what it is. You whatever. I'm sitting here listening to you guys, and you guys want everything to be a conspiracy, and then you guys wonder why we can't fucking figure it out. Because sometimes the simplest answer is fucking right in front of you.
I agree.
So what's the answer, Bing? What's the answer?
Guy
What's the
pushing.
answer
You were the guy.
that we're all
Wait.
missing?
I got some history with you, Mr. Bing. You were the guy when George
What's
Floyd got
that?
killed. You weren't saying it is what it is. You said burn the fucking
All
country
right,
down.
Ben Stock.
There was
I
no
didn't
it
remember
is what
that.
it there is
That-
Ben
no
Stock, I
it
gotta
is what
stop you
it
right
is.
there.
You said
Ben Stock, I
you
gotta
got
stop you. I've
a
never advocated.
relatively low
I've never
level
advocated for violence. No,
well
no.
okay
We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that.
well
I've never advocated for that.
it wasn't
Okay.
no it wasn't that's true it wasn't violence you were calling for justice from the highest mountaintop that you could scream for this low level minor league criminal that got overly attacked by a police officer. No question about it. It was terrible. But there was no. If I said it is what it is, you would have lost your cookies.
No. Actually, I didn't say it is what it is. That's not what I said. I said the truth is right in front of you.
You just said
No,
that
what I
now.
said to you.
You know right now.
What I was saying, and understand your comprehension may be off some, is like the truth. Like you're looking for conspiracies, and the shit is in front of you. It is what it is. What's being presented to you is what it.
COVID, and we were right.
Why are we
Like
talking about? Why are we
9/11.
going back? Are you losing the discussion? Because why are you going back, trying to bring all this other shit up? What? Okay, so we lost them, guys.
You said Greg next. I just wanted to.
No, Greg.
Yeah.
You may have said Greg. You may have said Greg next, but there's Chris that had his hands up. Chris, go ahead, Chris.
Okay.
All right. So I'll give you a little bit of background
Yeah,
without.
we lost you. We lost you on X. We
You
lost you
hear
on
me?
X.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. I'll give you a little bit of background first without going too much in depth. Um, I have a 30 caliber rifle that's very similar to the one they're saying he used. I've been hunting since I was 13 years old. I'm 43 years old. So I have.
Can you make that shot? Can you make that shot?
Absolutely. I could make that shot whenever I was 13, especially if I had a scope on my rifle. These people, I'll tell you this right now. People saying that this guy was a professional hitman, a professional assassin, they're full of shit. And I'll tell you why. Okay. When you are, let's even say he was 500 yards away. Okay. You have a scope on your rifle. All right.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you hit that link up there and get on Chatter? Because I definitely want the people on Chatter to hear what you're saying.
I would, man, but I just want to make my quick point, and then maybe I'll
make a
make it
quick point.
again.
But I definitely want
Yeah.
you to make that point again to the people in chatter. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So, just getting back to what I was saying. Okay, when you're taking a shot like that, all right, this guy was sitting down. He wasn't moving. He was stationary. Okay. First of all, you're not going to aim for his fucking neck. You're not even going to aim for his head. You have a 30 caliber high powered rifle. Okay. You're going to aim for his fucking chest, because no matter where you hit him in his chest, he's dead. And plus, like, the other reason I can tell that this guy was inexperienced with shooting is I think he probably did aim for his head. And because he didn't calculate for windage and distance, he clipped his neck. He clipped that artery. This was not an accurate professional shot. Okay. If this guy was using a professional sniper rifle, okay, he could have hit that guy in the chest 2 or 3 fucking times before he fell over. Okay. He was using a regular 30-06 high powered hunting rifle. This guy is from Utah. Okay. I guarantee you it's a guy from Utah. And these guys in Utah, all right, a lot of them have been hunting since they were fucking teenagers. This guy doesn't have to be John Wick to take out a stationary target. And if it was from only 100 yards or only 200 yards, think about this, okay? Let's say that scope had a 3 times zoom on it. Okay, a 3 times magnification. Most scopes you can get 10 times magnification. So if he was only 100 yards away, when he's looking through his scope, he only looks like he's 30 yards away. So it's a very, very easy fucking shot. A professional would have aimed for his chest. This guy was not an assassin. That's it.
Yeah, you know what? I think we got chatter back right now. So I want you to say that
Yeah,
again.
we're live. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep. So I need you to say that
Okay,
again,
cool.
because Chris, go ahead, Chris. Because
I mean, we heard what he was saying. He was saying that this guy's not a professional shot, pretty much. He's not a hitman.
But actually, he said a
He's
lot
not an
more.
assassin,
He said,
right?
go ahead, real quick. Let's summary. You've been hunting since you're 13 years old. Go ahead, using that rifle. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I've been shooting for about 30 years. I prefer 270 because the drop is much less, but this guy had a 30-06. All right. If he was a professional, okay, he would have aimed for his chest. He was sitting. He was not moving. It's a very, very easy shot with the scope. I could take any one of your kids that's 12 years old and put him behind that rifle at 200, 300 yards, and he could make that shot easy in the chest. Okay. I think he was an inexperienced shooter, and he aimed for his head and did not calculate for windage and did not calculate for distance. And he clipped his neck and he hit the artery. That's what I think happened.
I agree.
Kirk,
That's
there
what
are
I
those that
thought.
are saying, what do you say to this? There are those that are saying that the bullet that coming out of his neck was an exit wound, and that the bullet went in
That's
on the right
incorrect.
hand
That's
side.
incorrect. I've shot
Well,
big
okay,
game. I've shot big game with
I'm
30
asking. I'm
06.
not telling. I'm asking.
Yeah, I've shot big game with 30-06. Okay. Now, when you're shooting big game like a white-tailed deer or an elk, okay, you're aiming for that heart zone right behind the front leg. All right, because that's a kill shot. Their heart's gone. All right. That high-powered rifle, you shoot a deer with a 30-06, okay, either one of two things is going to happen. All right. Either it's going to be a very clean shot and it's going to go through, okay, or most of the time, in my experience, okay, it stops within the animal. Okay. Like he got clipped in the neck. That's exactly what happened. He clipped Charlie on the artery. That's why he started bleeding out so fast. He aimed for his head. Okay. I think his scope was dialed in at 100 because most indoor ranges only go out to 100 yards. All right. So you set your scope to 100, you know. Now, if he was at 200, all right, and he didn't know what he was doing, his scope still set at 100, it's going to drop. That round's going to drop. He ain't adjusted his scope. He ain't calculating for windage. Just from 200 to 100 yards, you got like a 4-inch drop. He could have aimed for his head and it dropped right down into his neck. I think that's exactly what happened.
Okay, so once again, and that seems logical. I'm not a hunter, but that's just me knowing what I know about hunting. That's exactly what I thought, and I said that on the stage because I was like, this guy didn't aim for a neck. No one aims for the fucking neck.
Nobody.
Yeah. No one aims for the
I,
fucking neck.
I just
So
asked a mate of mine that was in the Foreign Legion, and he was a long range shooter, and he's done a 1K shoot several times, and he has the plus 1K plus, and he has the dots that he gets on his chest for doing it. And the gentleman that has just explained for 200 meters, that is nothing. You know,
Exactly.
you're exactly right. And I spoke with my mate, and so just to be clear, he's Foreign Legion. He's done several kills over 1 kilometer, and you think about that, etc. That was a windy day across people on a and he talked me through it. Now, I'm not a shooter. The gentleman talking about going out and killing for deer, etc. You know your stuff. Now you're on a hilltop. It's windy. Basic rifle, and it's downhill underneath a. He missed the chest, and he luckily got the neck. Now that's disgusting for me to talk about because that man didn't deserve to die.
Yeah, he clipped
No,
him.
I agree. Once again, I agree. I'm glad we have some adults in here now because it's for me. I'm not.
Charlie Kirk did not deserve to
No, he
die.
did. No, he did not. I
Let,
agree.
let's let's get over this, and here's me, and I'm going to tell you something else. I don't always didn't always agree with Charlie Kirk as a person, but I I agreed with the temerity of which he defended many things in his life. He's
Absolutely.
conservative. He's conservative. He wasn't
Mhm.
far right, as the fuckers across the world are trying to say. He wasn't. He's a conservative. He's a family man. He's a Christian. I am not a Christian, but
Okay.
I agree with the Christianity. I
Yep.
agree with the temerity of which and the absolute stupendous um,
Absolutely.
intelligence that he brought people down, that he stood up against the Oxford, Cambridge, idiotic, stupid wankers. There is one fucking
Okay.
wanker that has come out in a WhatsApp group going,
Absolutely.
he debates against him, and he's been found on WhatsApp going, I'm glad he died. Fuck him. I want that fucker dead. And others
Absolutely.
that have. Here's a man who's now got a woman.
Yeah.
God,
Are you guys losing
that's
him? Is he
the
rubber banding? Is he rubber banding?
Yeah,
Yeah,
He is
Nelson,
a
can I
rubber
Yeah,
add
band.
we're
something
gonna move.
real
We're gonna
quick?
move on.
can
We're
I
gonna
just?
move
You
on.
said Greg next. Can I
Can
just
I just add
run
one thing
before
real
she
quick?
Go,
before
go
you
ahead.
go?
And
Before you go.
Real quick.
can
Real quick.
can I just say
One,
One,
one
one,
last
second,
Michael. One
everybody.
mic.
One
Go
say
ahead.
second. 1 second.
No, one mic. Go ahead. So
can I
anyway,
just
One
say
second,
last
everyone.
thing?
1 second.
Can I
One
just say
second.
last thing?
Bro, you're rubber banding. We say what thing? We can't even hear the first thing. Real quick, let's go to Miriam. Miriam, was that you over
I'll,
here on Chatter?
yeah, I'll be really quick. One more thing to note to piggyback off of the hunter there. Most trainings, professional trainings, are center mass. So in very rare occasions, they might look at a spine or a head, but in most cases, standard, even military and police, any kind of training you get, it's center mass. So I'm inclined to understand what the gentleman was talking about when he said maybe he was shooting for the head because he's an amateur with this. So I just wanted to point
because
that out real quick. But there's that.
He was wearing body armor though.
once again, Charlie wasn't. Charlie had on a t-shirt. He was not bulked up unless he had some kind of Kevlar on. No, guys. Once again, here you guys go. All right. So no one
Can I
shoots.
answer the
Nelson,
question?
also,
No
they
one.
just released new pictures.
No one
They
shoot.
just released new
Okay.
pictures.
No one shoots for the fucking neck. All right. They shoot for the head, or they go center mass. All right.
Exactly. Like this guy, the reason I say I think he might have aimed for the head is because he's inexperienced and because he's thinking, oh, I need to shoot him in the head to kill him. Or he's thinking, oh, maybe he has a vest on, but an experienced shooter would know unless he has a level 4 ceramic or steel plate on his chest, that 30-06 round will go right through fucking Kevlar, right through it. It won't stop it. He could have, if he was a professional, he would have shot him in the chest.
All right. We lost you. We lost them. So yeah. So once again, we got the once again the adults are in the house. Malcolm, are you there, Malcolm?
Wait, what happened to
Yeah,
me
how
going
you doing?
after her? You
One,
said
one,
Greg.
Yeah.
1 second, Greg. 1 second, Greg. Go ahead, Malcolm.
Oh, you can go, Greg. Go ahead. I've been
All right.
listening.
Well, I just wanted to make a little spicy take. I ended my thing falling short of saying something spicy, but I think I will. Look, I'm also pretty convinced that this was an amateur. This wasn't, some conspiracy. But to me, this is actually worse. Remember, I was talking about our society is divided. We are in one echo chamber or another echo chamber. On the left, they literally think these guys are freaking fascists and Nazis, and unironically. And so there's all this violence that happens, and you could cite Antifa or some other things on the left. You can also cite the Proud Boys maybe on the right. Here's my point, and this is my spicy take, and I want to know what you guys think of this. Unfortunately, I'm a social conservative, but when it comes to capitalism, I think that it has negative externalities, meaning it pushes negative outcomes to the public, to nature, and other things to make a profit. So in this case, we're talking about the for profit social media, which is Facebook, which is now called Meta, and Twitter, which is now called X, and so on, which is the algorithm pushes people into echo chambers because it wants to make the most money. See, the way that you're going to engage the most and
You're
create,
right.
right? So we know that. And the spicy take
You
I
said
want to,
your spicy take. Yeah, guess your spicy take.
okay, the spicy take I want to take is I think in the 90s when I was growing up, when I heard gangster rap music and later there was drill music, I was saying that this music is also designed to make money and doesn't care about the kids. In this case, it was, maybe a nice black youth in suburbs listening to this. And the next generation got so affected by it. Yeah, these guys made profits, but now society has been affected very negatively. So I'm basically making a parallel between what's happening with the for profit social media and the for profit music industry in the 90s pushing out all this corrosive stuff. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, good. All right. So after,
Listen, listen, listen,
so
listen, listen. We've got a goat over here. We've got somebody that absolutely knows what the hell he's talking about. Malcolm, please give us the information, the real information. What's going
Well,
on with this killer?
well, first off, that was not a spicy take. I was just, I'm
Yeah.
disappointed. I expected something really spicy
Yeah.
to,
Thank
to
you,
come
thank
in.
you.
So you're welcome, Greg. That was a how can I put it? A yogurt with blueberries take.
I thought you guys love
Uh,
capitalism. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
there's crazy stuff out there, and I am not here to entertain that. I dropped in because I saw Nelson was running a space, and but I did hear some things that are correct from a couple of people. Number one, let me give you some background. Even though I was in intelligence, I have been a long distance shooter for well over 25 years now. I have a collection of special operations sniper rifles and other high caliber rifles. I have 30-06 hunting rifles, a Savage. I fired loads and loads of rounds when I was in the Ukrainian army. I was a designated marksman where I rocked an M14 for almost a year. And I went through a sniper training course, a contractor sniper training course back in 2005. So but the thing is, I the characteristics that people are saying, I know on Brian Allen's program yesterday, it was like, this is a trained professional killer. It is not a trained professional killer. 200 yards or 200 meters, anything below 300 meters, you can pretty much do with certainly you can do it without optics at all. My M14, I was shooting regularly at 500 meters on iron sights. That's just looking through the things that were built in there, right? The factory iron sights, the little stick in the hole. So that's not a hard thing to do. For civilians, they just don't understand the distances. When we zero a weapon, that is, depending on the caliber of the weapon, I have a 50 cal. I do not zero a 50 cal at 100 meters, right? You generally zero your weapon at 100 meters. That means when you aim that weapon downrange at 100 meters, it should hit generally dead center of that target, right? And starting there, that is where you're shooting. Sometimes weapons get knocked out of zero, you have to reset them. But with an optic on the weapon that he had and the caliber that he had, 30-06, 30-06 is a deadly weapon round. Okay, people have had 30-06 as deer hunting rifles forever. It's almost a standard weapon for hunting deer, elk. In fact, I was supposed to go to Greenland this year to go shoot caribou. 30-06. Every weapon in Greenland is 30-06 for the most part. And there's a reason for that, right? It's got great hitting power. And it's a good weapon. A bolt action hunting rifle, the kind that the shooter has, is very standard all over the United States, everywhere. It doesn't have to be a specialized military grade weapon at all. In fact, the U.S. Marine Corps, when they started with their dedicated sniper rifles during the Vietnam War, they were really just using the Remington 700, the standard bolt action rifle of its time, and all of the upper grade modifications have really been in the chassis and the caliber, right? So, all of that bullshit I just said being said, it was very clear to me. I watched the video, I've watched it once, because if you don't really want to bring this stuff into your head, if you don't need it in your head, right? It is not something to glorify. Uh, I I agreed with Charlie Kirk on nothing, and I was one of the first people out of the box. I did a YouTube, I did a Substack, I did X's. This is a murder. It is a domestic terrorist act because it was political in nature, intended to not just impact Charlie Kirk, but the audience beyond Charlie Kirk, and that's the definition of terrorism. And no one needs to be carrying out this kind of violence, no matter what. It wasn't, no matter what the speech is. I spent my entire life in the military to protect your right to, as I said to Baked Alaska, the famous right winger who, got pepper sprayed in the eye, almost lost his eye in Charlottesville, and then was a January 6th defendant. I defend your right to say any stupid shit you want. It's just when you cross the line into violence, that's when the system comes down. So I don't care which side this person was on. I don't care what his platform was. He committed an act of murder. He committed domestic terrorism, and we will all enjoy him or her being brought to justice, because you never know. You can't tell whether it's a man or a woman from that imagery, right? We've had people who've done this. That being said, my first thought, I was on a platform with Fusilier, a very experienced Army officer, and it was very clear to me there's a thing called the error circle. And if you see them up at shooting clubs all the time, I have one. I'll put one in the purple pill, and you can tell when a person, is aiming for the head but misses. And my first thought when he went low and to the right into the jugular vein, that person was not aiming for that. Amateur shooters or just casual plinkers or deer hunters, and my friends here are great deer hunters, really just not the best shots, right? These guys bring home deer all the time, but if it's within 200, outside of 250 yards, they can't hit it. They just don't understand the dope, right? How to calculate and use their reticles on, adjusting the windage and elevation on their rifles. If it's not in a flat, straight plane, it's very hard for them to do it. And these are guys who shoot deer all the time, right? And they got the deer at an advantage. They'll be shooting them at close range. So that being said, my first thought was this guy jerked the trigger, because if you pull the trigger instead of squeezing the trigger, the weapon will ride just a little bit, as we say, low and to the right. And or that's one thing that makes it go low and to the right. So if he was aiming between the eyes at 200 yards, he's going to have almost a full picture of Charlie Kirk's head, with depending on the kind of reticle that he has on there. And that round is going to go almost flat and straight until it starts to drop a bit. But at 30-06, it's not going to drop much at all. But it might drop that 2 or 3 inches, and as he jerks the trigger, it's going to go down and to the right. Or wind caught it. He didn't calculate for it, and there was a strong gust of wind, and he wasn't looking for the tattletales and the little flags that we look for to see if the wind was cutting, full value to the right, and it pulled the round down. Doesn't matter. At 30-06, it's going to be a killing shot. It could have glanced off his cheek, and it would have probably created enough trauma to kill him. Somebody earlier said that a woman said that you always aim center of mass. You always aim center of mass, even if they have
Is that Miriam?
yeah, even if they have level 4 armor on, you're going to cause enough disruption that your next round's going to kill that person, or you may, get that person slightly above the armor, or you may have shattered the armor. If it's steel plate, it could spall off the armor. Thing is, you want to hit. You don't want this gamer thing where it's headshot, right? And I suspected that that's where he was. That this guy was a gamer who is very familiar with
Exactly.
his weapon system, aimed for the head, it pulled down, he jerked it, it goes down into the right, and that's where he didn't get as clean a shot as he wanted, or he or she wanted. That being said, none of this shit should be happening, right?
Is he dropping out?
Oh, am I?
No,
Am I
I hear
dropping
you
out?
No,
fine.
no, you're
I hear
fine.
you
You're
fine.
fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay. None of this should be happening. My last book that I wrote, right, number 7 on the New York Times bestsellers list, was called They Want to Kill Americans. And it was about the dozens upon dozens of, domestic terrorist attacks and acts of extremism and threats that were coming from the extreme right. And I mean, there were real serious acts of terrorism. You guys might forget in between the school shootings, but synagogues were being shot up everywhere. We had a guy delivering bombs all over the government. We had shootings happening left, right, and center. We had an Air Force guy shot two Federal Protective Service officers to death. We had Transformers being shot all over the country. A lot of this stuff was just, like school shootings. Nobody would pay attention if it was coming from the extreme right. I don't care which side this shooter comes from. I want this person caught. I want them held accountable for what they did, because it was just an act of political terrorism. But we have a lot of people who are very hot headed. Jesse Waters yesterday declared war on somebody that they had no idea who the person was on a side of politics. We've got to bring the rhetoric down. I don't think Charlie Kirk was killed for the words that he was saying right there. We saw with the shooter last year.
Charlie was trying to bring the rhetoric down, and he got shot.
One
Let's
second.
mute up.
Well,
Mute up.
Who's
wait.
that? Who's that?
Okay.
Hey,
Is it
See, the
Mark,
thing.
Mark,
possible to
let's go
have a
on. Let's go
conversation
on.
here?
Yeah. Well,
Mute up.
sure.
Mute up. Mute up. Mute up.
Hold
Mute
on.
up, please.
Hold on. No. Listen. You guys need to understand something, okay? If I'm talking about this subject, that's one thing. If Jonathan is talking about this subject, definitely interrupt him. Listen, you got Malcolm Nance here, man. That's a whole nother level of freaking knowledge when it comes to this space. So we definitely want Mike on Malcolm. Malcolm, please
Yeah.
grab the microphone.
Well, let me land this thing. Everyone's hot. Okay. I've spent almost 40 years in the counterterrorism business. All right. There's a lot of horrible people in this world who will slit your throat, behead you, suicide bomb you, and not think twice about it. But we do have a problem in America when it comes to domestic terrorism and people who are carrying out acts of terrorism. We tend to apologize for them and we don't categorize them as what they are. And I'm going to categorize this one exactly as it is. It's a terrorist attack who is intending to influence an audience beyond Charlie Kirk and his family, and I think it's horrific. The individual put a lot of forethought into this. If you guys don't know where this thing happened, it's Utah Valley University, which is in Orem, Utah. That's south of Salt Lake City, about an hour, 15 minutes. I went to Brigham Young for 5 months when I was at the National Security Agency. They sent us to Brigham Young for a foreign language course there, and I was, and UVU was like a community college to us. Orem, though, is a very conservative town. And I was quite surprised that it occurred there. But to a shooter who has created a target package, who has decided he wants to either be famous or still the voice of someone who's famous, he's only going to think of a few factors. Can he get there? Does he have the means to kill this individual or injure this individual? Does he have an opportunity? Yes, he does. This is the first spot of Charlie Kirk's annual college campus tour. This individual decided to do this on his own. There is no international terrorist conspiracy where, like I've been hearing crazy all this week, the Iranians, the Mossad, all these people organize this. The world is a simple place. Crazy people can get guns easily in the United States. Easy. And, it's not like gangbangers who rent them, right, and borrow them. The average kid in 21 years old can just walk into a store for $600, get him a Savage 30-06 rifle, go on Facebook Marketplace and buy a relatively cheap ass scope for $150. Marry that together and go plunk out in the desert and be a competent killer. And so when that individual took his shot and he saw that hit, he saw Charlie Kirk going down. He policed up his brass. He got his weapon. He waltzed off on the evasion plan that he decided on his own for. So no need to be conspiracy theorist about this. Let's let law enforcement do what they're good at, right? Which is not patrolling the streets of Washington, D.C. They are good. The FBI is good at manhunting, along with the U.S. Marshals and other law enforcement services. By the way, Orem, Utah, you go south, you're in Provo. You go north, you're headed a long ass trip to Salt Lake City. Maybe you divert and go up to, Sundance or some remote place and try to go out through the mountains. They're gonna get his ass. Period. And then we'll see who he or her or whoever it is and what the motivation behind it was. But there's always a chance you're all going to be disappointed no matter which side you come from, and that this person is just a person who wanted to be famous for doing something that would make them famous.
You know, Malcolm, I said that earlier. I said that the
Wow.
person most likely wanted to be famous.
Hey, Jonathan, calm down, calm down.
I, can
Let
I
it
speak,
breathe.
Nelson?
No, I need one mic. Let it breathe,
Okay.
Jonathan. Let it breathe. That was a lot of information that Malcolm just dropped. Okay. W's in the chat right now. If you guys are resonating with what Malcolm had to say, if you're on chatter, drop W in the chat right now. If you're on X, hit the purple pill bottom right hand corner. Respond to the tweet of the space with a W. If you guys resonate with everything Malcolm Nance had to say right now. All
I
right,
agree
Jonathan,
with
go
what
ahead.
Malcolm had to say.
Hey, Malcolm.
Go to the goat. Go to the goat. Go to the goat. All right, Jonathan. Go ahead.
No.
Jump in, Jonathan.
The only thing I was saying is, Malcolm, I said that same thing. I said this guy earlier. I said this guy just wanted to be famous, and so because it didn't have any of the hallmarks of a professional killer, the type of weapon that was used, and the shot to the neck. People are like, oh, he shot him to the neck. One shot. That was a perfect shot. It wasn't a perfect shot. No one aims for the neck. Okay. You go center mass. If you go center mass, or you go headshot. That's where you go. So I want to say thank you for coming in, because there's a lot of people here saying, "Oh, even right now we have someone on the stage saying he's a professional shooter." So I want to turn it over to chat, and because she's in the military, she went to the military, she's in the military, Malcolm. So she says it's a professional shooter. Let's go, chat.
Hey,
He knows I was into him. Hey, Malcolm, how you
Hey,
doing? Just
hey, I
chat.
put that shooting
How
circle
you
in the
doing?
purple pill, by the way.
Oh, okay. I'll be over there. I'll check it out. So a lot of things that you said I do agree with. I do think that he is a professional, though. And here's why. First of all, I don't know if you've heard or seen the video of the two guys. One of the guys in particular in a white shirt, that I took into consideration. I also took into consideration the confidence that he had in his shot, right? Even though it landed, I think there was wind or something. I think his trigger pull was off because he was probably nervous, but he banked on one shot. Someone that is not comfortable behind a weapon is not going to fire once, pack a weapon up, and go. They're going to be sure of the shot, right?
Yeah, I
He
agree
he
with you.
he, he was so sure that he was able to evade and leave the premises and not, only been seen by CCTV, right, in the area. So anybody that is maneuvering in that way it has to have a level of professionalism. Now, do I think that he is special forces? No, because it would have been straight to the head. Never said he was special forces. But do I think that he is a professional? A professional? I do. He took all of that into consideration. He planned it out. There was some planning, and even somebody that hunts is going to do some planning. But when some of those rifles, like the rifle that he had, would have made him more accurate, but it didn't make him accurate enough. So that's what makes me think that he's not special forces at all, right? I probably can shoot better than the guy can, right? Because I'm an expert. But I do
Yeah.
think that
But
he
chat,
is a
wait,
professional shooter.
chat, chat,
He didn't just pick up a weapon.
chat. If he's a
Well,
And I
professional,
said
wait,
he's a
chat,
professional.
chat.
That's what you read
let's
in,
Wait,
Jonathan,
chat, wait,
instead.
chat,
You
chat,
said
chat.
that chat
If
thinks
he's a
he's a
professional,
professional.
let's use
if he's a professional,
let's
how can
use
you
our
shoot better than him?
terminology.
How can you shoot better than him if he's a professional?
Let's use proper terminology here. I think
I'm
I
a
agree. I
professional.
agree with you.
What are you talking about?
You shot expert in the army, right? Which means you were hitting out targets
Right.
400, 500 yard meters
Right.
on iron
Yes,
sights,
sir.
not red dots,
Yes.
right? Which means you're
Yes, sir.
what we
Yes,
call
sir.
a competent shooter, right? An expert U.S. Army marksman shooter, which is fine.
Yes, sir.
Civilians can't get that designation. I mean, there's guys I shoot against in these long range shooting competitions who are professionals. They are professionals. They know every one additional grain of powder in this bullet that's balanced out this way will
Hmm.
give you these ballistics. These guys are probably were analyzing the crack thump, on that thing using sound meters and shit like that. Civilians who are not professionals, who are not doing this day night, and in other words, you can call them. I would probably refer to him as a basic shooter, because if you shoot watermelon heads at 200 yards 500 times or 50 times, you're going to get very comfortable at that without having the dope, by reading your scope. These are guys who don't use windage and elevation. They use Kentucky windage, which means they will adjust the optic based on what they see rather than change the actual knobs that change the optics.
Right. Hmm.
So that would be called an amateur skilled shooter, right? So he has
Hmm.
skills because he knows how to manipulate the weapon system. You would have hit a watermelon at 200 meters on an M4 with iron sights standing up,
M4. M4.
right? But the
Yep.
ballistics of the
Uh-huh.
bullet, the range, but you understand all of that and you
Vertical.
put in
Hmm.
every factor, and then you're tested on it quarterly. And then they give you,
Hmm.
100, 200 rounds to put down range, and you've got all sorts of stuff. This guy could be out in I don't know about you, but when I was at Brigham Young, we would blast it away in the desert because we were military guys and we had easy access to guns, and this guy could be out shooting every weekend. But the reason I say he was a gamer was my first thing was the pull down to the right, low and to the right. And low and to the right is almost universal for civilians. When we were in Ukraine and I was training the guys in my battalion who were not military or low grade military, who did not have formal weapons training, they were always high and to the left and low and to the right. And because they would jerk that trigger instead of squeeze that trigger. And that's what that
I
error
had that
circle
problem.
that error circle I just put up there tells you pulled the trigger or jerk squeeze too hard on the grip and jerk the trigger. And that's very, very, very so common that there's a chart for it, right? So I'm going to assume that, but that distance was no distance. I could set guys up right now. Anybody just get on the iron sights and set you up and give you 3 minutes of training and get you to hold your breath for 10 seconds, and you could do that shot. The problem is this man came out with the intent to kill, and he did have the wherewithal to follow through on his shot. Observe, did he actually strike
Hmm.
his target? When the guy fell over, clearly struck in the neck and dead. He policed his brass up. He, you know, he took his weapon. By the way, we don't know if that weapon was a takedown weapon. I've seen the photograph of it, and I'm
Well,
not
that
sure.
that was my other question though.
Yeah, it
Because
doesn't look like a takedown
wouldn't that
rifle.
matter at the time? It doesn't seem like he would have had to do that. To me, he
Yeah,
wouldn't have had enough time.
no, but that means he got it out of there somehow. Either he put it in the sling
Hmm.
under his long coat.
They
I
found a
personally,
weapon, Malcolm. They found a weapon first of all. Secondly, they found a
I have
screwdriver.
I have a photograph of it.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
He
they had a screwdriver. They said that so he assembled it there. And if he was a professional, he would have been able to break his weapon down, get it up out of there. He wouldn't have left his weapon behind.
No, and he wouldn't have used that weapon.
That's the same thing I said. He wouldn't have used a 30
I
out
would
six.
have used an
Yep.
M4 and or an AR
But are
style
you
weapon.
comparing him to?
Yeah,
Are you comparing it to military? Because I'm
no,
not comparing it to what
no,
we deem
skilled
as
amateur,
professional.
skilled amateur. To him, Charlie
Because
Kirk
I exactly.
was a hunting animal, was an animal to be hunted. I don't know anything other than that. His choice of that weapon is also interesting because was it the only weapon he had access to? Was it a family hunting rifle? Was it, something he bought off of Facebook Messenger, Facebook Marketplace, which, by the way, a very easy place to buy things. If you're within the same state and you're over 21, you can buy rifles. So, from
Right.
people, trunk sale. But most guys would have gone for the big sexy, right? They would have been, I want an M4. I want to have 30 rounds just in case I got to do gun battles with the police or whatever. This guy came with an intent. We always say this in counterterrorism. The target, no, the target is the tactic, which means that whoever, if this is the guy you want, you have to determine how you're going to get up there based on that target. Does he have a lot of security? Maybe down at the foot level, right? Gate crashers and things like that. This guy literally mimicked the Butler, Pennsylvania shooter, except he used the weapons platform he had access to.
Can I can I
And
can I can, can I can I add something?
I I wanted
One
to
second,
just
one second.
mention one
Hey,
thing.
everybody. 1 second. Thank you, guys. Let me ask you this question, Malcolm. So the guy's motivation. You don't think this guy is, the Mossad rumors, the Iran rumors, the intelligence rumors, et cetera, et cetera. You don't think that there's anything intelligence related that has to do, foreign intelligence related that has to do with this particular shooting. Is that correct?
no, no, yeah. See, the world doesn't work that way. That's the movies. The kind of things people call assassinations, we would use a Hellfire drone on, right? When we really want to put the big A on you, it's going to be very obvious who put a flying Ginsu knife through the roof of your car. Same, I mean, the Mossad the same way. I mean, they use flying drones. No one goes out and uses a 50 caliber sniper rifle or stuff like that. I mean, an assassination is also a loaded term. It generally means high level political neutralization. And in this case, it was an
Right.
assassination, met every definition of it, act of terrorism. But Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated JFK using a rifle at distances which were almost just a little bit further than this, right? Not hard to do for a
Right.
former Marine. Um, you know, um, so the Texas Tower shooter, same thing, right? Former Marine, up in the tower, shot bunches of people. The guy in Las Vegas fired. I believe the total number of people that were hit by bullets was over 500. Killed
Right.
59, I believe. And sometimes you can just your target set will always be successful based on your range, your competency, and your calmness. But that kid in Butler, Pennsylvania, could have killed a president of the United States due to a black hole in the security measures and people not following up on that. He did kill two people, if I'm not mistaken, who were behind the president. So we got to stop thinking that the movies are how the world works, right? It's not John Wick and all these things. 99.999% of the time, it's going to be somebody's ex-boyfriend. That's how women get killed. All right. And then when you get situations like this, I'm almost always going to go, and I spoke with Frank Flaguzzi and some other guys who do this for a living, the FBI side. It's generally somebody who wants to be famous or who wants to do something in their life that will make them famous before they kill themselves, right? Kid who shot up
Right.
Newtown,
Right.
killed his mom, went to the school so that he could be known for that. The guy who just shot up the school a couple of weeks ago, who had all of that extremist neo-nationalist, 9R crazy shit written all over his rifle. He did that for the same reasons. Anders Bering Breivik shot 86 fucking people, 90% of whom were children under the age of 16. Okay? He did it for the political purpose of eliminating the next generation of liberals. All of these crazy people have a motivation, and we need to respect that. One,
Right.
they may
We're
be
only going
fucking
by
crazy.
FBI though. The FBI is the one who said there was a foreign intelligence component.
You know what? They also said that there were two people in custody, and they backed off on that. I would just, stay away from FBI Twitter because that's Cash Patel. He doesn't know how to be an FBI director. He knows how to be an influencer. And no,
Well,
really, I'm not
it
joking.
wasn't him. It was somebody.
And
It was a different
Bongino, the
FBI
two of
guy.
them, and
Yeah,
Bongino. That's all they're
neither of
good
those
for.
guys are Bongino's more qualified because he was a Secret Service guy and he was on hundreds of protective service details. Cash Patel was an intern who went and became a political operative for congressman, and how he's FBI director is because he promised the tape, the files. So let's step away from all their silliness and focus on real professional law enforcement.
Can I say one thing? There's video of the guy
Absolutely.
walking
What?
toward the
God damn.
thing, and it's
Guys.
super
Can you
quick,
guys hear me
super
on
super
Twitter?
quick. Yeah,
You guys have to raise your hands, guys. Like
I
I'm
had
trying
my
to,
hand raised.
moderate two streams right now. Just give me a second. Just give
All
me a
right.
second. Real quick for you guys on chatter, streaming at the very top. I've got an image of the rifle that was used. So that's the rifle that Malcolm Nance was talking about. So you guys can see that at the very top of the stream right there. For you guys on X, listen, man, we've got Malcolm Nance in the building. I don't think there's anybody more qualified to speak on this topic than him himself, to be very honest with you guys. So a
There's
big shout
loads
out to
more
Malcolm
people
Nance.
qualified.
No. Malcolm's my goat. Malcolm, by the way, there's a triggered guy from your Substack in my mentions right now. He's like, tell Malcolm that he accidentally kicked me out of his group, something crazy like that. Malcolm, what do you do to this brother, man? His name is Nelson Goldfinger, believe it or not. He's tripping.
never,
What's going
never
on?
heard of him. I'll have to check. Anyway, the thing is, Substack is so huge. I have 100,000 followers on there, and so I'm not quite sure
Yeah.
I can get down to that level. I'll check with my minions.
Hilarious. Well, ladies and gentlemen, listen, we're streaming on X Spaces and Chatter. If you're on Chatter and you see the voices coming from the Chatter profile, that is from X Spaces. If you're on X Spaces and you see voices coming from the Chatter profile, that is from Chatter. For you guys that want to jump on a stream, click the tweet up top. But that being said, Malcolm, you're saying, I'm just going to recap a few things that you've said for people that are just jumping in the space. The gun that was utilized, easily accessible, primarily used for shooting deer. You're going to Greenland here in the next couple of weeks, to shoot deer, and this gun is literally the primary gun for shooting deer, right?
Caribou,
There's nothing professional
caribou,
about this dude.
3 times the
Caribou,
size of the
caribou.
biggest deer.
So it's essentially a powerful weapon if it's being used to kill something 3 times the size of the biggest deer, right? And with all the clues that you have when it comes to the weapon, when it comes to accessibility of the weapon, when it comes to the range, the distance from which the shot was taken in the first place, your conclusion is this is some Looney Tunes wild kid that wanted to become famous. There's nothing professional about this guy. There's nothing John Wick level, there's nothing remotely comparable to John Wick when it comes to this dude. And everything that we're hearing on the internet in that regard is just blase blah.
Yeah, well, let me recharacterize. I don't know what level of Looney Tunes he's at, but he has a. I mean, he shot Charlie Kirk for a reason, and there's no way to tell what that reason is until we either get into his social media, get into his, have him interviewed. Oftentimes, when guys like this are not found, and I heard this tonight from one of my former colleagues at MSNBC, who's with Bureau Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, they tend to get antsy when they don't get the level of recognition that they want. And this guy may turn himself in, or he may go to a Motel 6 and shoot himself. Or but we found many of these shooters, especially the AR shooters, they have this whole gun fantasy thing in their head. And then when it comes time to, jump with the cops, they don't battle, right? They drop to their knees and surrender. Most famously, the shooter in El Paso, right, went through the Walmart in El Paso and he shot, 20 some odd people. And as soon as the cops saw him, as soon as they saw him boxing him, he got out of the car, got on his knees, put his hands in the air. I don't know about this person because we don't know who this person is, which is why the only thing that we can tell is the fundamentals of it. I mean, they say they're looking for a person who's college age. That's 18 to 25. Could he have served in the guard or something like that? Who knows? We don't know. The weapon appears to be, unless he bought it for this reason and he wanted 30-06 and he wanted to use a big elk hunting gun to make sure of this, then we don't know. I mean, he chose a very common, very dirt common civilian rifle. If I go on Gunbroker right now and I look up Ruger or Savage 30-06 hunting rifle without an optic, it's going to be less than $1,000.
Can I just jump in? There's some news. I just want to jump in. The FBI is going to hold a press conference very shortly, probably within the next 30 to 45 minutes. That's it.
Oh, that sounds promising.
Let's get that link. For you guys on Chatter, find me that link. We're gonna stream it. We're gonna watch it live over here. Find me that link. Find me that link to the press conference. We're gonna watch it live.
It's the press conference of who, Nelson?
FBI.
The FBI is doing a press conference.
Okay.
Can I just
Give
want
me
to
the link. We're
mention
gonna
one
stream
quick
it in.
thing about the guy. There's video of him walking to the building, and it looks like he's keeping his right leg stiff, like he had the gun down his pants. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, that's a very possible. I just another thing is that he bought that weapon in, and if he used a ruse like that, putting it down his pants, or I've seen it slung under a coat, but the barrel still sticks out under a trench coat. Remember the trench coat mafia, the guys who shot up Columbine, who set who
Yeah.
set the standard on what to wear to a shooting, right? Um, if he put it down his pants and looked like he was limping, that's a way to infiltrate it in. But that really tells me something very specific about him. The gun was a gun of opportunity. It was one he owned. Because if you got to go out and buy a weapon for an assassination, there are rifles you can buy. Stoger is a German company. They make takedown rifles. They break in half, not at the barrel, but at the butt, so that you can I mean, those are expensive rifles, right? Like $2,000-3,000, but all rifles are getting expensive now. But that way you won't lose the zero on your optic, which means that it will shoot precisely as you last set it up. I've seen cut down special operations 308 and 300 Win Mag rifles where they've cut the barrel short to be able to shoot within 500 meters and definitely kill you, right? But those are very highly specialized weapons. This guy got the gun from Walmart, which you can buy in Utah, by the way, and zeroed it, blew up a bunch of
Wait,
watermelons.
you can buy this gun from Walmart in Utah?
Yeah.
You buy a lot of guns at
There are a
Walmart.
lot of
Yes,
Walmarts
Are you fucking
that
with
they
me?
have a
sell
whole
guns.
section.
I put the
What
video.
the
I
fuck?
put the video of him walking in the purple pill, so you can see it now, Malcolm.
Ah, good.
Can I just
God
jump in just
damn.
very oh can I just very briefly just
Yeah,
jump into the
yeah,
so
go ahead.
the press conference they're already setting up for it, so it might be sooner than 30 to 45 minutes.
Give me the
So,
link so I can stream it on Chatter. Give me the link. Give me the link. I need the
all
link.
I have is the live TV stream that I have on my computer right now. There's no link to it yet, but it's on. If you turn on Fox
Give me
News
the
or
link of
MSNBC or
that.
CNN, I mean
MSNBC or CNN.
I'll play it.
Somebody find me the goddamn link. Find me the link and throw it in the Chatter chat. If you guys have it on Twitter, mention it to me on Twitter. Send me a link because I want to stream this live. For you guys on X, we'll just stream the audio over there. For you guys on Chatter, I'll throw it up top and we can watch it live. But give me the link. I want to see this. Jonathan believes, Malcolm, that they're going to announce the guy's name. They're going to announce, a
I
bunch of
hope that
stuff.
they
What are
have
your
them.
thoughts?
I hope they have them. Just FYI, I just went on one of my
I
favorite.
said they had it. I said they had them. That's what I
Yeah.
said.
I just went on one of my favorite gun buying sites, gunbroker.com. A Ruger 30-06 is $416 right now.
God
College.
damn.
Even a college. That's not what the optic you can get for a cheap Chinese optic that is competent and workable for $100 or less. You go on Facebook Marketplace. That's a new one, by
Yeah,
the
this
way.
is
That's a new
absolutely
one.
crazy. This is
And ammo is
absolutely
cheap as
wild.
ammo's expensive, but that's only because people are buying a lot of ammo these days.
I do want to, if I could, just very briefly push back on something that
Real quick,
Malcolm mentioned.
one second, Craig. One second. So, I just got sent a video of the shooter walking towards the campus. So this looks like a CCTV camera that recorded this. And I'm gonna play this live for you guys right now. For you guys on Twitter, let me see if I can pin it up top. For you guys on Twitter, for you guys on Chatter, I'm gonna stream this in right now so we can check this out. Malcolm, have you seen this video with the guy walking across like a quiet neighborhood?
No, I haven't. This
There's
is
a
the one
close-up
that's
picture.
doorbell video.
They have a close-up picture of him right now.
I
I'll send
believe
it to you right
so.
now.
I've got all three. So if for you guys on Twitter, look at the very top. Look at the very top in the nest. That's the video that I'm streaming right now on Chatter. For you guys on Chatter, look at the very top. Jonathan, can you see this? Watch. So this is the guy walking through a neighborhood, hands in his pocket, walking like he's got a limp, which Malcolm just actually mentioned right now. So yeah, I mean, Jenny, you're probably right. He probably has a gun. He's probably holding a gun down his pants or something.
Nelson, check your
He's
DMs. I
walking
just
with
sent.
him.
Nelson, check your DMs. There's a photograph of his leg.
We're watching it right now. We're
Don't-
watching the stream right now.
Don't
And
forget
after the shooting, sorry,
the
Malcolm, go ahead.
FBI has claimed that when he exited the roof, he jumped off the roof.
No, so the first So the first video, so it's two different CCTVs from this home that's capturing him. You have one before the shooting and you have one after the shooting. So for you guys on Chatter, just watch up top right now. This is after the shooting itself, and then it starts from here when he's walking through the neighborhood towards the university, so towards the college campus, and he's limping. Right? He's got a backpack on. He's wearing black. He's limping. So, and he's holding his right leg. So it looks like he's holding something from falling, essentially, from the looks of this. Because that gun is not fitting in that backpack. That rifle's not fitting in that backpack, right?
Yeah.
No, this is very interesting.
Nelson, if you check
look at this picture right now.
Yeah, if you check that photograph out, you can see there's actually a very large brace on his right knee.
There's a brace?
Yeah, so if you look at that photograph that I just sent you that the FBI released, if you look at his right knee on the one that he's going down the stairs, you can see a very large brace underneath his jeans. I mean, it's pretty hard to miss. You can see there's like
All right, hold up. For you guys on X, I just pinned it at the very top of the space, so you guys can take a look at
So
that.
he could have been using a brace to hold the gun in place.
Man, this is absolutely crazy, man. Who is this dude?
He's not a professional. He's not a professional performing like that. That's one thing he's not. He's not a professional, like I said.
Hold on, let me put these pictures up. For you guys on Twitter, I have the pictures pinned at the very top of the space right now. For you guys on Chatter, I'm streaming the images at the very top. So look at it at the very top of the room right now.
Press conference is scheduled for 9:30 p.m. Eastern
9:30. Okay, so we're gonna be live in 20 minutes. We're gonna stream it in 20 minutes.
Can I just jump in? Can I say something
right?
can I say something that's important here? That I think this matters.
Sure.
I respect Malcolm and his expertise in firearms and everything, but that shot was clearly center mass, and the body armor. Anybody that's worn body armor before knows that it's meant to absorb the bullet and then drop. It's not like real actual body armor, right? But you can see that if he was hit in the neck, I've been hunting. I have a 306 rifle. Like I own one. If you get hit in the neck with a 306 round, your entire left side of your neck is going to be gone along with your jaw, right? That shot was center mass, and the fragment of the bullet hit Charlie underneath the chin. That wound, listen, I've been hunting with 223. I've been hunting with 5.56. I've been hunting with 30-06. That wound looks like he got hit with a 223. That wound, if you get hit flush in the neck with a 30-06, and especially because the wound is upwards, right? His entire left side of his neck would have been obliterated if that was hit with a 30-06. So that was a center mass shot. Charlie was leaning back, and his head was up, and that bullet went up through his body armor and went right into his jaw and through his neck. That was
Yep.
not a neck shot.
Yeah.
That,
The
that
only problem with that is that first off, it depends on the kind of armor he's wearing, right? If he's wearing armor at all, it looked like a t-shirt to me, but he had soft armor under there. Soft armor with 30-06 is going to go right through. Hard armor with a Kevlar, let's say you had a level 4 plate. It would have been very obvious. You would have seen it. I wore armor for in Ukraine for a full year, barely took it off. We've had a lot of guys that got hit. We had steel plate armor, and that's a possibility that there could have been spalling, right? Where the bullet would have impacted it and then exploded, giving you backface deformation and maybe a big chunk. I watched the video. It seemed to me like the shot went through the left side of the neck, hit the carotid artery, and just kept going. Another thing is he went out immediately. The shot would have been coming from, if as Charlie's facing outward, I believe it would have been from the left. But you know what? I've not really seen any clear graphics on where they
Okay,
suspect or
so
found where this guy came
this
from.
is where I have a question. Uh, you know, the sniper was in front of Charlie. So how did the bullet enter from the left and exit from the right? This is where Malcolm, if you could explain that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. First off, none of us have seen an
I
autopsy.
didn't know he was in front of
He
Charlie
was
though.
he was direct. I thought he was directly in
I mean,
front and aiming downward. So because he was elevated position above him. This is very, very
yeah,
close
I know
to
that. I didn't know he was.
very close to the Trump assassination attempt. Only the shooter on the Trump assassination attempt was lower angle, further back, which would have given it a relatively
Wasn't he
flat
flanked
trajectory.
though?
I
I'm
said
sorry?
that at the
He
beginning.
wasn't dead on, Malcolm. He wasn't straight ahead.
Yeah,
The Trump attempted
yeah,
assassination. I thought he
yeah.
was flanked.
No. He
So he was
was
straight on as
straight
well.
on, straight on. You can even
Okay.
see the bullet. So this guy was almost the same. But the point is, we're arguing over semantics here. I don't think you're going to see
Right.
spalling. If that was on a steel plate, and I wore steel plates because they actually have better way for some bullets, better absorption on the 7.62 bullets we had over there.
I
You
thought you were
might.
about to tell him that we get better gear in Intel, Malcolm. I was like, don't
Yeah,
tell
I
him
know,
that.
I know, I know. Look, I wore US level 4 armor, but you still got to wear soft armor under it, right? So, whatever. The
Right.
point is this guy got off a shot that was solid. If it had hit his chest, you would have been a massive pink mist. Okay, it would have cracked his
Right.
sternum, would have blown through his heart. It would have just boom, a giant lung explosion ball there. The fact that we only saw the hole go through his neck. I mean, can we I don't even want to wait for the autopsy. Fuck it. I don't care how this guy got killed. All right. Somebody here needs to be neutralized and aerated, and then we'll have that talk. Speaking of the shooter, of
Now,
course.
Malcolm, when I saw that video, Malcolm, yesterday, I was like, bro, there's no way in hell he makes it out alive with that shot. What were your thoughts when you saw?
My first shot, I had a talk with a good friend of mine who's a radio doctor. Some of you may know him from MSNBC, Dr. Irwin Redlener. And he asked me about, how you shoot. And I said, one of the things that we do when I was going through training, we would play what we call sniper's golf. And what that is you take an orange or a red golf ball and you have somebody throw it out as far as you can down a field or sometimes we use golf courses, right? And the goal was to hit that ball, uh, using whatever ranging you're going to use. That's manual, right? No lasers, none of that, and to hit that ball on the first shot because that's the size of the medulla oblongata. And when real snipers, the guys that I work with, they aim for just below the nose and above the lip at a slightly down angle. They're going to hit that. And that's the reason we aim for that medulla is because it's called the off switch. Your body will literally turn into a sack of potatoes when you hit that. They won't pull a trigger. They won't detonate a hand grenade. They won't let go a suicide bomb grip. It's very precise place to hit. My first thought was that the round came in through the neck and may have
Right.
gone back and hit that because Charlie Kirk went down immediately, like bag
Yeah.
of
And the amount of
potatoes.
blood was ridiculous as well.
Well, that's where blood travels through, and
Mm-hmm.
but again, I would like us to stop this discussion. Let's just focus on really getting this idiot as opposed to he could be fucking lucky. I've seen guys who I trained to shoot who I knew would not hit nothing hit things and I go, what the fuck? And they're just lucky. And then with that luck, they improve their shooting skills. So, and a lot of these fucking kids are all trained with goddamn Call of Duty. And then not a one of them aims for center of mass. They all aim for the headshot, you know? It's ridiculous.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Malcolm. I do the same with Call of Duty, man. I just headshot. I do
I
the
don't know
same
how many
thing, bro.
I don't know how many iterations of that game there are, but I've played one and like only a few scenarios, and I was like, "Oh my god, the civilian world sucks."
Listen, man. I mean, come on, Malcolm. Come on. W Call of Duty in the chat. W Call of Duty in the chat. All right. Let me toss it to Mike Harvey once again, guys. In about 13 minutes, FBI press conference. We're going to be streaming it live on Chatter on video, and we're going to be pushing the audio over to X so you guys can still stay tapped in. For you guys that want to join the stream on Chatter, click the tweet up top and jump over here. There's a link in the tweet up top, and you'll be able to get over here. But let's go to Mike.
Hey, I just wanted to jump in real quick. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Hey, Malcolm, it's good to see you again. I've had extensive training in sniper, counter sniper, as well as testifying in cases as a gun expert. And I don't want to get into a lot of specifics, but I want to assure everybody listening, beyond a shadow of a doubt, and I'm willing to put my reputation on this, that this guy was not a professional shooter. I've been studying the pictures of the Remington all day. Remington is one of the the Remington 700 is one of the most popular rifles you can buy. As Malcolm already alluded to, you can go get a brand new one right now for like $463, and you can get a half, not a good optic, not one that's going to hold zero for very long, but one good enough to do the shot for $125. The distance
Just
that you,
FYI,
Mhm.
on Gunbroker, they give you a Vortex optic for 586 total.
Are you serious? Wow.
I
Yeah,
shit
they're
you
even
not.
they're getting, that is crazy. They're ridiculously cheap. And that particular platform, think of a Remington 700 almost as like an AR-15, where it's not necessarily a type of gun, more of a chassis or a weapon system, because you can get it in multiple calibers. You can get it in 30-06, you can get it in 300 Magnum, you can get it in 17 Remington. There's a lot of different calibers you can get that weapon in, depending on what type of game that you're using. And it's usually massive game. This is a very powerful rifle, uses a very large cartridge. Interestingly enough, this is the same caliber, supposedly, if it's a 30-06 that Martin Luther King was hit in. And if you remember, Martin Luther King Jr. was also shot in the neck. So, depending on the trajectory, how far it was away, windage, all that other stuff that goes into shooting. I mean, I can go into long stories about the Coriolis effect, depending on how long the shot is. It'll do different type of damage to the body. Now, I have not seen the autopsy report. I have no inside knowledge of the autopsy report, but from the 9,000 times that I've been asked about the shot and I've looked at it, when I saw that it hit the carotid artery, I also saw something very telling at the very end of that. When his right arm starts pulsating like that, I can't think of the name of the bundle of nerves that goes along the spine that was probably severed when that bullet went to his neck. But when he starts shaking like that, he was having some serious neurological issues. He was dead before he hit the floor. He was gone. Just like Malcolm talked about that
I
off
believe
switch.
that.
There's
I
multiple
definitely
off
believe that.
switches.
I definitely believe that. I definitely believe that. I mean, I said it yesterday when we were streaming that video because Jonathan and I were on stream and we were watching it together. And I said, bro, like no human being survives that. It's not possible.
Yeah,
Do
that
you understand what I'm saying? Like that, it's not possible.
And
So
and that's
no.
that's that rifle too. I've looked at it under magnification all day. One of the rings, most optics, or you can say scope for layman's terms, but I'll say optics so the gun guys don't get on me. They're held down by rings and various things. This guy used non-standard rings, and the rings didn't match. This thing was really, really hobbled together. Now you have to take into effect the region and when this happened. We're up there in Utah. Them boys up there, they've been shooting since they were old enough to hold a rifle. They're a pretty decent shot with the raggediest rifle you can find. And they got a million of them laying around. That could have been grandpa's old rifle. That could have been one of 10, that one of his truck guns. I mean, this is not something that he went out and purchased and planned. And, the ATF is going to be able to say he went and got it last week. This rifle's probably 20 or 30 years old. There's absolutely nothing special about this. There's nothing that say that this guy was prepared. He was funded. He was sponsored by someone else, because if I were to set this up, I would probably use maybe a similar chassis rifle, but it'd be carbon fiber like a Christensen Arms with a collapsible stock. It would have its own feet. I mean, there was so many things that I would do differently than this guy did. Total 100% amateur. Once they catch him, that's the whole kit and caboodle. There is no people. The only reason I got on here and said that is because we had a
Can,
very
can,
powerful person in this country yesterday go on and say that we're going to find the people and the organization and hunt them down. And I think he really stoked a lot of fear that this was some type of mass conspiracy with a bunch of people
Exactly.
involved, and this ain't that.
can you explain the guy in the white that was making the signals with his hat in his ear? The gentleman next to him with the black outfit making the signals. Looks like a third base
Now, I know the
coach. Can you
one. I
explain
know the
the?
one in the hat
Can you
right next
explain?
to him is
Wait, wait.
Charlie's
Can you
best
explain?
friend.
Can you explain the? Yeah, I understand that. Can you explain the old man taking credit for shooting somebody, for murdering somebody in the front row, drawing all that attention, getting double shackled and having to be carried out of there? And while that's going on, the quote unquote, as you said, the regular average guy is walking off. The guy was in complete black up on the roof there. What proof, what evidence do you have that the rifle that they recovered was the actual one that was used? We had during the Kennedy assassination a Mannlicher bolt action rifle
Mhm.
that was grabbed, and they said that Lee Harvey Oswald fired, what was it, 3 shots or 4 shots within 4 seconds. Nobody else in the world could match that time, that cadence with that gun. That was not the gun that ultimately killed Kennedy. So what makes you think this wasn't a setup?
Because two totally different situations. When you have a situation where you have a president, and I've worked one Trump event, I also worked one Mike Pence event. There's multiple layers. There's two different perimeters. There's an outer perimeter. There's an inner perimeter. Plus, we have counter sniper teams, usually in a triangular pattern. I'm not going to get into too many details.
Now,
But
listen. I hear what you're saying,
I'd
but
love
you're
to
not
hear his
getting
the
to
answer. I'd
reality
love
answering
is,
the
to hear,
question.
hear, can
well,
we hear the rest of his answer, Craig?
I would too, but I remind you, as he's explaining the great perimeter and the coverage of what happened at Butler. I remind you of that. As you're explaining the great lengths that you go
I'm
through
not talking about
to
Butler, but
protect somebody.
let me
But
land my
I am.
plane
I'm
for
talking about the
everybody
whole thing
here
in it.
and be
Yeah.
respectful to the people listening. I'm gonna land my plane really fast. So when you have a situation where you have a VIP, when they have state sponsored security, there's a lot of different levels. There's a reason why the guy in Butler missed. As soon as he got that shot off, there was immediately eyes on him. Charlie Kirk didn't have that level of security. There was no counter sniper teams in place. That guy had a lot more time to take a deep breath, let it out halfway, compose himself, and apply even pressure to that trigger and get that shot off. It was a much, much more simple job than either the Butler attempt or the attempt down in Mar-a-Lago. He had a lot more time, and he didn't have those palpitations going because there was not the same amount of pressure. Now you can say whatever you want to ask.
The,
Can I
the
just jump
gentleman
in
at
real quick?
Butler had,
Of
had
course,
the
Malcolm.
guy
Listen, guys, I'm going to tell you, I've got decades of seeing this happen all over the world. 99.999% of the time, what you see is what you get. It is just
Mhm.
really a simple world. It is very easy to kill people. I didn't even notice the rings. He probably had 30 millimeter rings on one end and 1 inches on the other end,
Exactly
based
what
on
he
that,
had.
which would tell me it's
Hmm.
his fucking hunting rifle
Yep.
that he's had since high school, and it was the weapon of opportunity and a good one, right? We
And
didn't have to pay
look at the
$5 million.
eyesight. Look at the way he set up his eyesight relief, Malcolm.
His
That'll
relief.
tell you all that you need to know.
Yeah. So the point is Occam's razor, guys, which is the simplest answer is always the truth, is always the best. And you're going to see that it holds up all over the world. You can conspiracy theory, or you could want to say that, this was the Chinese paid the Indians and it went through and made them believe that it was the Mossad and it was done to silence the Epstein thing. How about this dumb fucker just wanted to shoot somebody? The guy from Butler, by the way, his hit list was everyone famous.
Hmm.
It was everyone famous. And through an act of God, Donald Trump just happened to be coming to his immediate neighborhood. And through an act of God, that kid should have been dead before the show started. When people were telling the cops he was crawling up on top. People don't often, they believe in their own invincibility and they go, Donald Trump has the best protection in the world. I don't have to do anything. So a beat cop wouldn't go, stress out over that. It's not all Jack Ryan out there, which is fantasy, by the way. So
And then another act of God, obviously President Trump surviving it. There were several acts of God in that day.
no, it's just a bad shooter. He did kill people. He did not hit his target.
Yeah, but I mean President Trump turning his head at that exact, or candidate Trump at the time, at that exact
That's
moment. Yeah,
just
go
the
ahead.
universe, right? The universe works the way it's going to work. But that kid didn't. That kid found out the hard way. But the point is that this may be, and that kid was on hard right wing shooting sites and expressed interest in that. I think he just wanted to be famous and he was going down that list. And it's sort of like the people who threaten me. I get death threats all the time. 99, and they're all what I call the lazy assassins. I have to go to Baton Rouge and notify these guys that I'm there so that they can kill me, right? Because that's how they threaten you. Don't come to Baton Rouge. Don't let me find out you're here. It's like, do I fucking call you? No. This kid saw a target of opportunity. This guy today, whoever it was, man or woman, who did this, saw that had Charlie Kirk's schedule. The individual was coming within his travel envelope. He had a weapon to use. He either didn't like what he heard or liked what he heard and thought this would be awesome to, fool the libs, whatever. Or 99% of the time, it's a crazy ass motherfucker who just wants to go out the long way, right? I would be surprised if this kid even well, no, I've a lot of these shooters surrender, so I'm not going to be surprised about that. I'd be surprised if he had a gun battle and duked it out or went off to a hotel and shot himself. I'd be very surprised at that because
Malcolm,
what's the use of notoriety if you can't notice yourself?
Malcolm, they're about to start
All right, let's go.
the press conference, FBI press conference. All right, everyone, if you're on Chatter, look at the stream up top. We're about to watch that right now. That's the press conference for the Charlie Kirk situation. If you guys are on X, I'm going to be pushing the audio over. But if you guys would like to watch the actual press conference in the stream, click the tweet up top. There's a link to Chatter. Click that link, and it'll drop you right in here. Once again, click the tweet up top. There's a link to Chatter. Click the link on it, and then it'll bring you right in here. But real quick, I've got a question. So once I see the police and everybody come out, I'll go ahead and unmute. But they're doing mic checks right now. So Malcolm, my question to you is this. Matter of fact, I'm going to place a bet right now with Mr. Jonathan Bay, right? And I want to see what Malcolm thinks. Jonathan, my bet, they have not found the killer. $200.
My bet is they know who he is.
That's
No.
why.
Those are two different things, bro. What are you talking about? Malcolm, you see this guy trying to just,
No,
throw
I'm
no.
sorry, but
Philadelphia right
I'm
now?
sorry, but I'm with him.
Did you see that? Did you see that Philadelphia schmooze he trying to do
No, but
right
no, he
now?
just Malcolm. You with me, right, Malcolm?
I'm
Bro,
with you. I
of
think
course
they're gonna.
I'm with you,
I
God
think
damn it.
they've identified him through DNA, fingerprints, hair samples, purchase of the weapon, where he lives, where he's from. They don't have him.
But they don't have him though.
No,
They
because they
don't
would have
exactly. So
called that
I,
press
I'm with
conference with 2 minutes notice.
100%.
Hey, Nelson, what if I agree with the guy that said sometimes it is what it is? It's exactly what it seems. And then I say the guy in Butler was at FBI, his phone at least was at FBI headquarters a number of times, and his house was completely cleaned. What if it is exactly what it seems, that this guy was set up by enemies of Trump to kill him? Because you can draw your own conclusion of what it is. You said he had a list of
Well,
whatever it was. This guy that got shot. Wait,
before
hang on a second. The guy at Butler, the guy that got shot, the guy that killed or attempted to kill Trump at Butler. They show us the same picture of him with pimples on his face, 16 years of age, and they conceal the fact that he had hair down to his neck and potentially identified as trans. That picture was on the internet for a hot minute before it was scuttled. Why was it scuttled?
well, how about the
Sometimes
well?
it's exactly what it seems.
But there's an
They didn't
inconvenient
want. They
truth.
didn't want the.
There's an inconvenient
It's an
truth
inconvenient truth,
that I think.
but what is the power? But what is the power it takes to on every single major social platform to take that picture down? Who ordered that to be taken down? You can't find it to this day unless you go on other websites. Why is it the only picture that they had of this shooter is the one we've all seen of that kid with the pimples at 16 years old that just seemed like a lost soul, and not some wacko that was under the control of the agencies that Chuck Schumer himself warned Trump not to mess with? Sometimes it is,
Yeah.
as you said,
Well,
exactly as it seems.
but the world doesn't work like that. Here, if you want a closer step, in February of that same year, Alex Jones had on there a guy named former Special Forces Colonel named Rivkin, both heavy MAGA guy, crazy MAGA guy. That guy said on air, the single best thing that could happen to us this year is if someone kills Trump. And he said, then we could go wild with the left. Is it possible that kid heard that and took that on board? I don't know because he has a bullet through his head. But we don't control the world the way John Wick does. There's no syndicate that pulls triggers in the intelligence community. Everybody who does stupid shit in the intelligence community, especially in the military, is dying to tell somebody. No secret is ever held, except JFK's, of course.
That's a fact.
Malcolm, you took the words right out of my mouth. You look
By
at
the way,
SEAL Team Six.
JFK's
Nobody
bullet,
can hold those secrets.
the super bullet in JFK, for anyone who's ever shot anything, including paper, bullets don't stay straight like that, right? So that's the only great mystery in the U.S. government to me. That and aliens, right? So
Did you just say that the bullets stay straight like that after they go through bone? Did you
no,
just
no,
say that?
no. I did not. I said the exact opposite. I said that's crazy. There's no bullet in the world that could fall onto the side of a stretcher that is literally an unfired shape. When it
Yeah.
goes through
Okay. Good.
paper,
All right.
it deforms. Every bullet
Oh.
deforms. So let's just get on to the press conference and we can discuss this stuff later.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Okay.
I mean, we've got it streaming up top right now over here, Malcolm. I'm just waiting for them to actually kick it off. It seems like they're about to kick it off anytime now. But I'm definitely taking bets. I'm definitely taking bets. You know what? Let's do a poll. Let's do a real poll. Everybody, grab your phones. Grab your phones. Grab your phones. I need you to answer some questions for me. Okay. If you believe they're going to announce that they have the killer, put a W in the chat right now. If you're here on Chatter, if you're on X, hit the purple pill bottom right hand corner, throw a W in there if you believe they're going to announce that they've got the killer. Okay, so I see one person, two people, three people. W's in the chat if you believe they're going to announce they have the killer. W's in the chat. If you're on X, throw it in the purple pill. Let's count how many W's we can find. Now, if you believe that they're not going to announce they have a killer, but they're going to announce his name, his age, his freaking last known address, and all of that stuff. Put I need another letter. Put a C in the chat. Put a C in the chat right now if you believe that's what's going to happen. C in the chat. If you're on X, throw it in a purple pill, bottom right-hand corner. Throw a C in there if you believe that they're going to announce everything else but him being in captivity. Throw it in the chat right now. Let me see. So we definitely have more C's than W's. That is a fact, okay? On Chatter and on X, we've got a lot more C's than W's. All right. You know what? Let me throw one more in there. If you believe they don't know his name, they don't have him in captivity, they don't know where he is, and all they're going to do is throw up the picture that they circulated online and give a hotline number and say, if you see this guy, know this guy, give us a call. If you believe that's what's going to happen, throw a J for Jonathan in the chat right now. Throw a J in the chat right now. If you're on X, throw a J in a purple pill, bottom right-hand corner right now. Throw a J. Okay, we've got a lot of J's, actually.
Because the press conference, they
Damn,
said
somebody
they're
threw a J
pursuing him.
Rocket. Shout out to Alex with the $1 rocket. Thank you so much. He's got the J in there. Okay, cool. So, Malcolm, you're with the C crew, right? You're C over W and J. Is that correct? Malcolm, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm C over W. I suspect we're going to get a version of The Fugitive here, where they're going to call on everyone's help to identify this guy. Otherwise, they would have had that press conference with a 2 to 5 minutes notice.
Yeah, and they actually had rapid. Remember, you got to remember. They said they postponed this because they had rapidly developing. I guess action taking place, and they had to postpone the press conference.
The FBI right now is a clown team.
I think they could have had conflicted information and they had to pause.
Yeah, the FBI right now is a total fucking clown show.
Oh, okay.
Well, especially because what's missing here is that the agent in charge of that district office was actually fired several months ago. And so that field office out there is, depending on who's in charge now and what they're doing, is an absolute fucking sieve. Like, it's a shit show out there with the FBI. They are leaking info.
What do we know about maybe they have a competent replacement that was better than the person who got fired? No,
Right,
is that not possible?
Well, the problem is that when you do that, and then you see the results of what you're seeing here, which is first there was, we have them, we don't have them, we have them, we don't have them. Kash Patel is trying to get out in front of social media, and then the other thing is that they said that there was trans.
So you're obviously a Biden supporter. How about the previous administration's corrupt FBI with Comey and all those retards that destroyed the reputation of the FBI? Stop carrying water for Biden.
Comey wasn't in the previous administration.
Dead and buried. Move on.
Comey wasn't in the
was
previous
fired under
administration.
Trump, sir.
Yeah,
exactly.
So
Comey wasn't in the previous
Comey was a bum. Trump didn't trust him from day
social
one,
media.
and Trump has been proven vindicated that there were a bunch of bums that were loyalists to Obama, against the Constitution, against the American people. Stop peddling your bullshit.
I don't even think it's that complicated. Can I say this real quick?
Wait, one second. Let me get one mic on Mike Harvey. Let me get one mic on Mike Harvey real quick. Mike, jump in.
That gentleman is a lot of fun. One thing I've learned about working in this government it's like a sieve. We don't keep secrets very well, especially if something as big as something high profile. I don't care if you have a team that's as disciplined as SEAL Team 6.
Yeah, that's right.
Eventually, it's going to come out.
Strzok didn't keep secrets. Strzok and his lover didn't keep secrets well. You're right. The FBI agent who said, we're not going to let this guy get in office, with his lover in text on a public platform. You're right. That FBI did not keep secrets well. The former FBI director saying that Trump should 86 Trump and posting on his website. He's not only doesn't keep secrets well, he's kind of stupid at the same time. And that was the guy, Comey, that was in charge. Trump was saying from day one they're spying on me. And it turns out Trump was right. When they did have spies in his administration and in Trump Tower that were planted there by the Obama administration. Let's not forget that. So when you talk about them removing current FBI agents that were leftovers from the former defunct FBI, please have a little bit of respect for cleaning house. Remember, drain the swamp.
Right. My
Obviously,
comment
again,
is right. So my comment is this, right? The way that this investigation has been handled is an absolute shit show. It does not show any level of professionalism. It does not show any level of competency. And the thing is that right after this happened, there was stuff everywhere. There was released to the press, background information, whatever, that said there was transgender and anti-fascist stuff written on it. That was fucking bullshit, right? So all this information is stupid. It's just fucking stupid.
That's not an accident. That's what. It's not an accident. Hey, you talk about the lack of professionalism. Look at the Secret Service that they had covering Trump. Trump said, "I'll give the same Secret Service staff to Obama and to Biden."
Brian,
no, I'm not changing the subject. There's a reason.
I have so this is something, just a word of advice. People might listen to you and take you more seriously if everything out of your mouth was not a conspiracy.
Yeah.
I land.
Damn, mic drop. Shit, Jenny.
You guys are crazy. Anyways, so
that wasn't.
I mean, listen, I just default to Malcolm every time, right? So I'm just going to toss it to Malcolm. Malcolm, what are your thoughts as to
well, don't do that.
This,
let me just.
Jump in, Malcolm. Mic check on Spaces. Can you guys hear me? Am I good?
We hear you.
Yeah.
He seems to be having difficulty or something. I don't know.
Okay, let's circle back to Malcolm. Okay, let's go to some hands. So I see some people that just jumped on stage here on Chatter.
Nelson, can you check the two?
I was trying to hop in.
Okay, let's go ladies first. Let's go to chat and then we'll toss it to Umar on X. Let's go chat.
Yeah, I'm with Malcolm though. I feel like civilians always overcomplicate things when it comes to like intel. This is what we have. We have people that want to peddle a narrative and they want to control the narrative. You also have people that aren't career intel professionals, right? So they don't know that you don't just hop out with new intel. You got to vet it a little bit, right? You got to ask a couple of questions, right? You got to see if there's anything seen, anything that can be corroborated before you say it is an official statement, right? Before you give it as official intel. And what the FBI keeps doing, because we saw this in other things, Epstein, that they just want to get the applause from Trump and they don't care about how it lands to the American people. And so whatever the reason why they had to pull it back, someone that was probably a career intel professional was like, hey, we need to chill before we put this out because it may cause more damage than what we need right now, which if they have not found him, the shooter, they haven't found him, that whatever this information is may have made it more difficult. So they had to pull it back. Whatever that was, they had to pull it back. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
No,
hey, where'd I drop out?
Malcolm, are you back?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Trying to speak.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can see him I can see his mic trying to like go off, and then it just goes back, whatever again. Okay,
Nelson.
Jump in, AB.
Nelson.
Yeah, I know. Just really quick, as an expert observer of the news, really, I'm not sure it was like a full walk back in terms of the substance of the Wall Street Journal report, but it seemed like they wanted to walk back. Just my impression. I don't know this for a fact. Obviously, it seemed like they wanted to walk back the releasing that info at all, and so they kind of released kind of a muddled statement to the Times, right? And interesting having the dueling leaks to the Journal versus the Times, right? Meaning maybe different people, but they wanted to kind of walk back the certainty of it and muddle it up a little bit, maybe because they felt like, as the young lady just said, that they didn't want to release that info, even if it is accurate. That's kind of was the impression I got, because it didn't seem like a full walk back. It was I don't have it in front of me, but it was a statement something along the lines of, when we're going through these internal deliberations, sometimes things are accurate and sometimes things are not accurate. So it kind of just seemed like a little bit of a butt covering for maybe releasing something they shouldn't have. more so than a definitive report saying that this was BS. The previous Wall Street Journal report was BS.
Go
Nelson,
ahead and
can I
jump in.
go?
Let's go to Craig, and then we'll circle back to Umar.
Yeah. So my point is this, right? Kash Patel is not an FBI director. Dan Bongino, there is not a deputy FBI director. If you're serious about law enforcement, counterterrorism, investigations, you don't put some Devin Nunes simp in as FBI director because he will say, "Can I say this yet, boss?" Right? Like you need somebody who's been in career law enforcement, who takes this job seriously. Kash Patel, by every law enforcement person that I've spoken to, really over the past couple of days, one is retired, the other one is still active. Both think he's a fucking joke, right? They both think he's an absolute farce. Dan Bongino, they saw him crying, on Fox. Okay, one second. Okay, one second. Okay, 1 second. Dan Bongino was on Fox and Friends, kind of lamenting and crying about how he doesn't like his job and all the rest of this stuff. This is not J. Edgar Hoover, professional FBI men. Okay, this guy was an intern for Devin Nunes. He worked for the FBI briefly, and now he's the director of the FBI. If this was the other way around, this is like Barack Obama hiring an assistant to Nancy Pelosi who got his badge out of a Cracker Jack box, right? So if Barack Obama had appointed somebody, no, let me finish. Let me finish.
Craig, you're wild, bro.
Okay, but no, but if you take the names and you reverse them, right? And you say Barack Obama chose an assistant to Nancy Pelosi, you would have been like, this is a fucking joke. But because your guy, whoever that guy might be, Obama, Trump, whoever, because your guy did it, you feel like you have to stand on that ground and defend it to your death, even though every law enforcement person in the country, people who take this seriously, like defending people, tracking leads, all this shit, they look at this as a slap in their fucking face. Kash Patel was an assistant to a congressman. That's it. That's it. That's all he ever was. And now you're saying he's qualified to lead the FBI. Give me a fucking break. Okay? Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, Craig, but he's a patriot.
And
And
so
it's not Craig. It's a little bit of hyperbole. He was a national security prosecutor at the Department of Justice for 3 years. He was a public defender. Okay, no, for 9 years prior to that. After being a national security prosecutor at the Department of Justice, he was the senior counsel, that's the job you're referring to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for 3 years. And then after that, he was on the NSC, on the National Security Council, as a senior director for counterterrorism for about a year. And then after that, he was principal. After that, he was principal. Hold on one sec. One more thing.
Yeah.
He was a principal deputy, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, so the main deputy at the DNI, but that was only for 10 months.
Okay,
So he would have been qualified to
But
be the
that doesn't make him
general
qualified
counsel
for
of
FBI.
the Office of Director
Exactly.
of National Intelligence.
he's a lawyer.
That
He's
doesn't
not a
qualify
cop.
to be.
He's not a cop.
1 second,
James
Craig.
Comey was also a lawyer. James Comey was also a lawyer, not a cop. So what are you
He's
going
a
to say?
DEI yes man. He's a
Hey, guys, you gotta listen. Just listen for my voice, please. Jonathan, go ahead. Jump in.
I'm glad I got meted out for a bit because someone just called him a DEI yes man. And that's what they just called him. But it is what it is. I mean, that's what he chose to be. Those are people he decided to I hang out with, so they're gonna call him what they need to call him. Listen to me, that guy should not. Kash Patel is nowhere fit to be an FBI director. None. He got hired because he's going to do whatever Donald Trump tells him to do. That was it. And if you look at it, for Attorney General,
guys, press conference starting
let's do it.
Everyone on X, hit the tweet up top, hit the link. Press conference is starting right now. If you're on Chatter, Double tap the stream, tilt it sideways so you can go full screen. Double tap the stream, tilt it sideways so you can go full screen. Press conference start right now. Once again, if you're on X, hit the tweet.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. My name is Hillary Kellner. I am the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. This evening, we have FBI Director Patel, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, Governor Spencer Cox, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, and Commissioner Anderson, as well as Commissioner Bo Mason, as well as some local partners here present with us today. Governor, we'll kick it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate the media and the partnership we have with you in helping us to get information out to the public so that we can catch this assassin and hold him accountable. We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the suspect, as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now, show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see that the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive t-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grass area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right. After he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. You want to go to the stills? So here's the still photographs. I mentioned these have been enhanced. So these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the t-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. You go to the next picture, please. The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again, the t-shirt. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out. We'll continue to push these out. And we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you, and I'll turn time back over to Governor Cox.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, just give you a little warning, we will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple of things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We're going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come. More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the Kirk family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
Listen, I'm not even gonna lie to you. This was the most disappointing press conference on the face of planet fucking earth. If you agree with what I'm saying right now, W's in the chat. W's in the chat here on Chatter and on X. If you're on X, hit it, throw it in a purple pill right now. W in there if you believe this is the most disappointing press conference. Like I called it, but I didn't want to believe it at the same time. You know what I mean? Like I thought, it would, we'll get some results or whatnot. This is useless. This is useless.
Points for honesty though. Points for honesty. They don't know. They don't know shit, and they're admitting it. They don't know shit. Except
Why do a press conference then?
because they need the
Why do
public's
a
help.
fucking press conference?
Because they need the public's help. They're
This
saying it.
is
That's the Trump
nonsense.
FBI.
Because we wanted the press conference, right? Didn't we? And why don't we have a little bit of faith just in Charlie Kirk's name? Why are you being so negative? Have a little bit of faith. I'm sorry. It's not okay.
Here we go. Listen, this is bullshit. This is nonsense. Okay, that killer should be in jail right now. He should be in cuffs. Okay, he should be in prison right now. Okay, we don't need a press conference. What are we talking about? He should be in jail. Okay, I mean, look at the guy. Listen from earlier before we started his stream on both Spaces and Chatter. I had believed this was a professional assassin. This was a trained killer. This was a marksman from Special Forces. This was that guy. From what I've seen, this is some random little shit, right? A little fucking kid. He probably goes to that college, right? Loony ass kid, no skills, no technical capabilities whatsoever, no tactical capabilities whatsoever, who wanted to be a hero, right? How is this little shit outsmarting our FBI? Right?
The one thing
this is disappointing.
The one thing
And
you're
it's not
missing.
about having faith.
The one thing you're missing.
Disappointing as fuck.
The one thing you're missing here is that they did not give you a description of a vehicle. That right there is a glowing red flag flare, whatever you want to call it, that shows that they lost track of this kid. They lost track of him.
Of course.
And they have no idea where he is. They don't know how he got away. They don't know where he went to, if he took a train, if he went this way, he went that way. After that, the only thing that we can say is that video in the neighborhood of him leaving, they don't have two things. One, they don't have him entering, and they don't have him exiting. And so you don't have the description of mode of transportation. I'm just going to say this, folks. He's gone. He's in the wind. Given the time he's had, he could be in fucking Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, Arizona, paying by cash, or out in the woods somewhere. This guy is gone. And so what I'm saying is that this person knew where the cameras were, knew the areas to avoid, right? Knew where. If you're just this random kid, if you look at his path, his exit, he walks slowly, right? He doesn't panic. He's not sprinting. He gets his stuff. He walks slowly past the cars, up to the street, waits his turn, waits for the cars to pass, right? Then goes into the woods, drops the rifle, and then he just wanders through the neighborhood. He knew where the cameras were, and he knew where the cameras weren't. This isn't some guy who had his adrenaline up, okay? This isn't like, this guy is gone. And he knew where to hide his mode of transportation. He knew where to hide a way to get in and a way to get out. And I'll be honest with you, I'd be shocked if they find this guy in a long fucking time. This guy is gone.
This guy got lucky. He got lucky. He got lucky the way he jumped off that roof. Okay, this was not planned. This was not planned. Okay.
Hey, Johnny, go here. Can I jump in, guys?
No, hold on a second, please. Let me tell you real quick.
One mic on
Everybody raise their hands, please. Thank you.
Great.
I did.
All right. Just real quick, guys. I want to go over to Mike. I want to go over to Mike over there. Mike, what's your assessment in terms of what you're hearing from the FBI?
Well, if you look in the purple pill, I was one of the ones that knew that they were not going to have anything. I've just done this. I've done this for 15 years. I've done this way too long. I can tell when they have something, when they don't. Looking at this video that they released, this guy is just really lucky. And one of the things I don't hear anybody talking about, and I don't hear them saying, and I can see it clear as day. I don't know if because I've seen so many videos like this. He injured his knee. When he comes down, the reason why he has that limp later on, he's already ditched a firearm. He hurt him. So that was a damn near a 20-foot drop.
No, that was a photo of him going onto campus with a limp. The photo of him, there's a video of him walking onto campus with a backpack with a limp. And then there's another video that shows him retreating to the same
And
neighborhood.
then and then he injures it further when he falls, because you can see he takes one really, really hard step, like he's wincing in really, really, really bad pain.
No,
So
no, you're
wherever
looking at
he's
the
at,
wrong.
he's not too comfortable.
You're looking at the wrong one. There's two videos of the same neighborhood. One
No,
that's
right now I'm watching him
No, he's
fall from
correct.
the
Correct.
I'm
Correct.
watching him fall from the
Correct.
roof.
He's correct. He's correct. He's correct. He's correct. Go ahead, Mike.
But this guy, he's not some professional. He didn't know where these cameras were, and these are very low quality cameras too. These cameras have to be 7 or 8 years old, haven't been changed in a while, because the last two cases I've had, I mean, they've been like almost 8K cameras. The resolution was amazing. These are very low res photographs, and he's right there by a major thoroughfare. It doesn't take a Jason Bourne to get away in a situation like that. This kid got lucky.
Right.
The campus, and also too, as a former law enforcement officer, different jurisdictions have different standards. Your training for a university police officer is going to be a lot different from county, which is going to be a lot different from city. They were not prepared for a situation like this, and then the additional resources that were prepared for a situation like this, they didn't get called in till much later, till much way after they could actually do something. And then my final point that I'll say is, and I'm not trying to get political, so I'm really not even going to do any retort on this, but a lot of people that work in the domestic terrorism and in this field right now, I know for a fact because they're my friends, they're working on deportation cases right now. So you're pulling a lot of brain power that usually focuses on this stuff, and they're working on getting people out of the country right now at Home Depot. So I'm not saying that that's going to kill the case, but I can tell you that is definitely slowing it down.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Let's toss it around. Let's go to Kirsten, Mama K. Feel free to jump in here on Chatter, and then we'll move over to
Thank you.
Umar X. One mic, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Nelson. As a resident and born and raised here in Salt Lake City, I'm in a suburb called South Jordan. I went to UVU for college. My sister went there too. I'm very familiar. The location of this university is right off of I-15, which runs northbound and southbound. The nearest front runner train, which is on the Utah Transit Authority, it's our rail system, is 1.8 miles from the university. It would have been easily accessed for him to just jump on the train and head anywhere. It runs from one end of the valley to the other, from all the way from Ogden down beyond Provo. And that's a 65, 75-mile distance. So he could have gone anywhere quickly, is my point. I hope to God that they catch him, and my house is going to definitely have its alarm on tonight. I'm done. Thank you for letting me speak.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay, let's move it over to X. Let's go to Johnny. Johnny, come on, man. Break it down for me, bro. Break it down. Let's talk about it.
Hey, Nelson, Jonathan, thanks for the space. Sorry about the circumstances, obviously, but just watching that update, that doesn't shake me at all, because how do you know that they're not trying to smoke this guy out? For example, someone said, well, they don't know what his car is. Well, maybe they do know what his car is. Maybe they're hoping this shooter saw the update and he says, well, they don't know what my car looks like. So he gets in his car and he goes, but they do know what his car looks like. So we don't know everything they know. I have to trust that they're putting out the information that's going to try to smoke this guy out. So the news that does not rattle me at all. But I wanted to speak earlier to the professionalism of this particular shooter. I grew up with a 30-06, with a 308, with a 270. My best friend had a 30-06 bolt action Ruger. And so with the ballistics, this is not a tough shot. And this, I think that Utah is a hunting community. It's probably more likely this is, a kid that may have gone to the school or not. And when you're up there in a prone position, that is not a hard shot.
Hey, Johnny,
Yes.
do you think this is Grant Cardone? Do you think that was a lot of people suggesting that he had armor on and it was a center mass shot that
Grant,
fragment hit him in the
no, Grant, I was
no?
just going to that because here's the thing. All of the entrance, because the bullet is a small object and it only expands when it hits something. If it hits a tree branch, you can expand and now it's going to do a lot of damage beyond that branch. But if you've got something that's going to hit that center mass with armor, that thing's going to expand and that is not going to go cleanly in that neck. So that was a clean shot in the neck. The entrance enters clean. If it hits any bone, it blows the backside out. That's how these things.
Yeah, and people are saying that that's a fairly easy shot to make, but if you're making it, if you're taking that shot, wouldn't you be going for the center mass rather than the neck? Unless you're extremely trained,
Well,
at which point you would go for the neck.
To your point, you have in his backpack, he could have a couple sandbags or something to, steady his shot, to line it up. He had time. He wasn't pressured. And that is not a difficult shot. And so when I saw it, I thought, yeah, I mean, I've seen that shot a million times. It's clean in, and it was probably clean out unless it hit the spine. I heard something hit the spine. But that to me that aligns up perfectly with a shot to the neck, and he made the shot. It was 200 yards. It was down in a recessed area, so it was somewhat protected from wind and all that, yada yada yada. But one thing that I'm not quite sure I don't understand is that they said they found a rifle in one of the wooded areas, and it was a bolt action. I don't know if that was disinformation or if that's actually. I didn't see a picture of the.
That's factual.
Okay, but we didn't see him jump off that building just now with a rifle. So if he's up on that building,
he may have dropped it. He may have dropped it before he jumped down.
No, he's not dropping anything.
No, he didn't. And so here's the thing. He takes the shot. He does not have time to disassemble a rifle and stick it in his backpack. So he's jumping off that building. There's no rifle. They said they found the rifle in the woods. I can't figure that out, but that's all I got for you guys. Sorry about the conversation and the nature of it, but keep up the good work.
Is it possible? And does anybody know where he boarded or got up on the roof from? Because you're not.
I have no clue.
You're not. That is.
They showed him walking. They showed him walking to the college. It appears that the gun is down his pants leg and he's walking with a limp.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he jumps off the building. Okay, they're showing you something here, but they're not clearly. He would have, unless he can fly, which he clearly can't. How did he get? This is a good 24 feet.
I have no clue, Grant. I wish I knew. Unfortunately,
yeah, he would.
He's not the most professional.
He would not have had time to disassemble that gun after the shot. He didn't have a gun with him as he jumped off.
He doesn't have a gun, Johnny.
He has it in his right hand. It's in his right hand. It's in the pouch in his right. You can see him
when he's jumping down. You see the gun crack.
Yeah, I see it. It's right there.
Give me a video. Let me stream a video. Over here on chat. Send me a video.
Yeah, I can see
a video. Let's watch together. Because he definitely hit that gun. He had the gun. He hit that gun.
DM the video to me on X, Craig. DM it to me, and I'm going to stream it over here. Because I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the video when he's actually jumping down.
And the supposed video that we're being, by the way, we're being fed this information just so.
Supposed.
There is no video showing him walking to the college with a gun.
There's a video
in the video though. He's limping on his way to the college. This dude is limping like his right leg is whatever, and he's clutching on his right leg.
Yeah, it was presumed that as they saw him coming through the neighborhood, He had that deliberate limp, and the presumption is that he had, part of the gun or the rifle stuffed down, hiding it in his pants down his leg.
Right.
However, if this is a one-piece rifle, it's too long for him to even hide it. It would have stuck out of his.
They found a screwdriver as well.
Think about it,
Yeah.
Johnny. Let's think about plausible
Yep.
scenarios, right?
Yep.
I mean, he could have had it disassembled, right?
Yes.
Pieces in his backpack and maybe a small piece in his, on his person, right? That's how he's clutching his leg on his way there. When he gets there, I mean, dude's got all the time in the world to prepare, assemble a rifle and take the shot. He's got all the time in the world. There's no pressure. At the point where the clock starts ticking is when the shot is fired and pandemonium goes crazy. I mean, adrenaline's rushing, dude's trying to get the fuck out of it. I mean, he jumps how many stories down to flee? You understand what I'm saying? Prior to that, I mean, he's got all the time in the world.
Well, and
you can clearly see the gun when he jumps off the building. It's in his right hand.
And he can hide in the crowd.
I saw that in his right hand. That almost looked like a piece of clothing to me, but I'll have to look at the video.
It's a pouch. No, it's a gun carrying pouch.
That's what I thought it was. I thought it was a jacket.
Yeah, I thought it was a jacket. You thinking it was a gun case is what you're maybe talking?
Yeah, it's like there are pouches. Yeah, so there's like a pouch that you can carry.
Here's some other consideration. If that limp on the way in, and he had maybe this gun is disassembled in two parts. So maybe it's the stock and the barrel is one of these that can snap in pretty easily. So that's definitely a possibility. However, when you're looking for precision, you have to be very careful and protect your scope from being bumped. Okay. So I thought that he had a scope in the backpack. So yes, he had all the time in the world to set up, but it was, something where I don't know if you're going to have presence of mind to, disassemble and, get the hell out of there. I don't know. It's just,
That's why I think it's more than one person and nobody's talking about that part.
Well, and that's the other thing I was going to say is that it may be more than one person. This news conference update, they're just maybe releasing just enough information to try to get some movement out of these perpetrators. So we just can't second guess them because we don't know everything they know.
Person though, guys, I don't know about that one, guys. More than one. You know what? We got to do a poll. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your phones. We're going to do a poll. Okay. If you believe there was more than one individual in this case with the Charlie Kirk situation, put a W in the chat right now. W in the chat. If you're on X, do a W in the purple pill right now. W if you believe there was more than one individual that put this together. Put a W in there right now. I really want to see how many people shout the chat with the dollar rocket. If you believe otherwise, it was just this one dude. He's not, there was no multiple people. It's just one guy. Stop the conspiracy bullshit. Put an L in the chat right now. L in the chat if you believe just one person. None of the bullshit. Just L in the chat. If you guys are on X, put an L in the purple pill right now, and let's get a gauge of how many people have W's, how many people have L's. Chat, what's your gauge on the chat? They're on Chatter, and then let me check X. Go ahead. Tell me what we're seeing.
I'm seeing more L's than W's. But let me see if everyone is voting once. Only vote once, Ravi. Yeah, more L's than W's. More L's than W's on chat.
Let me check Twitter. Let me see. Okay, so we've got more L's on Twitter as well. Yeah, guys, I don't think there was multiple. Like this dude's trying to be famous, man. He was trying to do some famous shit, taking out, just a guy that had a hell of a.
He's trying to be famous, dude. If he's trying to be famous, he would have stuck around. If he's trying to be famous,
Grant, that's what I said. Grant, he would have surrendered.
You want to be famous, you don't leave the scene.
What are you guys talking about? Dude's not trying to go to jail. Of course he's gonna leave the scene. He wanted to do some famous shit. I mean, Grant, what do you think? What's your take on this guy's profile?
Well,
I never trust what the media just delivers to us. You know, to me, this was instant. Oh, we found immediately we see a guy sitting on a rooftop. This got clear access, not perfect access, because really perfect access would be the floor below the roof. But we're being fed. Oh, look, we see a silhouette on top of the roof. It had to be him. Oh, now we got a video of a guy jumping off a roof. Okay,
Yeah, and you remember that that wasn't right away. First, they arrested two guys that were persons of interest. They quickly investigated them and then saw that they weren't involved and released.
Yeah, and they did that. They did that while they were telling us that Charlie was still alive too. By the way, and they did it, you know, maybe to give this guy an escape.
No, I guess that's what I'm saying is they didn't find. It took a few at least a few hours for them to find for the videos of the person on the roof to start circulating and then to start narrowing down on that as the probable person who did it.
Real quick, let me
Yeah,
toss the
but
microphone to
again,
BT.
and again, I mean, nobody's telling us how Wonder Boy got on the roof.
That's the photo.
BT,
So that they're showing you
one
the.
second. Boom, there we go. Please listen to the sound of my voice. Thank you. BT, jump in. What are your thoughts about Grant's question? Going once, going twice. Oh my gosh. Damn. All right, let's go back to Craig. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, so they do have the video of him going up the stairwell, Grant. So they have the still photographs of him walking up the stairwell
Of the interior of the building.
Yes, of the interior of the
Okay,
building, which is what concerns me, because two things. Number one, usually access to the roof is locked. Number two, if it's unlocked, he knew where the stairwell was to get to the top. So clearly, been planning this for over a week. Like, this isn't something you do in a couple of days, right? And
right, but again, if you use the stairwell to get on the roof, why not use the stairwell to exit the roof?
because his exit route was to go
He's trying to get out of there.
Yeah, exactly. So if you jump off the roof, you cross the highway.
He's running out of time.
But that's my point. That's what I keep on reinforcing here is that he didn't panic. He didn't jump into his car and drive off. He didn't do anything. He starts walking in the parking lot. He starts walking, and then he crosses the road.
He can't, I mean, Craig, think about it. He can't let. I mean, first of all, think about this. He jumps off the building to get away.
Yep.
Clearly, he feels the pressure of needing to get out of there as quickly as possible. But at the same time, when he's on the ground, I mean, you can't look too suspicious, right? So, I mean, it makes sense. Dude is nervous as hell.
Yeah.
He thought he was going to be famous doing some famous shit. He carried the act out. He was nervous as shit, didn't know what the hell to do. And, you get that sometimes with these people.
Normally in political assassinations, the person wants to be identified, right? That is the step. If Malcolm Nance was here, I'm sure he would agree that if you're carrying out a political assassination, it's like a terrorist detonating a bomb. They claim credit immediately, right?
But that's the problem. That's another reason that makes me believe that this is some Call of Duty happy loony motherfucker that wanted to do some famous shit. Period. Right? That's another reason that makes me believe that this is not your traditional. I just killed the president. Fucking. I'm a terrorist kind of dude. This is a loony. I play Call of Duty a lot. I hate everything this guy says. Fuck it. Let me do some famous shit. That's the vibe this gives me.
Nelson, the vibe that gives me is this right here. He anticipated getting caught, okay, and he was always wanting to try to get away. When he was able to hit that roof and get away, if you guys look at it, he took off running. He stopped when that white SUV came. That white SUV looked like a police car, campus police. If you guys look at that white SUV, when he saw that white SUV, and I only saw it at the time you played it. He actually stopped running and tried to blend in with the crowd. And he didn't have to run anymore because he needed to blend in because everyone else was running. Had he been running right there at that moment, he would have brought attention to himself. That's what it looks like to me. This guy was lucky, and he anticipated getting caught. He's surprised that he's still out there himself. Atlanta.
Put a W in the chat if you guys have seen that video that Jonathan's talking about. Put a W in the chat if you've seen that video that Jonathan's talking about. If you guys haven't seen it, I'm just going to stream it in so you guys can actually check it out. But real quick, let's toss the mic over to
Nelson,
let's
how
go
about
to
me?
Fudd.
Oh, BT has mic access now, Nelson. By the way.
Nelson,
Okay, cool.
I've been
And then
waiting.
we
Let's
got
circle
hands
back to
raised here
BT
on
and then
X
we'll
as
go
well.
to Fudd. Yeah. I mean, dude, I'm managing both stages, man. Can you mute up? Thank you. Appreciate
Dude,
it.
freaking what up, dude?
BT.
Wait, no,
Who
BT,
is
dude.
that?
You said FUD, dude. You're firing me up for nothing.
Fudd, mute your goddamn mic, man. I'll come back to you in a second.
I'll go.
Okay? Appreciate you. Mute your goddamn mic, all right? The fuck? BT, let's go, man. Goddamn, let's go. Shit.
Too
Okay,
much
fine.
dead
Let's go to
air.
Fudd. Here we go.
Unbelievable, dude.
BT gave it to you, Fudd.
Unbelievable, dude. BT's a homie. So, the weird thing, dude, that I just can't get over is obviously he's identified, right? Obviously, they probably know where he is and what's going on. He's just hiding really well in like a crack or a crevice. And then who's the second guy that they're sharing an image of? Who's the second guy? What does he have to do with it? Because in all the videos they've released, I think Grant said it best. You can't really believe what they're putting out. They've had this footage. They've already looked at all this stuff for hours and hours. So we're getting it way
Yeah.
late. We're the last ones to hear it. So my question is, where in all this footage they have released does this second guy come in? Do they have any footage of him? I haven't seen anything about him.
There's no second guy. Where did you hear about the second guy?
Hang on. Hang on.
It's one guy, dude.
Fudd.
Hang on. Time out.
Fudd, tell me this. Fudd, I've got a very serious question for you. Are you ready? Fudd, are you ready?
I don't think I've ever been more ready in my entire life.
All right, cool. Indica or sativa?
Okay, first of all,
Because I'm trying to figure out what the
first of
fuck
all,
you're
bro,
smoking right now.
hang on. First of all,
What the fuck are you
I've got
smoking?
Fox News
Hybrid.
on. I've got Fox News on right now.
Damn.
I don't know what chatter is, bro. I'm trying to learn about chatter. Yeah, I
Hit the
clicked.
goddamn link up top. Hit the link up top, goddammit. And
Fudd, the answer is hybrid
God.
sativa dominant.
Okay, first of all, you guys have this.
The answer is marijuana laced with I am losing my goddamn mind tonight. That's exactly what he's smoking. Okay? Put a W in the chat.
You started it, bro.
That's correct. W's in the chat. God damn, Fudd. All right, let's move this thing around. Umar, bring me back to sane land.
Nelson, I put two tweet on the chat. It seems like the older man to the right of Charlie. Look at him. It's somebody saying that he might be the shooter. Look at the two.
What?
Yeah, he said that he's got been.
Now we're crossing.
No, just look at the two. Look at the
territory.
look at the two videos and just look at the right hand of the
Especially coming
gentleman.
from your ass.
No, look at the right hand of the gentleman. Just look at the two videos.
Okay, hold up. I'm looking at it right now. Actually, you know what? Let me just stream it in here. This possible shooters from a different angle.
Umar, are you talking about the guy
Unbelievable.
doing the signals with his white ball cap?
No, the older gentleman with the silver dark silver shirt.
No, he didn't shoot him from 3 feet away, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah.
Now
you gotta ask him.
but you know
ask
what?
him what kind of weed.
You pissed me the fuck off because I have been avoiding watching the kill shot this whole time, and now I had to see it thanks to you.
Thanks to who?
Umar for fucking posting it.
I mean, who told you to be on his page?
He didn't. He's like, look at the guy next to him. I didn't know it was going to be the fucking shot. Fuck you, fucking asshole.
You motherfucker.
What the fuck?
Fuck you, you fucking jihadi. You jihadi piece of garbage.
All right, cool. Let me get the microphone back, guys. Let's move it around. All right, cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, once
Hey,
again,
hold on
welcome to
one
this
second.
space.
Hold on one second, Nelson. How many of you think that the reward that would lead to the evidence of who this dude is where he is, arresting him and convicting him should be more than 100 grand.
I mean,
Way
duh, of
more.
course.
Duh,
Of
totally.
course.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to figure out how to set up an account
Why?
where millions of people could pledge money and
I
to
think
throw.
the government can afford it. Let them
Yeah, but
fund it.
they're only offering 100.
Well, tell them to beef it up.
Let,
It's
let,
not our job to donate.
no, but I'd be happy. I'd be happy to match the 100 they got and raise millions, because if we could get $10 million in that reward bucket, I'll bet you his mother would turn him in.
Oh, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Well, part
Jonathan,
of part of the
if
reason why you
Jonathan,
want to tamper the amount though is because you'll get even more flooded with
oh yeah.
with information. So you don't want to go too high because then you'll really get the
No. Then
crazy.
why 100? What are you talking about? Yeah. No. You want to go too high. You want to get people.
100 is not enough.
Yeah. No, 100's not enough. It needs to be like a lottery, like 10 million. We find this bitch tonight.
Grant, that's a good idea. Do it.
Yeah, I just need to know how to do it without getting in trouble with the FBI, because I don't want them to come get my ass for starting some shit.
Send Jonathan. We'll make him do it. We'll get him set up. Hilarious.
There's
All
got
right,
to be
let's
a way
toss
where
it
you can
over
create
to.
a pledge page so this guy can't go anywhere. If this is the guy, but to me this just looks too obvious. Again, this is like the Oswald thing showing up, and it throws everybody off from
Yeah.
looking at the actual what could happen. I mean, you guys that know about shooters in these situations, tell me he wouldn't have been better situated one floor down behind inside the building at a more level shot than he was at.
Yeah, but how do you get away then? Right?
Well, you don't need to get away. You don't need to get away because you got this plant, this patsy up top that you either paid or medicated that's having to jump off the building. Everybody's looking for the jumper now. You just get to kind of mix in with you get to mix in with the other thousand crazies.
One dude. Where are you
So he
getting
jumped
most
out the building medicated.
one person?
He was medicated and he jumped off the building. Okay.
What's that?
I think
It's
you're
one
dealing with a
person.
different generation. That's what I think. And the
You think we're
generation.
dealing with what?
I think you're dealing with a different generation. He's young, same as the one who attempted the assassination on our president. You're dealing with a different generation. $100,000 for a generation of this age is a lot of money. I think that this country and this nation is in a big shit load of problems. And I think it's dealing with this generation of kids who are trying to be heroes, aka Luigi. So that's what I think you're dealing with here. That's my opinion. I
Yeah.
think we need a lot of education for our youth. I think this generation is in a lot of trouble.
They need to turn the internet off.
What do you
A
mean turn
hundred
the internet
percent.
off? This is the
Hundred
best.
percent.
Listen,
100%.
this is the most advanced generation ever when it comes to technology, when it comes to AI, when it comes
They
to
lost their
Nelson,
humanity,
be
digital.
though.
afraid of them.
This
They
is
lost their
Be
humanity.
afraid of them.
Listen. You guys need to you you know what? That's not the space. We do that.
Nelson,
We
because you
do a
don't
tech
have
space
kids that
later.
age.
Right
Chatter,
That's
now,
we
let's get
why.
back to
help.
content.
All right.
Chatter can
Let's
stay
get
open.
back to content. Yeah, I mean, like, what are we talking
Close
about?
it
Like,
all
niggas should
except
lose their
chatter.
phones.
Yeah.
Like, who's what phones? Like, what? All right, cool. Let's keep it rocking. Jonathan, you just jumped on camera. It is nice to see your big
Yeah,
bald
what's
head,
up, bro? What's up?
Fantastic.
What's up? What's up? I had to get my charge back up. You know that. So what's
What
up?
is a charge? What does that mean?
I,
Actually, I don't
well,
know what it means.
I wasn't plugged in. I wasn't close enough. But let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's
A
go.
charge is what the FBI will issue.
It is what they're going to
killer.
give. It's the charge is what they're going to give that guy that was medicated. Even though he's medicated, he was lucid
Actually,
enough to
take
jump.
that back. A charge is what they're going to give your ass if you help Grant with that fundraiser.
No. It's like, remember, hey guys, we got Grant Card on here. Give him a round of applause, man. This man came in and said the most dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Grant.
Yeah, he came in and said the most dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. He's like, yo, this
It's a
guy
lot
was
smarter than
drugged
the
up.
shit you say.
Wait. This guy was drugged up and he took that impossible shot that they claim. Then he went and he jumped down.
and then he was able to get away from the police all while drugged up.
Well, you know what though? I think Grant does have a point because here's the thing. When hey,
you know what?
Y'all do stay on code.
No, listen.
Here's what I do. Here's what I do all the time.
When I heard,
wait, Johnny, real quick.
Yeah.
One second, Johnny. One second. Very, very simple. Let me show you how we do it. Okay. W Grant in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If Grant is on point with everything that he's saying when it comes to this situation. W Grant in the chat. W Grant, type W Grant in the chat if he's absolutely on point. If you're on X, hit the purple pill. W Grant, W Grant, W Grant. Mr. Bing, you just go look at the W's.
Put an L if I'm on point. Put an L if I'm on point. Put an L if I'm on point.
I'm glad you categorize you being on point with the letter L. It's
no, because the reason I put the L is because this Grant is obviously not lucid. He's not lucid.
Listen to this, Jonathan. I would think you were the billionaire, Jonathan. I thought you were the billionaire.
Wait, who's that? Who's that Looney Tune screaming like that? Brian, calm down, Brian.
I'm just saying, Jonathan sounds like the successful billionaire with that analysis versus whatever else we heard.
Well, he's not a goddamn billionaire.
That's what's surprising. I thought Grant would have better analysis. I mean, my goodness.
Brian, go on mute, okay? Go on mute, guys. Brian is a troll. We've known Brian for a long time.
Troll, dude. I'm more informed than 90% of the people you put up here. Come on.
Can you use your indoor voice, please?
I thought you guys were all using your outdoor voices. Sorry, I didn't realize.
Absolutely. Now we don't want no calm still here.
All right, go on mute. Jonathan, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Here's the deal, man. Look, obviously this kid, and once again, it's a kid. He's out there. He's sitting at home, popping his Acme bumps and shit. You know what I'm saying? Playing with his little ding dong and shit, waiting for it to come because he's like, he won't be able to get the good lube in prison. You know what I'm saying? So what he's doing is he's waiting to be arrested. He did not expect to get away. How can you kill someone and expect to get away? He did not expect to get away from that. And he did. He's surprised he got away. So, when you guys are sitting there saying this guy's a patsy, this guy's not a fucking patsy. He's a fucking dumbass kid. That thought it was going to be cool to kill someone, and he may get away with it. He may.
Well, 4chan.
Because the FBI is so dumb under Kash Patel, it's ridiculous. They're blowing it.
Exactly. Kash Patel is
4chan.
Thanks, Maga. Good job.
4chan seems to have identified him.
I put zero credibility in that. I put
Brian.
Hey, bro, can you please raise your hand? Thank you. Jenny, what are you talking about?
So 4chan is saying that it's this Valadez guy, this Omar Valadez, and they're doing side-by-side photos of him with a mask on and a hat on from other stuff. It looks like him.
Wait, what is 4chan? Is this like a recognizable?
It's a right wing website.
It's completely bullshit.
It's a dark web.
This is where all of the school shooters, Nelson, all the school shooters put their what you call it, their dossier,
manifestos,
whatever they do, manifestos and shit like that.
But it looks like they've identified him, and he had a song on his SoundCloud a month ago called "Charlie Kirk Dead at 31." That's now deleted.
That's probably cap. It's coming from Twitter as cap.
Wait, hold up.
It's not Twitter. It's 4chan. Hang on, let me. Yeah. Hang on.
Send me a link. Let me check it out. So you guys on Chatter, I'm going to stream it up top so you guys can check that out as well. That is very, very interesting. Utah's public safety commissioner admits and says we have no idea where we're exploring leads. Very interesting. I don't know why they haven't caught this dude, man. This is absolutely freaking crazy. Is Greg still here? He's not. Mama K, did you jump in earlier, or are we still waiting to speak?
I'm still here.
Are you still waiting to speak, or did you speak earlier?
I spoke earlier, but I just found a post
Fantastic.
on Twitter on on X that said JD Vance. There's a video of JD Vance carrying, helping carry Charlie Kirk's coffin aboard Air Force Two about 3 hours ago.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that. I think that was on Twitter a couple hours ago.
I tagged in the
Yeah,
purple
listen,
pill,
man.
Nelson.
You tagged me, fantastic. Let me get that clip real quick to share with you guys.
Hey, you guys, while you're looking for that, can I jump in and expand on Grant's theory a little bit?
Let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll, my brother. So
okay.
you were a W Grant, right?
No, I wasn't. So
oh shit.
When I first thought, I thought, okay, this is a professional deal. But then I wasn't quite sure. And then when I heard that Charlie is concerned about these nut jobs, Charlie said it out in one of his clips I saw sometime today, that he has a security detail. And then there was even conversation that Charlie will wear a soft armor, or, not the hardened heavy stuff, but an armor, body armor underneath his clothing material. So when he said that, I thought, well, wait, this is a little bit unusual because we just had the shooter on the roof with Trump. So if he's got a security detail and there is a concern of this, it would be so easy to check the roofs. So to Grant's point a little earlier is that if somebody was inside a ground level and shooting through a window, they're not going to spot him as easy. His security detail, it's not going to spot as easy. But if a guy's up on the roof and you got a security detail, and we just went through this last year with Butler, it would be really easy to check the roof. So that tells me that this is, to what Jonathan is saying, is that this is just some kid that is not sophisticated, and he's got lucky. He's still on the loose tonight.
All right, Jonathan, look up top here on Chatter. So that's the stuff from 4chance that Jenny just sent over to me. Everybody on chat, look at the very top of the stream right now. Look at the very top of the stream, very top of the stream. If you're on X, just look at a purple pill. She threw it in there as well. Actually, Jenny, could you just pin it up top on X so they could see it as well? So everybody, look at the stream. This is so apparently this is some dude called Sky Valadez. And 4chan, of course, released this information. Apparently, this dude had a track on SoundCloud uploaded about a month ago titled Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. But he deleted the track and changed his location to Leave Me Alone.
And
right?
I cannot
And
post
this
in the
is what
nest
he
for
looks
some
like.
reason. I can't post in the nest for some reason.
You can't post in the nest.
Yeah, let me leave and
try
come
to-
back. I'll leave and come back.
Okay, cool. All right, for you guys on chat, just look at the very top of the stream. For you guys on X, just wait like a second or so, and she'll have it up there for you. That being said, if you want to jump on a stream on Chatter, look at the Nest. You'll find a link. You'll be able to use the link to jump in here.
Nelson, I had that.
He looks the same, right?
They all look alike to me, man.
What do you mean they all look alike? What the fuck are you talking about?
No, that's sad. That doesn't look like.
Well, what you mean? Killers look alike to you? Like what? What are you talking about?
Exactly. Exactly. So now what I'm saying is I don't.
All right, so do me a favor and do this.
Max.
Do me a favor and do this. Do this. Why don't you take off those big bulky glasses on your eyes? Because clearly they don't work, right? And look a little bit closer to the screen.
I still can't post it. That's so
do they look remotely similar?
There's three posts, one under each other. I can't post it in the nest still. I don't know why.
Okay, send me the link. Let me try to post it for these guys on Twitter.
You
hold
gotta
up, guys.
add me. This
Give me a
is
second.
my new account. I'll DM you.
Give me a second. Let me check. Okay. All right, boom. Cool. Found it. All right, everyone on X, look at the very top of the space right now. Look at the very top of the space. Boom, it's pinned. All right, for you guys on Chatter, let's get back to it. Boom. This dude looks like the killer. Period. Look at him. Look at him. Take a look at him.
You can usually tell by the ears, and the ears do look the same.
Are you guys seeing this stuff?
AB has his hand up.
Yeah, hello? Are you guys seeing this stuff? This is crazy.
I think it's him.
It does look like him.
And he's the guy who made the threat. Oh, Charlie Kirk's going to be at my school tomorrow. Something big's going to happen. Let me find that. I'll put that there
Oh,
too.
he's the same guy that did that? I heard about
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Yo, Nelson, I think we lost a chatter page on X.
Yeah, I know. I've got somebody coming back in with the stream.
And there he is, and there's a picture of him in a wooded scene. So the kid is a hunter.
Oh, there's a picture of him in a. Hey, man, listen. This might be the goddamn killer.
No, that's him. I saw this about an hour ago. There's a dude on here that's called 0 Hour, and he had this shit posted an hour ago.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so
Wow.
I hadn't seen the one with the wooded scene in behind him there, but that just, Utah, what they say is that the statistic, it's a big hunting state. This kid grew up hunting and he got weird at some point, and that's what we got here.
Yo, this is actually really freaking crazy. I mean, unless this is fake, I mean, this might be the killer.
It does look a lot like him, but 0 Hour is very, very not credible.
Who's 0 Hours? Who's that? If you don't mind.
From the little I know, he's always people on here posting misinformation.
Oh, this Derek Evans page that posted this? Is that what you mean?
Not sure. The account 0 Hour is the name that stuck out to me.
I don't see that account here, bro. I don't see that. This is
Zero.
Derek.
I came across
so,
the 0 Hour when people were doxing the ICE agents. So then the 0 Hour would go after the doxers and then dox them for doxing the ICE agents.
Wow.
It's not the worst initiative, but he did get it wrong a couple times and messed with people's lives.
Oh, so Omar Najira is not Sky Valadez. So I was wrong on that. Sorry.
This is very interesting.
Can I throw a question out here for the panel?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you guys think so an ABC here, because a really interesting point was made before that there was no suspect, there was no vehicle announced, which is interesting, right? Because usually if they find the vehicle, they usually put out a bolo, right? And they share that information with the public. So do you guys think that it's more likely that A, they couldn't place a vehicle, B, they wouldn't release the vehicle description as a trap? I did hear that theory before. It's actually not a bad idea. Or C, there is in fact no vehicle, either due to the fact that that is his neighborhood or he escaped via train, plane, or other means.
Well, he
A,
walked.
B, or
He
C.
he walked through that neighborhood. He walked to the university, and then he walked out through that same neighborhood. So his car could have been, parked, whatever, 2, 3, 4, or 5 blocks away.
Or he could have had a friend waiting on I-15
There you
to
go.
pick him up, because I-15, somebody was saying, is right around the corner.
Bro, how does
You would
this
think that area is
So
highly
you're saying
surveyed.
that.
how does this
So,
lame
so
ass
you guys are
kid
saying that
well,
a
one
friend.
second, Jonathan. Let me just ask one question. Are we back with chatter? Are you guys there?
Yes, yeah, we're here.
Okay. I've got a question. How does this lanky, lame kid outsmart some of the smartest people on a planet? It
Cash
doesn't even
Patel
make
is our
sense.
I'd be happy
FBI
to tell you if I can
director.
tell you.
Go ahead, Mikey.
Hi. Okay, so I just want to say thank you. Hello, I'm Mikey. Let me tell you what's going, like, kind of what I'm with. I came here after like 5 minutes after the press conference ended. Did you guys already say that press conference was absolute bullshit?
Oh my gosh, bro! I was the first person to say that.
Okay, so
Dude,
it's a basic. So let me tell you one thing that we learned. We learned 3 things. We learned that 1, he was wearing a backpack, and we got a picture of the backpack. 2, that he was wearing Converse, and 3, that we got a palm print when he was jumping off of the roof. And that's it. We got nothing else. And you know what? They didn't even answer any questions. So I'll tell you exactly how this lanky, white, or possibly Latino, I'm looking at him, this white little kid did it, is no one gave a shit. No one. This is an absolute failure. I heard from a lot of people that there were only 6 county police officers, and then of course all of the other police officers that were at the actual college. There were It was over capacity. There were like around 3,000 people, and this was just a total failure. Um, what alarms me is that in the past few minutes there was a lot of like speculation of how he's either like a genius, or it's like he can be a smart kid, but he was at the right place at the right time for him, is exactly what's going on. And what scares me though is during the press conference they started saying all of these theories about China, and like we need to be quiet about China, and we really shouldn't be going into the spaces that we're in right now because we're spreading disinformation and misinformation. And to me, what that sounds like is they have no fucking clue what is going on. And they completely, either he did everything right by chance or he knew exactly what he was doing. And either which are extraordinarily crazy for an intelligence officer to look into a camera at the biggest story in the world. I've been following this like nonstop for the 2 days that it's been. It's a literal cover story in every single country. And for America to go on TV tonight and look that weak and that pathetic, Kash Patel did not even speak. There were no questions taken. That is the biggest, weakest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. They have no idea what's going on, and they were basically begging us to give them more tips. So I think that's what's going on. And honestly, I think it's pathetic. And I think that this administration looks extraordinarily weak. And we look weak. We look weak right now. Weak. And I think that that's why a lot of people, when they were posting pictures of Trump at 9/11 today, saying he looked droopy, I think it's because these fuckers have no idea what's going on.
Well, that's what happens when you appoint podcasters and TV personalities as the head of the FBI.
Why are you saying the quiet part out loud? You're not. We're speaking to X. Come on, you can't say that quiet part out loud. Listen to me.
Well,
I agree with you 100%.
You're making the
One
assumption
second.
that
I agree with
sorry about that.
Yeah, one second. Yeah, no, because I give you a chance, but then you get quiet again. But anyway, yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think that was a horrible press conference. I think it's the most inept FBI there is. I think in terms of walking up, they did a good job because that's the best chance you're going to get to capture him is walking up, because people aren't as careful when they're going to do the crime as if they're trying to make their escape.
I mean,
That's
for example, today, within the last 5 minutes, I heard us talking about how he got away. So I heard from A to Z. I got A, he walked away, down to B or C or D, that he went to a friend's house, down to all the way to Z. He boarded a private jet and got out of this fucking country somehow. It is insane that we don't even have, and they won't even give us any kind of information, or we don't even know really what's going on. It's kind of a bit scary
no.
because this is the biggest
He
political violence that we've seen since the 1960s, to be quite honest. And the whole world is watching. And for the whole world to be watching right now, especially in a state like Utah, are you fucking kidding me? What if this happened in New
yeah,
York? This would be the biggest
well,
story in the world.
it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened in New York, first of all. Secondly, this kid did not board a plane. His mom knocked on his fucking door this morning and told him to send out his underwear so she can do laundry.
But
Okay,
that's the thing. If his
that's
and I heard that we were saying that about his mom would turn him in if it was $100,000. No, it doesn't matter. Listen, a college kid who knew that. First off, college kids either know this kid or they don't. And $100,000, they would turn him in within 30 seconds of that announcement. That didn't happen. If anything, they're going to raise the value to 500,000 tomorrow morning. I promise you that.
Yeah, they will turn him in. $100,000, people will turn him in right away. And once again, guys, I think you guys are thinking here. You guys are overthinking it. You guys are putting too much value on Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is, you guys are making this guy out to be a martyr, like he was the Martin Luther King, or he was
Who said
not
that?
JFK. He's JFK. He's not. Okay, he's far from
I understand that,
He's a
but you have to
podcaster.
remember, he sends a tweet out. How many followers did he have? 3 million, 5 million? He sends a tweet out. He can get as much followers as 5 times the Million Man March. So you have to remember, it's a different kind of world we're living in. So whether or not, I mean, when Martin Luther King said his "I Have a Dream" speech, how many people were there on that mall? Are equivalent to the people who are reading his tweets.
That needs attention at all. Okay, real quick, guys. So you remember that guy we were just talking about right now? I actually have. So he interacted with Kirk live in the previous interaction, right? So for you guys on chatter, I've actually got it up top right now. We're actually gonna play that video. I really want to watch that. For you guys on X, I just pinned the tweet to the very top of the space right now. And you guys just listen to the audio or just jump on chatter and watch the video with us either way. All right, everyone over here, look at the very top of the stream right now. I'm about to play that video. That's the guy that we were just talking about that had the song on SoundCloud called Charlie Kirk Dead at 31, some shit like that. This is the exact guy interacting with Charlie Kirk. Listen. So now we know that you're like a blatant narcissist that needs attention at all times to cut in line. Tell us what's so pressing that you needed to interrupt us before he could even talk.
So let's talk about the 200 people deported without due process to El Salvador. I don't know if you saw this morning, but a United States citizen was actually deported.
It was not a U.S. citizen. That's not correct.
Liar.
It's not a U.S. citizen. It was actually.
Come on.
No, it was someone that was living here. Yeah, it was not a U.S. citizen.
Hey, this guy just fucking lies. It's not. No. Hey, no. You wanna have a debate, but you don't.
It was
debate.
not a U.S. citizen. First of all.
You want to have a debate, but you actually don't debate. There's nothing more than this.
So we already have a mic.
Name 2 times. Name 2 times where you
show me you're losing without telling me you're losing. Facts.
What?
Facts.
So you're just gonna lie?
Well, first of all, it's not a U.S. citizen. He was living here for a while. He was part of MS-13. Answer yes or no.
Okay.
Should members of a terrorist organization be able to stay in the United States after they've murdered and gone after American citizens?
Obviously, no.
So we have deported those people back to their country.
He's a liar.
So
he can't debate. He just lies.
So let's just
What,
calm
you don't
down
like
a little
freedom
bit.
of speech?
Well, I mean, you could say whatever you want if you want to make a fool of yourself, but we do have like 10-year-olds here and 11-year-olds, so can we have some decency?
Whatever.
You don't care. You're a typical leftist because you only care about yourself,
Who said I was
not
a
about
leftist?
the other people.
Who said I was a leftist?
Well, it's very clear by how you're. Okay, so we're going to talk about this right now. By the way, again, for you guys on Twitter, look at the very top of the space in the nest. I just pinned the video. That's the video we just watched right now on chatter, so you guys can watch that in your spare times as well. But real quick, Jonathan, so I don't know if this guy's the killer, right? But again, it's very sus. Dude's from Utah. Dude dropped a song on SoundCloud titled Charlie Kirk Dead at 31, right? Took it down less than a month ago. You know, hey, he kind of looks like the guy to an extent, right? But it may not be the guy. Despite that, why should Charlie Kirk? So I just watched this video, right? I haven't really watched any of Charlie Kirk's content. I've heard of him, but I've never been. Dude, I'm building a whole freaking tech product. You know what I mean? I have time to watch the news, right? But to see that this guy was killed because of his views is crazy to me.
Do we
That's
have
ridiculous.
a recording of the song?
You know? Sorry?
Do we have the song? Or is the song
I
completely
agree.
off the internet?
Has anyone heard the song?
I don't have the song. No, I've never heard the song.
If no one has heard the song, can we just confirm that it exists?
Yeah, it definitely exists for sure.
Because I'll tell you,
but John,
Well,
yesterday.
I'm curious about the
Yo,
lyrics
Mikey, you
in
gotta slow
it.
down, guys. Guys, please raise your hands and I'll come to you. We're streaming on 2 different platforms right now, so it's a little bit hard to control this space if people are just jumping in, whatever. Bing, once again, just hearing this 1 minute 40-second clip for this guy to be killed because of his views, because of what he thinks, because people don't agree with him, is ridiculous to me, bro.
I agree.
It makes no freaking sense. You know what I mean?
What if this
And
song activates?
what?
What if it activates a bunch of Manchurian candidates right now? Are we sure we want to do that?
I'm not playing his song. I don't have the song. I don't even know what
But
I don't even know what the
wouldn't
song
it be
is about.
relevant to know what the lyrics in the song are?
Guys, listen to me. The
Guys,
song
I'm not playing a goddamn. Even if I could find a song, I'm not playing his song, guys. Like, it's calling for somebody to be dead at 31. I'm not playing that. Like, you guys can go search that yourselves. Like,
But if
you know
we're
what I mean?
discussing if this guy is
Crazy
the
shit.
killer, then it's completely
the
relevant.
guy's not the killer.
I mean, he probably isn't. He probably isn't, honestly. He probably isn't, to be honest with you, right? It's just very sus, it's very suspect, but he probably isn't the guy. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't be shocked if it's somebody like him. Like, look how defensive he was, right? So for you guys that weren't watching the actual clip, basically on chatter while watching it, the guy's actually grabbing a megaphone and speaking into the microphone to literally like just some wild disrespectful shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. I mean, whoever the killer was probably felt the same way, if not worse. Right? AB, I saw you get off mic. Jump in.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say actually something else from way before, but then I started doing some errands. But yeah, just on that point, I mean, it's sobering, like really on a serious note, without like too much. It's sobering how much evil there is in the world and in even in the West and in America and Canada right now. It's like when you see things like what you're just describing, just like so casual about it, and it is definitely predominantly on the far left, not the mainstream left, not the sort of normal left, but it's we're seeing it start to emerge on. I don't know if I want to call it the right, but people who refer to themselves as right, and then other people have started calling them woke right or whatever, right? Because there is sort of the Fuentes of the world, and we can go on and on and on. Ian Carroll's, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, pieces of shit, all as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, but in terms of this, it's just sobering how casual and sort of amoral, worse than amoral so many people are about just life and death. There's no even sort of baseline reverence about it. I saw a tweet before I hopped on, right before I hopped on the space, where somebody quote screenshotted somebody else who basically said that because today is the anniversary, obviously, of the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001, which had family members like see live as it happened. And that if the same thing, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, happened today, the tweet said half the country would celebrate. I don't think it would be half. I don't think that. But I think like a lot more than zero. And that's, so I hope we'll never find out, to test that hypothesis. But it's pretty effing sobering. And, hopefully people find God or Jesus or Mohammed or whatever it is that causes them not to be happy when other people are murdered, live on freaking TV. We need a lot more of that. Just one quick observation I wanted to on the press conference. It seems to me likely, I guess, because based on the fact that if we can deduce that they haven't identified the person yet, that and they do have a relatively clear shot of his face, although he is wearing sunglasses. That he's probably not a student at the university. I'm guessing because and B, he probably doesn't have a criminal record because I'm sure they've run that that picture through their systems. So he's a guy who didn't have a previous criminal record, at least not federally, and probably not a student at the university. I don't know if those are safe assumptions, but I think it's maybe semi-logical.
I'm not too sure though, AB, because think about it. He knew the lay of the land. He knew the lay of the land. He knew what building to go into. He knew where Charlie was going to be, his exact position. He knew where on a roof to perch on, right? Or lay in a prone position. Like he knew the lay of the land. Dude's been there before. Period. He knew exactly where to exit, how to exit. Like, think about it. Dude walked the neighborhood to get to the actual location. No. Dude is
Yeah,
definitely familiar with that location.
could be a guy. I was gonna say former student, then he would still be in the system, though, right? Um, or he could have friends who go there, right? Or he just could live nearby. But you would think, right? Even if the FBI is semi-incompetent, if the guy's an active student there, and they have a pretty clear face shot of him with sunglasses on again, right? But
Yeah, they should
they,
be able to do the what's that thing that they do in order to what's that thing that they get someone like to like draw the face or whatever?
yeah, the what the sketch artist or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
You get like a sketch artist, put it out there, paste it in all the walls across the university, throw like $1 million bounty, and find the guy. Like, you know what I mean? He's definitely tied to that university somehow, whether through first person, second person, or third person, right? He shouldn't be that hard to find. You know what I mean?
That's
You,
very frustrating. It's very frustrating, especially when you have especially a case like this that has captured the zeitgeist of America. You want to be able to wrap it up like immediately, right?
yeah, ASAP, bro.
Very frustrating. Yeah.
ASAP, man. No, this is yeah, this is crazy, man. I mean, Charlie Kirk, 31 years old. This dude's got 2 kids. He's got a wife. He's, you know what I mean, bro? This is a sucky situation, man. And it's like, dude, we're in America, bro. We're not in, we're not in Iran. We're not we're in America, bro. It's freedom of speech. It's freedom of expression, right? It's freedom to believe whatever the hell you want to believe. It's freedom to do and say whatever the hell you want to do or say, as long as you're not committing a crime. That's what this country is about. So it doesn't matter what side of the aisle that you're on, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you're in a middle. Doesn't really matter what side of the aisle that you're on. Someone cannot be killed for their beliefs.
No, for
This is you know what I mean? This is not a third world country. Some
100%.
someone
But people
cannot
want,
be murdered in broad daylight, right?
yeah.
Apparently his wife and kids were at the event
Well,
yesterday.
yeah, yeah.
Can you
Apparently,
imagine that?
fuck, it's crazy, man.
Oh, those little kids. So
Plus, like whatever it was, 4,000 students or 3,000 students, like got to watch an assassination live. Man, that's not good for your psyche, you
bro,
know.
it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. You know what I mean? And I've been seeing some crazy stuff online. Like this Tennessee University dean came out to, just talk shit about, the guy and his beliefs. And I'm like, well, what if that was your kid? You know what I
But by the
mean?
way, that's how you know that the things like that what you just said. That's how you know that conservative complaints about the bias of the education system is 100% accurate. Because if you're getting freaking schools in Tennessee, right, and Alabama, in Utah Valley, where this guy was killed, these are like one among the most Republican areas in the country. But you wouldn't know it from the universities in those areas because they are run overwhelmingly by leftards, by like not normal liberals, not people who are like, yeah, I think the tax rate should be higher and we should have universal healthcare. Not those kind of people, but by the people who are like delighted by what happened yesterday and are stupid enough to express it publicly. Right? We like other than securing the border, which the Trump administration is actually doing a fairly good job at. The domestically, man, it's education, education, education. I'm talking about the education system. I'm not talking about just, like you cannot a country cannot fund its own demise by having like everything that gets taxpayer money to teach you to hate your family, hate your state, hate your country, hate your community, hate anyone who disagrees with you politically, and be cool with killing them if you don't agree with them. Like it's civilizational suicide.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, bro. It's absolutely freaking insane. Let me toss the mic over to Sleuthy. Sleuthy, jump in.
Hey, thanks for having me up. So I've been listening for a while. I'm a fan of having like open discussions like we are. I think the previous speaker brought up a really good point about um, it doesn't matter, if you're more left leaning or right leaning. This is something that affects us all. And it really is something where like we come together. It's not something that should divide us. So a little bit ago, I think you had mentioned the FBI like briefing. I totally agree that it was really frustrating that we don't know any more than what he was wearing, like what he had on him, and I could talk for a long time on that. But really, the main point I wanted to bring up was like one part of what Governor Spencer Cox said. It's not necessarily that he was saying that spaces like this are creating disinformation. It was more or less like be cautious and sort of like when you're grieving, stay close to your friends and family because everyone is just highly on alert. But the biggest thing was he mentioned that there's bots from Russia, China, terrorist networks. I mean, there's so many. Um, so that's really one of the most important things that I pulled from this because we can't really rule out foreign influence yet. Although it does seem like, um, it may have been a really skilled hunter. It's just frustrating right now, not having more information. But I wanted to at least bring that part up because that's something for all of us to be aware of, and it doesn't matter necessarily what we believe politically, um, because our adversaries do want to take over and like take advantage of any vulnerabilities or weak spots. But yeah, I'll get off my soapbox again. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak and share my mind or share my thoughts. I'll go back to listener mode.
No, absolutely. And listen, man, definitely appreciate you doing just that. Listen, guys, real quick, let me just take a quick break to say this. Guys, definitely make sure you're following some of these speakers on the stage that you're resonating with. Mikey, really dope speaker on the stage. He's got, just a couple followers there. Definitely show him some love, give him a follow if you're resonating with the stuff that he's saying. Johnny, of
Don't
course.
follow me. Don't follow me.
Man,
Please don't.
mute your mic so I can hype you up, man. What's wrong with these kids? Now you know what? Jenny was right. Okay, she was right with this new generation. I'm playing. Give him a fucking follow. AB Sampson, of course. Johnny, come on, man. Show these guys some love. Give them a follow. And listen, I've been gone from spaces for quite some time, over a year. Came back a few days ago, and I'm doing my live audio spaces here, and I'm streaming in live while we're on video on Chatter simultaneously. We're gonna keep it going every single day, especially when it comes to this Charlie Kirk situation. Because listen, man, I mean, it's the stuff that I'm seeing online that's coming out of people's mouths and out of people's fingers by way of what they're posting online. Listen, man, you cannot make a situation like this political, right? A father was killed, period. A husband was killed, period. Someone's son was killed, period. In the worst way possible. This is not political, right? It's criminal, point blank, period. Everybody come together, unite against this shit, That's how it's supposed to be. Do you understand? Not the bullshit, not the bullshit. And did you guys hear about the MSNBC host? Did you guys see that? Did you watch that stuff?
Or the Matthew Dowd guy, their analyst
Yeah, the
dude.
dude that jumped on live TV. Did you guys hear that? It was yesterday.
Yeah, I think he got canned. I think he got shit canned.
Of course
Matthew
he
Dowd.
got can't, bro. Man, insane. These people are crazy. Like, it's all good until it happens to somebody that you love. Then it's a problem, right? Like, why don't people think of that? It makes absolutely no sense, right? But anyways, just going back to what I was saying, show some love on his stage. Definitely shoot some follows. Make sure your notifications are on for the spaces that I do over here on Twitter. And definitely click the tweet up top. Jump into the streams that we do on Chatter because we host them simultaneously. And yeah, just make sure you're checking in every day, man. We're gonna continue to do this on a daily basis. So W stream, W spaces. Throw it in the chat. Let's toss the mic to Noxie. Please jump in.
Hi, Nelson. Thanks for having me up here. I haven't met you before, and so I wanted to say thank you. First of all, I wanted to say that you are dead on. I think that we have to stop pushing against each other and start pushing back where it matters, and those are the people that are in charge. You and I don't make policy. We don't run these investigations. So attacking each other, whether you're left or right, does absolutely no good. We have to hold the people that have the power accountable for this. And I had just got done with the space, and we were talking about, the effects that this is having on our children. To see somebody just murdered in broad daylight in front of thousands of people, the students that were there on that campus, the students that were in school today or yesterday that were just scrolling through social media and seeing that gore and that horrific violence in their faces constantly, just over and over again. I know as an adult, it absolutely broke my heart yesterday whenever I was scrolling and every video was just in my face. And I worry about our country becoming desensitized. And it's not that he was just a father, but and a husband and a friend, but he was also an American. And we have to keep in mind that these are real humans, these are real lives, and they all matter. And we shouldn't be desensitized to the point that it doesn't affect us whenever we can see somebody murdered in broad daylight and it have no impact on our hearts and our souls. We don't need to fight each other about this. The rhetoric of violence and attacking one another needs to tone down. We cannot do anything, like we don't have anything to do with that as civilians. We have to hold the people accountable that are in charge, and that includes the FBI. I was completely disappointed with that FBI press conference. I thought it was a nothing burger. It gave us absolutely no information, just relying on the public. I really appreciate Grant Cardone's tweet about offering to add $100,000 to that and crowdsourcing funding for more money to have a reward for anybody that turns that guy in, because we need justice, we deserve justice, and there is a bad problem right now with justice being served to criminals in this country, and we have to face that fact. Our judicial system needs to hold these criminals accountable, and there needs to be they need to uphold the law. And whenever they're failing to uphold the law, we get lawlessness, and things like this continue to happen. So that's my stance, and I will shut down.
By the way, it's also crazy that this happened in Utah, man. Utah is one of the safest states.
Places, bro. Of all places,
It's like,
Utah.
yeah, I just double checked because I wanted to make sure that I was right about it. It's 48th lowest, or 48th highest, I should say. So in other words, there's only two states. I think New Hampshire, what is it, Maine and whatever. The point is, it's very, very low. All right, and then in that particular area, there might have been like one murder last year. Okay, and so these people who are there are not exposed to this, nor should they be. And of all the places, man, it's like Mormon country, man, where like all, how polite Mormons are, generally speaking. Like the stereotype is true. They are
Yeah.
nice. They are nice people who go about their business and they do their hunting and everything like that. But to happen there is especially jarring, I think.
Well, you have also the fact that it happened there because they're not expecting it. So there's not as much security because they don't have those types of problems on a regular basis. So their local police force isn't planning and ready for something of this capacity. And so you run into problems like what we're seeing right now, just because if that was in a high violence, high crime area, those cops would be more trained and know what to do in those situations. And unfortunately, this shooter, this assassin, chose an area where the security was not as high and he had a higher level of getting away.
No, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, let me see, man. Let me see what we got going on. Kat, you just came up on stage. Let me toss you a microphone. What are your thoughts about this situation? Let's talk about it.
I would have lost the when you were asking people to vote, I would have lost miserably because I would have thought that the FBI would have had the shooter by now. So I was way off. And I agree about the press conference. That was kind of but I guess if they're wanting a bunch of internet sleuths to find the guy, maybe that is the right approach. But I wish they had a little bit more detail at least. Um, Obviously, what's happening, I've written about it extensively and talked about it, so it's pretty obvious where I stand. Wasn't a fan of Kirk, doesn't really matter. The guy shouldn't be shot, and I'm just seeing so many justifications for his killing. Whether some people are just gleefully rejoicing or other people are just, a lot of the people that I know might say, of course, murder is wrong. He shouldn't have been killed. However, this rhetoric that he was pushing, that was the result of it. So I think that's really scary that the world that we live in has shifted so much towards a place where people are essentially either rejoicing and outright celebrating murder. And this is not the only instance of it, by the way, right? We have the CEO of the pharmaceutical company. We have October 7th and many other instances where people are they think that's acceptable. And the problem with that is like everybody's always going to be able to justify in their heads, somebody else being really bad and maybe dangerous for society. Well, let's take them out. If we go down that path, that's a very dangerous path because everybody's ideas are very different of who should be taken out and who shouldn't be. And so, I'm seeing just so much around that and so much danger there. I'm also seeing I came across a website as I was looking up some of the info around this case, and I came across a website that is basically kind of doxing people, kind of not because they're not really putting out their private information, but people who celebrate or praise somehow the violence or what had happened to Kirk. And I'm sort of that doesn't quite sit right with me. And at the same time, I don't have a lot of respect for people who celebrate or promote violence. But yeah, I'm curious what people think of such a website existing.
Let's toss it over to somebody that wants to respond. Zentani, I see you with the hand up. Do you want to respond to that directly?
No. I had to come back to me.
God damn, guys. Like, who wants to respond to that directly?
No,
she
which is
said,
because
no. I said, damn.
that is funny too.
AB, go ahead. Jump in.
That was,
Respond to that. Respond to that first, though.
is it the one that was like these people murdered Charlie list? That one? Is that the one you're
Yeah,
referring to?
that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't examined it too closely. I don't think it didn't have addresses, did it? Right? It had like names, and it's still kind of like. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's technically not doxing because it's putting out information that's already public information. But it is sort of compiling it in this list. And some of the people may have posted pretty despicable things. Honestly, the reason I even found it was because Rachel Gilmore was trending. And I'm like, why is she trending? And I clicked on that. And now I know. But, she didn't wish harm on anybody. And yeah.
The reason I haven't actually looked at the list per se, but the reason I saw coverage of it was because of that nutty lady, the fake whistleblower. Remember Rebecca Jones from Florida, who said that like DeSantis was hiding all the dead COVID people back a few years
Yeah.
ago?
Yeah.
She's crazy as hell, not just for that, but for a variety of other reasons. She's crazy as hell, and she kind of started whining about it and inserted herself into it while strongly justifying Kirk's murder. And yeah, so like she started like kind of making herself the center of attention. But I got to take a look at it to see
Right.
what was there. So I guess I don't have a
Totally.
yeah.
Let me read this. So Grant pinned his tweet up top. Let me read his tweet. So he says, the reward for Charlie Kirk's killers should be so big, the killer's mom would turn the killer in. I would pledge another $100,000 if I knew how to do so. Does anyone know how to set up a pledge account where Americans can contribute so we get the reward in the millions to anyone providing real evidence that results in the capture and conviction of the killer or killers?
Isn't that just gonna
The
cause
current,
more
one sec.
wouldn't somebody
Let me
want
finish reading
sorry.
this. The current $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the individuals responsible for the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk on September 10, 2025 at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah is being offered by the FBI. Tips can be submitted to 1-800-CALL-FBI or via fbi.org/tips, including any relevant photos or videos.
And
What are your thoughts about that? Jump in, Grant.
I mean, I think the young lady was going to suggest. Go ahead, ma'am. What were you going to say?
Cat, jump in.
Maybe she's going to say, "Oh, that's going to invite too many bad leads or
Oh,
bad
yeah,
data."
I was muted. Yeah, just wasn't sure if I was the young lady and if I was too old to be the young lady. That's where I was quiet. But yes,
That's wild. Being young is
well,
a good
I
thing,
just
though,
feel like
right?
yeah, well, I have genetics. But I think that it's something where yeah, I think it can create like this overwhelming frenzy where it might overwhelm in terms of submissions. I feel like wouldn't people want to, especially since people feel very strongly about this, especially conservatives, wouldn't they want to provide that information if
Yeah,
they
but
haven't
yeah,
anyways?
you either have information or you don't, and the FBI knows how to sort through what's real and what's not. Obviously, if it's not coming from an 801 area code and you aren't there, if you're getting something from a 202 or 212 or 305 and you weren't there, well, the data's not going to be there. But and people that don't have any data are not going to just pick up the phone. They're going to be crazies, of course, but the FBI and the police departments and the sheriff departments already deal with the crazies every day anyway. So it would send a message. Imagine if this reward was $10 million tomorrow morning. This would send a message, not just the optics, but an actionable message to the American people. Hey, we're fucking done with this. Not just from a judicial standpoint, but the people are done with this craziness, and we're willing to put our money where our mouth are and support um, finding these bad actors.
Well, I'd rather that money go to that, I suppose, than the fundraisers that were done for like, racists who were very unapologetically so. At least it goes to some finding a killer.
I think that's the whole point of it, is to motivate people enough to show our strength in unity of saying this can't stand anymore. We have to hold these people accountable. You're not going to be able to get away with shooting somebody in broad daylight like this. And like, not only that, but Charlie Kirk in front of all of these people and just run away and nobody ever see you again. And if it means that there's a lot of money as a reward for somebody to do the right thing, then do it. I fully support it. I think the more information that the police have and the FBI have in order to get a conviction on this guy and to make an example out of him, the better. Because we have to show some strength in this country that there are laws here and you have to follow them, and there are repercussions for murdering somebody in broad daylight.
No,
And
absolutely.
it would reward citizens for standing up, and it would reward people for keeping an eye open for your neighbors and your neighborhoods and your communities.
Well,
No,
realistically,
absolutely.
the people most likely to identify him are going to be people who are within his social network, right? Like when you know somebody personally, you're much more likely to be able to identify him from that like video
Yeah,
or that photo.
yeah. And
So
people may not want to get involved, but there's a number where everybody gets motivated to get involved.
yeah,
Listen,
fair enough.
listen. Main end goal: get this dude, lock him up, make him an example. Okay, destroy him. Listen. I heard something about Trump and the death penalty when it comes to this guy. I am 100% for it. I'm 100% for it all the way. Destroy this dude. Make him
The
an example.
example, though, see
Somebody's got a
that
thumbs down,
weapon
which is crazy. I mean,
that
listen.
won't work.
You need to make an example out of people like this. Okay,
But that doesn't stop those people because the
it
kind
stops
of
some of
person
them.
it takes to go do something like that, that's a
They're already
very
far gone.
particular personality.
Listen. Look at the Luigi dude. that killed the United
Well,
Health
he's
CEO.
he.
This dude is
So is that
chilling.
going to deter people? I think more people are going to do it,
No,
and
no,
he's
no, no,
like
no, no, no,
famous
no,
and
no, no,
popular.
no, no, no. Listen, 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 listen. He's chilling. That boy is chilling in jail, being sent, letters, no death penalties, chilling. He's having a great, phenomenal time. Make an
Even if he
example out
gets
of this
the death
dude.
Even if he gets the death penalty, he's going to be a martyr. Like the way that the response to him has been insane. Like just, I can't believe it. Even people that I know is the justification of that is so massive, and he is like praised a hero. And if he dies, he's still going to be praised a hero. And you know what? There'll be other people take his place. The problem is our society. There's always going to be these Luigis and this guy. I mean, the people will do crazy things and take people's lives. But when you have a culture that really embraces that, and instead of just being like, this is a loser who's done this horrible thing, just a bad person, if we don't collectively have that response, that is, I think, drives, because a lot of these people, they're driven by attention and notoriety, all those kinds of things. And when society kind of gives them this remarkable attention like Luigi got, that's just going to make more Luigis.
No, man, listen, destroy the dude. Okay, death penalty, serve him up. Anybody wants to try later on in the future, you do the same thing to them. Very simple, point blank. Period. Right? We're starting to become a tolerant nation for bullshit. Okay, we cannot be tolerant for nonsense like this. This is nonsense. This is absolute bullshit. Okay, Luigi's situation, I would understand how that, just causes people to think, oh shit, I can go fucking kill somebody that I don't like, and I can have a great goddamn time in prison and not die, right? But you kill this dude, the next idiot to think like that, oh shit, I might just end up dead. Maybe I need to rethink my actions. It's not going to be Holiday Land in prison, right? So yeah, I
I don't
personally
think
think use
prison
him
is
as an
ever
example.
really holiday land. From research, it doesn't sound like it deters people, knowing that they're going to, because they don't think. Well, it sort of depends. Okay, if they think that they're going to get caught, yes, it might have some kind of consequence. But a lot of these people, especially like school shooters and people like that, they don't think, they think they're going to like maybe turn. Often they try to turn the guns on themselves, and so they're not really deterred by prison because they don't think they're going there, or the death penalty. Well, the death penalty is like welcome to them.
Uh, let me toss it over to Michael. I hear what you're saying though. I do hear what you're saying. Michael, what's going on, my man?
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me on. I was listening for a while, and actually, it was interesting that Grant came on earlier and said some stuff, and I don't know, might have shaken some things up. And then he kind of proved that speech is money because he came back on here with a post that offered, money directly to the situation. So it's interesting, that we're here collectively and able to actually influence this moment, right? So I think we've had political polarization the last 10 years, and I think all of us, I grew up in the 90s. There was hope, there was inspiration. Yeah, there was debate. But I didn't think, we had this fear that our country would go off the rails. And, when I was in school, the textbook example of freedom of speech was the KKK marching in the streets. It's wrong, but to a level, if people are expressing an opinion and not acting out violently, that is the very definition of freedom of speech, and it creates that tension. So I think we all agree that the murder here is wrong. The irony is it was, an act of speech that was testing the limits of political polarization. So I think there's all these issues that got thrown into once, all in at once. We should definitely catch the killer. We should punish them appropriately. I know there's some debate there as to what that means, but I think the real reason we want to talk here and the real reason this room exists and we're all here is we know we have to start talking to one another across different divides because we can't let 2 to 10% extreme on the left, 2 to 10% extreme on the right. We can't let those folks tear the fabric of society. And I will say, January 6th, we had bipartisan consensus that that was a mob and that was completely unacceptable. That narrative has changed, but I think these moments come up and we have to seize the opportunity to dialogue about these things. So thanks, everyone.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And Listen, we're gonna continue to, bring these live spaces and do these live streams daily. Not just on this situation. I'm hoping this situation gets wrapped up here really quickly. I need the FBI to do their jobs and actually get this killer booked, right? I mean, it's not gonna be that hard to find these guys. Like, do your freaking job, guys. Okay? That press conference today was absolutely disappointing. I did not expect that. Hopefully there's a better one before the end of the week, right? Because they better get that guy before the end of the week, point blank, period. Right? And yeah,
But
man,
can I say,
go
can I
ahead.
say, if they're going to do a press conference that includes more information at the end of the week or next week, why haven't they just done it today? Because we already have the information online. They didn't even post the actual photo of his shirt. They just posted a picture of the shirt. I mean, there's so much information that we already have online. They didn't even post, what was already leaked from the ATF documents. I think that was pretty clear that those were pretty reputable documents that were leaked, like from Steven Crowder's X account. I don't know if you guys saw that. There's so much that's already been leaked, and the thing is I don't know what they're trying to withhold. If they're doing it to kind of add leverage to either the suspect who's on the run, so it makes him think that he's doing well, so he continues, moving around wherever he's going. It seems really messy. And I was thinking too with Craig, what he was saying is he wants, the reward to go up tomorrow. It is going to probably go up tomorrow. And I think it's probably going to go up exponentially, probably no more than 1 million. But I think that even, I think that the president is probably Trump is going to say, oh, yeah, I'm going to throw into my own money $250,000 just to add his own bravado because, he's done that before. So, I mean, it's not about the money either way. I think what it is it was a massive failure. They're completely embarrassed. They're begging America. And it's disappointing. It's really disappointing. This press conference was.
It's absolutely disappointing, my brother. To those of you guys that have your hands up, I do apologize, but it's about that time.